Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around this circle. Never gonna make you cry, never gonna say
Patrick, vous n'avez pas perdu la main? Est-ce que vous pouvez couper le... on va regarder un film sur la...
No more peekaboos out in the open for everybody to see.
I did it.
Hi. Hope everybody had a good 4th.
We're back again for another shit show.
Right on. How are y'all? Yeah, I hope y'all had a good one too, man. Mine was a little hectic, but also I had some chill time. So very cool.
Yeah, it's about the same here. Took a little trip. It was very chaotic, but it was fun. It was definitely worth it.
Little trip. That was no little trip, Phoenix. You went halfway across the United States. That is no little trip.
That's a good distance.
Oh yeah, it was a hell of a trip. But you know, going by road is what leaves you with something to talk about. If you like just took a plane, you'd be like, yeah, so what?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, well, myself, I liked the long car ride.
I guess
sure, you slept most of the way.
Yeah, that's what Noise told me. He said that little motherfucker slept 90% of the time. He saw nothing.
On family trips, I used to get in trouble if I was in the passenger seat and fell asleep. I would get like bad looks when I woke up, and then like kind of like just a little attitude. But if I was driving the whole way and she slept, I didn't think anything of it. But God forbid a man take a fucking nap. I don't know.
I want to give a shout out to the people that are here. We have the Fuda King or Queen. I don't know. Both. It's both, I guess.
Hello.
It's a Thing Winley.
I think he's
over
trying
here.
to say it's fucking windy over there.
I know. It's YouTube like gimps everybody's speech.
Yeah.
And we have Midnight Ladybug. We've got Triple J Jr.
Hi, Triple J.
And the rest of the people in chat we also have on panel.
Wait, no, Charlie.
Oh yeah. Okay, I have to. Yeah, I didn't scroll down. And we have Charlie Nuclear, of course.
Nice.
Hey everybody.
Roadkill have rope to hold his hat on? Wait, what? Does Roadkill have rope to hold his hat on? That makes no goddamn sense.
Oh. That's probably my earbuds. Like I'm wearing some sort of fucking like a boonie hat or something.
Mm. Well,
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're obviously, like as we've talked about, we're in the South, and we went to Michigan, and it's different there. It's so different. Uh, one thing I noticed is there you'll see oddly a lot of men pushing baby carriages. You just don't see that here in the South.
not around here.
And a lot of immigrants, but the immigrants were as nice as could be. You didn't have those types you hear about. Not that I encountered anyway.
Well, that's good.
Oddly, maybe it's because we're in the South and I'm used to it, but oddly there was almost no black people there.
Wow.
Yeah, and they were like, "Oh, it's the hottest day they've had," and I'm like, "Fuck, I almost need a jacket on."
You don't know hot. You don't know hot. Them people up there don't know hot. Let them come here. Let them come to the South where it's 120 degrees and the weather people are telling you if you stay outside for longer than 10 minutes, you're going to get burnt.
I know something about the nature there. Here you get hornets and yellow jackets and wasp and then the birds. You get crows, and there it was like a fucking Disney cartoon where the nature wasn't so harmful. It was like different types of birds mingling, and there was what the fuck you call those white birds?
Seagulls.
Seagulls.
Oh,
seagulls, right? Seagulls were everywhere in the sky, but there wasn't bird shit everywhere. Like here there's bird shit everywhere. Yeah. I don't know why there wasn't bird shit everywhere there. It was like something out of a Disney cartoon there with the way nature was, and not to mention there were growing things everywhere. Apple trees, cherry trees, blueberries. You fucking name it. There was just miles and miles of fields of great growth that you don't see near as much in the South.
I've heard great things about that area. I don't know about where you went, but Michigan, period. I got a buddy that lives up there, and he does like taxidermy. That's like his what he does, his trade. But yeah, dude, like he showed me some pictures, and I was like, damn, dude, I had no idea. I always thought it was just a bunch of fucking northerner uppities, but no. There's a lot of good folk up there.
Yeah, fuck Australia. The closest thing we have to Australia in America is in this part of the South. It's because there's a lot of shit that wants to kill you, and there's the heat. So yes, the closest thing to Australia is where we're at.
When I think Australia, I think of like New Mexico or Arizona for some reason. I don't think of any green. That's just me.
I think maybe that's because of the Crocodile Dundee movies.
That's got to be what it is. And I saw them young, so it just like stuck up there,
Yeah. But I can handle the hornets and the wasps and all that kind of stuff. What I cannot handle is them damn little motherfucking sweat bees. Oh my fucking God. They swarm and they will they'll try to get in your eyes and they'll sting you, and they're not stinging you. They bite the sweat out of you and it fucking hurts.
They're like tiny yellow jackets.
Well, no, they're not yellow. They're black. They're
okay. Something like that in Virginia. Yeah.
Mm.
Well,
yeah, I saw that picture, Val. Yeah.
The people there are they're more soulless when they talk to you. It's like they're dead inside. There's less of a human connection being made between people. And from what I've seen, you generally have two types. You have upper middle snotty class and then the criminal druggy class. Not much, besides those two.
But what you told me about the druggies up there was very interesting. Didn't you say something to the effect of like they're not missing teeth and all burned out and shit?
The druggies here in the South, they look like they rolled in waste, nuclear waste, right? They're abominations. They can barely structure a sentence. They have a lot of missing teeth. They look rugged and rough as shit, not very bright. Of course, not all of them, but the majority of them. But there, they just look like people, except they were druggy criminals, just like you get here in the South.
I think it's the heat combination with the drug use that turns people into how they are when
Well,
they get
here in the
hooked
South,
on meth stuff here.
they're not so casual about it. Here, it's kind of like, let's see how many times we can kill ourselves today. They're like so fucking wide open with it. Well, they're just out for a casual good time.
Here they don't sleep for a week, and then they wonder why you get pissed off at them because you're trying to sleep and then they're not, and it's just a big mess.
Yeah,
Well-
people seem happier up there.
Yeah, that's true. They did. Most definitely seem happier.
That's how I
guess
feel about
so.
living up here in Connecticut. Is everyone's, I mean, I live in a different space now, but in some of these towns, everyone's got like this Norman Rockwell fucking image, and I'm just like, dude, this is weird. Nobody acts perfect, but it's just from where I grew up, I'm just like, nah. It's weird. That's all. It's just weird to me. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just different.
Oh God, if we went up there, they wouldn't know what to think of us. They'd
Yeah.
be calling the exorcist or something.
Well, believe it or not, I'm my tamest self when I'm on stream. I'm normally not near as tame.
Well, you
believe that.
can't be. You can't with all this crazy that goes on around here all the damn time. You can't be.
Okay, with all the fucking methods, I always got to be at attention. I always got to be ready to jump if some shit starts going down.
Mhm.
Because, somebody's got to, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, and all the
Yeah, living in the
methods
city, I'm
wanna
always
get
on.
started. They
Oh.
always want to get started about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. That's their prime time. 2 and 3
Oh,
o'clock in the
damn.
morning. Yeah.
Fuck. Mm-mm. It's always loud here in the city. It's they say New York is the city that never sleeps. I say that's basically every city. There's always someone out fucking around. Always.
Mhm. I couldn't do
When
it.
I was younger, I loved the city environment because I was a troublemaker. I would go out and get into everything I could. Now I have no need for it. I have no patience for it.
Yeah,
I
no.
couldn't do it. It would get on my nerves too much. I mean,
Yeah.
I would want to live close enough to a city to where I could get what I needed without having to drive 2 weeks to go get it, But
You don't
far
have to
enough
be
away,
near a city for that. I mean, we're talking about
like a bigger town,
city.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of
Oh,
hustle
that's-
bustle here, and stupid people doing with their loud ass cars and shit all night, and their music all night. It's just like, God damn, dude. But I don't sleep that well anyway. But at the same time, I'm just like, I wonder about the other people across the street. I'm like, I wonder if they're up all night. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Using that microphone.
But I don't know. I had a pretty good 4th. I got a new puppy. I got a little Boston Terrier puppy.
Nice.
His name is Marlin. And he's mean as shit.
That's
And
awesome.
I like him. I like him because he's mean as shit. That's why I like him. He's got personality.
We'll
Yeah.
spice in them.
Yeah, as soon as he sees it, he'll go and tuck your legs and try and bite him.
Damn.
He's like
I'll say-
itty bitty right now.
Itty bitty. And I'll say, feed, and he'll do vroom, right to socks or shoes or anything like that.
You got to show that thing, man, if he's nearby, or is he sleeping?
Hmm?
Is
Say
he
what?
sleeping, or is he?
You're saying you need to show it.
Oh, okay. Hang on just a second.
I like those dogs, man. I always I grew up with boxers, so they're kind of like miniature boxers to me.
Yeah.
I was watching Toasty's show before this. I didn't watch all of it, but I watched a good bit of it. There's one thing about, you got John on there, so there's never a moment of silence. So I guess you could say it stays interesting. What the fuck ever happens, he's there to pick up the slack.
I always, that's where I back off because I'm like, I leave a pause in case you want to bring something up. So yeah, but no, I mean, I can run my goddamn jibs for sure.
Yeah, and we
Uh,
can't shut Phoenix up over there.
I know. He's like John 2.0.
I'm just talking way too much.
Look
This
at
is
that thing.
Marlin. He's
Oh my God.
sleepy. He's done terrorized everybody. He beat up the cat. He beat up everybody. And he's mad now because Big Shirley got on to him. Now he's mad. He's 7 weeks old.
Great day. Oh man, he's good as shit. That's cool.
It's been more than a week since I put on a show, so I'm probably rustier than usual.
Oh, I should be doing that. Let me I'm on a different device right now. Let me change this up real quick.
Yeah, it's been a very busy week last week.
Oh yeah, at times it was just ridiculous,
Yeah.
maddening at times.
Yeah. So are we still doing 3 this week, or are we gonna wait till another time?
What, 3 streams or what?
Yeah, 3 streams.
Well, I'm gonna do the Thursday one.
He's mad now.
Hmm.
He's mad because I put him down. Like, shit, man, I can't hold you all the time.
Right?
I mean, no, I just skipped yesterday because just because I wanted to, something different. Also, that trip just got me. Still got my head reeling. It's like it's a lot to take in.
Dude, the older I got, you need a vacation from the vacation. Like whenever people are like, have a great vacation, especially with kids, I'm like, yeah, right. And then I come back and I'm so fucking exhausted. I'm like, I need a day to recover. That's just how it is, man. I mean, not even with kids, just as you get older, there's so much to take in and do and have fun. And then when you come back, you're just kind of zapped. Yeah.
Yeah, we went through a lot of states, but went through Indiana, Kentucky. I don't even remember, but the most difficult was actually Tennessee. Which part of Tennessee was it we went through?
Memphis.
Oh shit, I never been there.
It was Nashville.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was
Which-
Nashville,
yeah.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Okay, it was Nashville. I suggest don't. I mean, the sites are all right, but the traffic and everything else is fucking retarded.
That's what I've heard. I've been to Gatlinburg. I love Tennessee. That's one of my like top 3 places I want to live. But yeah, I've never been to Nashville or Memphis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Did we
know.
go to Memphis on the way there?
I think so.
Yeah,
we
so if I'm remembering right, it was a long fucking trip. It was a lot to take in, but yeah, we hit Memphis and Nashville.
Wow.
Memphis ain't nothing but rude ass black people. That's
Yeah,
true.
Memphis is hardcore, man. A lot of great rap artists have come from Memphis, and it's nothing to fuck with, man. But Nashville, that's Justin Timberlake's area now. That's where I think he has like a restaurant or some shit there, and he's a big part of like the community there. He's a Tennessee guy.
Mm.
How do I know that? If you there's a way. There's a way I know that, and it's not through the internet. So
Okay.
Yeah, I heard that the Motley Crue singer also lives in Tennessee.
a lot of people like it, man. Dude, you got the hills, and then you can you can drive 10 minutes out into the hills, have a gorgeous home for a good price, and then 10 minutes away is nightlife. If you want to go out and have a good time, if you want your actual grocery stores and everything, I don't know, Gatlinburg to me was great. It was a mix of old school South and new shit. but it wasn't uppity at all. It was really cool. So if you're ever thinking about a Tennessee trip, I highly recommend Gatlinburg.
Me and Elijah, we had went there good many times because the band that she was in would tour there a lot, and they would actually go to practice there a lot. Where
Nice.
was that at? That would
We
go
went to Memphis and we would go to Beale Street all the time. We'd go to Beale Street all the time. in
yeah, they have a
Memphis.
Beale Street and a Bourbon Street there, just like New Orleans, where you can walk the streets and drink openly, and there's bands playing on the streets. It's very similar.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. I mean, I even at my age, I dig that at times. I don't want to live there. You know, I don't want to like live
Well-
above a restaurant and have to put up with that shit. But
You
Yeah.
can't drive your car around there. You have to, and it's too much to walk, so you got to pay for a trolley, and then you travel on that trolley.
oh no
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah,
I like riding the
uh,
trolley.
it's slower than a car, but it beats the hell out of walking.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Whatever you do, don't walk down the alleyways. It just reeks of piss, and there's homeless people everywhere. And you want to feel bad for homeless people, but these people, they already got their brains baked or something. They're out of their fucking minds. You can't even
Yeah.
really talk to them.
You can't mess with them much or any because they're out of their mind. So
Yeah.
I mean, you feel bad for them and you want to help them, but you can't because you know it's just one of them things you don't do.
Mhm.
But I'll tell you, I will not go back to New Orleans.
Oh, fuck
Really?
that.
Dude, I've
Ew.
never wanted to ever visit there. My uncle lived there for a while, and he was like a blue collar, did like drywall and shit, and he loved the place. But there's just no appeal to me. It's got old soul. It's a lot of history. It's it's very cool to me, but I'm just like, nah, no, thank you. I'd be a duck out of water. I'm what you would consider the most northern redneck Southern man. I come from the southeast of Virginia, so that's below Richmond. So that's about where, that's
Well-
sort of my thing.
I'm technically a Southerner, but I don't come off all too much like a Southerner.
No, I remember your story. You said you moved around, and you don't have that strong like drawl. I've been told that mine comes off as a bit rednecky, not Southern boy.
Well, in this
I'm like,
part of the South, the men are so overly macho, they'd call me gay for wearing a red shirt.
Yeah, they would.
Wow.
We already got a request here.
No, Charlie.
No.
No. No, Charlie, no. Well, do you have something that he would like that's not the snatch? That's not quite as bad? Yeah, that's my fault.
Or a topic.
What's that? Oh, it's my Furby. Furby loves you lavender. Tickle me.
It's over. It's the Furby one.
But I will put this banner on the stream to try to motivate some finances. Like if you enjoy what we do enough, for us to put on another day.
Please do.
Oh, noise. I meant to tell you. The Mexican road crew was back out in front of the house again today. And they had to talk real loud where they could hear each other over the machine. And Big Shirley heard them again today. And she just went to barking and raising hell. She went from one end of the house to the other. She swore it was Dan outside. So
I
don't know.
Like you heard one, you heard them all.
There's it's him.
But I've got to welcome Frag Monkey.
Hi, Fred
Hey, Frog
Monkey.
Hey, man.
So whenever I see Dan again, I'm going to tell him about how she thinks every Mexican now is him. Every one of them. She doesn't
see,
care.
She's like, what the hell is he doing here?
I suppose you'd say he's Hispanic. He's not Mexican.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Every Hispanic person that she hears now, she associates that sound with Dan. So she thinks it's Dan in the yard. It's like, oh no.
StreamYard updated some of their shit, so when I highlight a comment, it's fucking humongous on the screen now.
Ah,
I was like, I just want to block everybody down there.
We watched the new Jurassic Park movie, and
what do you think?
they kind of tried to make it like a Jaws movie,
Oh,
but it didn't really play
didn't hit
off
the
that.
same.
Yeah, it didn't. No, it didn't hit the same.
Yeah,
But the
Your average
dinosaurs
fluff
were cool.
movie, basically.
yeah, the action in it was okay, but there wasn't much plot to it at all. So
Well, that's a shame. Yeah, they've tried so many different things with that franchise. I want to see F1. I've heard great things about that, and I like driving. Not necessarily. I don't watch that sport or NASCAR anymore, but I think the story's good. And then what did my friend say he saw? And I was like, really? I can't remember. I don't know what's out right now. It wasn't Ballerina. He saw something. Maybe it was F1. No, I don't know. I got to think about it. But yeah, so apparently this summer has some bangers. Not all. I was dragged into one of the kids' movies this summer already, and that was Lilo and Stitch, that live action, and then also what was that? I don't know. I'm all over the place. I'm trying to switch my devices, so I'm not, Hey, what's up, Vet?
Yeah, welcome Vet Gamer, Bocephus.
yeah, Vet Gamer.
Hi, Bocephus.
Let me get this hooked up real quick.
There's mostly, for the most part, younger people on the internet, and they're probably looking at that name going, what the fuck is a Bocephus? What the fuck is that? Where did we come up with the funny name? All right. I mean,
Yeah.
Here I am. I'm like always, every time I'm talking to someone, I'm like, damn, I did it again. I made a reference that they will not understand because, baby brain, right? And I know how insulting that comes off, right? But I'm just old, right? I make these references that people's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Or they might try to take me literally because they never heard the reference, and it just gets weird quick.
I remember when I was a kid, if you didn't know if you did not know who Bocephus was, you was in some trouble.
Right?
Well, I'm not
Good
really into
Lord.
country, and I know who it is.
Born to
I mean,
boogie.
I do like a few things here and there, but for the most part, country's not my thing.
Yeah, me too.
It
I
depends.
like
It depends
a
for me.
wide variety of music. Not so much rap though. I don't like a lot of rap at all. It's got to be something different. If it's rap, it's got to be something that
Yeah.
catches my attention.
I can like a little bit of everything, but my thing is mostly whatever form of rock and roll, which extends into types of metal. Now, people will look at me, oh, you're a metalhead. It's like, I get to thinking about it. Not really. I mean, I like very particular niches of metal,
Mm-hmm.
but a lot of it, fuck no, I don't. I just don't.
I don't really like opera either. I never was one for opera, even though I like classical music. So, yeah, go figure that one out.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. A lot of modern music, if it's kind of like the classical music, they were masters of it. A lot of these fuckers couldn't even hear, and they were making this stuff. And it's kind of the building blocks of music in many ways. And if you can't pick up on any of that in modern music, then it's just not. It doesn't have the depth. It's just for hyper people, right? People with ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
In general, generally speaking, the music I listen to has got to have some depth or some groove, or whether it be funk or something, right? Just something, not all this computerized shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's like with bluegrass. Bluegrass music is a culmination of African native music and country music.
I love
That's
bluegrass.
where it started. That's where it started. Was the African people brought it from Africa when they were brought here, and the white people got it, and that's where it originates from. A lot of it, that
You know-
and the Celtic music.
I know it sounds racist, but there was a study, and I didn't do the study, so I'm not being racist, but I'm just citing the study that the people other than black people that like to rap the most are monkeys, literal monkeys, and I think it was Hindu people. I think it was that Hindu Indians.
Yeah,
I
but
think that's
yeah,
what the study said, right? And I found that to be, I don't know, telling possibly if it's true.
well, I think the reason why monkeys like it so much is because it's part of their primal DNA survival.
Well, I've seen black people liking like rock and metal music, right? But then they'll be like, oh, this kicks or whatever they say, right?
Mhm.
But then they'll be like, listen to that drum. That's what they're hearing. They're hearing the drum in damn near everything. That's what their main thing they're going to is the drum.
The rhythm, yeah, or the beat to it. It's that's what's always attracted me to it. Not so much like I do like I think they call it cocaine rap. That just happens to be where I come from outside of Virginia Beach. But I like a lot of Southern rap, even New York. Never fell into the West Coast. I didn't like all those twings and like it just like if you've ever played GTA San Andreas, like that. It's just not my thing, man. I like a little bit harder snare and tighter beats where they're a little bit more wavy with their hip hop. But no, that was just something I had to grow up with, and so I have an ear for it and I like it, but it's not my go-to every time. Every time I get in my car, there's always something different playing. Usually, yeah.
Real Slavery Game says he can join in a little bit. He's getting his laptop set up. Okay.
Nice.
I grew up surrounded by country music and maybe a little gospel music here and there, and I was always contrary with everything. I was like, if it's the typical way, fuck it, I'm not gonna like it. I'm gonna hate it. And I was just so fucking rebellious in my youth. I rebelled against everything.
Right.
And so I wouldn't let myself like it. I mean, I suppose by nature, if that's what you grow up with, you're gonna like, but I was just that fucking rebellious.
Yeah, I was raised on classic rock, Led Zeppelin, and then a little bit of like Genesis, Jimi Hendrix, a lot of classic rock shit, which is now considered classical rock. But I branched out from that and went straight to like rock and roll. Yeah, that's basically what happened to me. And then rap fell in my lap, and I've always strayed away from country until I got older, and then I started getting really big into the old school, like Hank Williams and Johnny Paycheck, and a lot of these other guys that just I don't know. It was a little bit more touch grass, a little bit more earthy than some of this shit that's out now.
The music that I first chose for myself rather than people played around me was 60s stuff, actually, like Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin, and that led on to Led Zeppelin. And then I got into some of the 80s stuff like Guns N' Roses. But once I heard Ozzy and Black Sabbath, it was like, nope, there's nothing spoke to me, to my soul that was similar as me than that music. Because if there's anything that paints a picture of me, it's that dark ass music.
My friends were heavy into that shit. I think what took me over in the 90s was when I started making my own idea was Green Day, Sublime, 311. I mean, as you can tell, I was kind of all over the place. but it has to have a good sound and good. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I'm just weirded out with.
You get like Black Sabbath, and people go, well, that's classic metal, and it's like, it's heavy metal. But if you break it down, that shit has blues in it, it has funk in it, it's got a little bit of jazz in it, and it's that formula that made it so fucking great, because it's not just straight metal with the metal guitar and the crazy drum, and they just threw everything in together, and it came together in such a way that it just worked.
What I liked a lot about Black Sabbath was their mastery of their instruments. Like when they play their instrumentals, like Fluff. Oh, that is beautiful. It is really, really beautiful.
Yeah, a lot of those were played on a 12-string guitar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah, it's just very well done. And they sound the same in person as they do in the studio. And a lot of bands can't say that. They sound just as good on stage as they do in the damn studio.
That's what I heard about Chevelle. I really liked Chevelle when they came out. That song, The Red, the Young Brother band. But I heard a couple people go see their shows, and they were like, they are fucking ass. Like their timing is off. They don't sound the same, but their studio albums are fucking on point. But there's a couple of bands out there like, well, I wouldn't say a couple, I'd say a lot, that just kind of can't groove or do the same thing. Or, you could have the situation where one of the band members is a little inebriated.
Well, that's how it's going to be a good show.
You get these bands that they whether it be they're fucking screaming for most of their vocals or whatever, and then you can't really see them doing that 20 or 30 or more years later, because they're like, they're too fucking old for it, and they might give themselves a heart attack doing it.
Right. Yeah, they got to calm down a little bit. I did see Ozzy live though at Ozfest 2005, and then I saw Rob Zombie, not White Zombie, Rob Zombie, in 2005 at Ozfest. That was cool. Oh, and Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden was fucking wild, man. They were so good.
When did we go to the Ozfest?
Well,
it was around the same time, I think. Right after Hurricane Katrina hit.
First time I went was in like 95 or something.
Wow.
But
holy shit.
The last time, I don't know what year it was. It was the early 2000s.
It was right after Hurricane Katrina hit.
No, it wasn't that hurricane. It was way later than that.
There was a natural gas outage. That helps.
Yeah.
It was in the early 2000s. Is all I can tell you. But but what was funny, what was memorable about that, we were right up at the stage. We're touching the stage, right up at the stage. Wow. And Rob Zombie looked at me, and I had two women with me, but anyway, he looked at me, and then he did this double take, and then he knelt down and sang the rest of the fucking song to us, and I was like, this is weird, but okay.
That's fucking wild, man. I wasn't too far from Rob. I was very close, but Iron Maiden and Ozzy, I was back in the field. Like if anything, I had to watch the jumbotrons, but the music was great. Yeah, there's no way I could have made it up there. I probably would have fucking died.
Yeah, but that was in Tennessee.
Nice. Mine was in Maryland. Yeah, we had to cross the border to the state that I hate.
So oddly, it was in a little town called Antioch or something like that, right?
Oh, Antioch, Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah, you would think they'd have in the city, but no, it was like before a city in this little town.
I mean, a festival like that. Yeah, you got to get some room. Yeah,
you need a big empty area for it.
The area in which they had it in was like a small town of its own. It'd take you hours to walk across it. But, you would never suspect they were having it there, because you're going to what appears to be an itty bitty town. You take this road off, and then it's this gigantic fucking area.
It's awesome.
We got lost, remember? And the only way we found it was we followed the weed smoke. We followed the weed smell. I was like, wait a minute.
Hey, same thing happened in '95 or whichever year it was. The first time I went, got lost. And that was in Birmingham. Got lost, and it wasn't weed smoke we followed, but it was a literal mushroom cloud of smoke. Right, you could see it
shit.
from miles away, just
Yep.
like a mushroom cloud. And we followed that to find the Ozfest.
The beacon.
It also helped along the way. You'd see people pissing on the side of the road.
Right? Oh yeah, man. Did you hey Noise? I can't. So
Welcome,
can't-
Slay.
do
Hey.
you, oh hey, bro.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
I'm on my mobile setup. I'm using my old because my good mic is attached to the desk in the office, so I'm using my old shitty mic from back when I used to stream on Twitch 2 years ago.
No, it sounds all right.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
It's a roadkill. What were you saying?
I'm putting it into the personal chat now instead of making it a thing.
Valkyria
Oh, is
said,
that bad?
No.
Valkyria said, lick, rub, jiggle hard that like button.
Because I can't do it on my device that I'm working on right now, I'm asking you this question. That's why. Okay. Oh yeah. So while I'm typing this in, what kind of cool topics were we thinking tonight besides Futa?
Ah,
I have some web pages to cover. It's nothing particularly
Okay.
interesting. Just shit to cover.
Did you see that joke I sent you earlier in your feed on X? The would you call someone that likes men and women but no one wants them
should
By
I
yourself.
love
by yourself? Bi yourself by yourself.
it?
Okay, so Slay, how have you been?
I've been doing good. I finally got my game streaming working. Thanks to Tomby. He helped me out with my OBS settings because I was running on the wrong encoder, I guess, this whole time and didn't know it. I was getting mixed signals. That's what you get for asking the internet instead of someone who knows what they're doing.
Yeah. The encoder greatly depends on what kind of video card you're using.
Oh yeah, I have a shitty video card. That's why I can't do like what Zombie does with my avatar, because whenever I use my avatar on StreamYards for some reason it wants to shit the bed.
Yeah, Tomby, that motherfucker seems like a streaming genius. He's telling everybody how to set their shit up, and he does it correctly.
Yep.
Yeah. There it is.
That's why
Shout
I don't
out to him.
stream. I don't stream.
Yeah, watch them right there.
I have no technical. I just don't have the patience for it.
Record yourself taking a piss. I'm streaming.
There you go.
I'm a streamer now. Pay me.
Yeah, a few times I tried, I just threw it together, hope for the best. Usually didn't turn out too well.
Well, as you do it, the more you do it, the better you get, though, because you learn
Well, you
what
know,
works and what don't.
I overly prepared my shit. I just prepared the fuck out of it, or rather, I used to, right? And then YouTube wouldn't show it to anybody. I was highly suppressed, to say the least. So I was like, okay, I've been spinning my wheels in place here for months on months, and it's like, okay, I'm just gonna get lazier with it. I still prepare a lot, right? But I got lazier with it because I was spending every free moment dedicated to getting this shit perfect, and I wasn't getting enough views to bother with it. Just I mean, even now I'm not getting enough views to hardly bother with it, but I do it for something to do. It sometimes it can be a lot of fun.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, before we was getting 2, maybe 3, It's like, Jesus Christ, what is the damn formula to this shit, you know? But now it's a few more, so it's okay.
Yeah,
Like
I wouldn't say
Ryan
it's
says,
about
keep on
formula.
growing, keep on going, keep on growing. Like Ryan
I
says.
think it's all about the algorithm and if they find a reason to suppress you.
Well, YouTube likes to take your shit in reverse, Noise.
I don't know, dude. I think noise, like there's nothing like too awful about your stream. And since I've been watching you and then being on your show, to where I don't feel like there's any purpose to it. I think we talked about this one time. I think that the algorithm is like, what is this? and just kind of fry it.
Just a little bit of everything, I guess.
I call it a variety show, just like over on Toasties and the ones that I'm on with Ryan. Sometimes he'll have topics recently, but yeah, it's not they're not all everything can go, but it's also it's not some sort of like, we're not fucking CNN or something. We're not like this structured like
Yeah.
I don't know. And personally, there is a space for those, but I kind of get bored with them. I like it when people, fuck around and have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
me,
we
that's
do
just
have
me.
a lot of that. Like Valkyria says, there's one time in band camp.
There you go.
We do kind of, it's kind of like that. We tell a lot of fucked up personal stories.
That's appealing to me, man. I don't know.
Well, when I first started making videos and then streaming, I kept it about pop media and games and comics, and it was just again, I got nowhere, never got anywhere, and it's like, oh fuck this, and
Dude, you're walking up to a wall of people sitting up there on high walls. They're already there. So I mean, trying to climb that wall, just remember, it's not that you're slipping, it's that you just haven't, no one's caught on yet. That's all. Because when people I see do those shows, I'm like, oh boy. There's one on Rumble that I watch, and he's small, but he also does a lot of like news stuff, and it's kind of fringe. He does it in the morning, and but it's like, dude, that's a long way to climb, and that's just knowing who we know, like not personally or anything, but who they are, where it's like that's their thing, and they already have a massive audience, so they've already stake their claim, so to speak. But eventually, like I've been told by a lot of the guys in this community, just hold on.
Yeah, well, the more audience you have, the easier it makes the show, because then you're not just sitting there going, what the fuck do I say now? And
Correct.
or trying to read from a script sounding like a robot, you have an audience, you communicate with your audience, it just makes it immensely smoother.
Mm-hmm. That's why I preferred like to do again. What I'm going to do is a game stream, a veteran talk, anything talk. But also I've noticed with some of the people that do the game streams, dude, they are, I don't know how the fuck that you say, motherfucker. Son of a bitch. Anyway, I'm like very impressed at how much they're able to play the game, do well at the game, and engage with the comments. And I'm like, how the fuck do you do that, man? You on Adderall? Because
there's an art
I'd
to
be like,
that.
I'd be like focused on the game, and then 5 minutes later, be like, oh, what's up, man? So that's something. Yeah, that's something that I'm seeing myself.
I would have already done some gaming streams, except I don't play games for. I might play half an hour to an hour, and then I quit.
Yep.
And people generally they want their streams to go on real long. So here we have Jeffrey Rucker.
Yo, Jeff.
Jeff.
I take it it's pronounced that way. I always, I'm looking at it like
it's Joffrey.
Yeah, but they go by Jeff. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I've been on streams with them on Reality Based a few times now.
Yeah, cool dude, man.
Yeah, that's the thing with the gaming streams because on Thursdays I do like Guitar Hero and Rock Band and stuff, and that's really hard to concentrate on the game and the chat at the same time. So I'll notice myself like fucking up in the game because I like notice someone pops in and I want to say hi while I'm playing. And then I look away from the screen for a few seconds and I'm like, missing buttons and shit.
Dude, I knew friends that were so good at that game growing up when we were teenagers. They're so good at that and so intense at it that if people were talking in the room at the same time, he'd be like, "Dude, guys, shut the fuck up! Like I can't concentrate." But he was
Yeah, I have friends
dude. He
like
was
that, too.
he was the boss at it. Yeah.
We have a lot of power outages here, if you haven't noticed. And if we disappear, I'll be back within a couple 2-3 minutes, and I'll just have to like hook into some battery backup.
We got a heavy thunderstorm rolling in about an hour, but thanks to living in the city, I haven't lost power once.
So
Yeah.
Frag Monkey says they stream on Twitch. 11 hours is their longest. 11 fucking hours. Damn, I wouldn't do it. No, I wouldn't do it.
The longest
Dude,
I ever did was 7.
Great day, dude. I'm talking maybe like 2 to 3. That's just me though. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a long time, man. I mean, it depends. It depends, I guess. If you got people popping in and out, and your numbers are up and down, and you're enjoying the game, I get that, man. Because when I was just a little bit younger, before kids, at least, I could game for 5 or 6 hours by myself, just hanging out, like Fallout or something like that. But
Yep.
nowadays, I'm just like. But that's the thing, though. I know other people that do 2 or 3 hours, and like 40K Empress. You know, she'll do like a 2-hour stream, and you know, a lot of people pop in to watch her.
Well, I know when I played World of Warcraft, it
Oh
was
shit!
8 hours.
World of Craft.
More.
Yeah, but if you're streaming, it adds an extra element to it because you're having to look at another screen, perhaps, to watch for the comments. You have to keep talking to the people. And you know, it just adds another layer of complexity to it, and
Yeah, you gotta be on your toes.
Makes that much more difficult.
I watch Eric do it when he's drinking, playing Mario Kart, and talking to people. I'm like, this guy's been doing it a while because I'm like, how the fuck, dude? 3 beers in, you got to hold on, man. Wait till this race is finished, then I'll catch up with you. But because I see his eyes, you know, going back and forth, and he's like, hey, how you doing? How you doing? And like people are like talking to him, and I'm like, dude, he's in the middle of a fucking race, and you're like, hey, Eric, what kind of music do you like? And it's like, dude, shut the fuck up, man. Let the guy finish the race, because he's gonna be in a 5-minute lobby, and he'll have plenty of time to catch up with your questions. But he does it, man. I don't know.
I think that because he plays more for fun than to get first place every time too.
Exactly. Yeah.
He just does it for the enjoyment.
Well, I know in World of Warcraft, that is something you do not do. You do not talk to the people while they're in the fucking raid. Oh my fucking God. Oh no.
Dude, I heard a guy, this is back when I was in the military. I heard a guy talking to his wife on the phone as we were leaving, and he was like, so-and-so, you know I have a fucking raid at 7 o'clock. I don't have time for this shit. And I was like, what's a raid? And he was like, World of Warcraft, man. I was like, oh shit. This motherfucker
one
is
of
real.
One of the reasons I quit that game is those raids, because like I play games for fun, not for stress. And you know, you're doing like fucking military drills just to get through this game.
Yeah.
No, and not to mention you get all these people telling you what they're gonna do to your family and calling you the N-word and all this kind of.
That's why I stopped Call of Duty. Call of Duty got me to the point where I really wanted to find that 16-year-old and smash their face into a wall, and then drown their mother in a river. Right, dude, they would make me so fucking mad. But at first, like Modern Warfare 2, it was such a like just sit back, shut up, and just mindless. That's how I decompressed, was playing that game with my friends. But after a while, it's like overtaken by like hyper gamers, like people that are just so good. I can't do it, man. I didn't stick with it
But
long enough, I guess.
even if the game companies censor them through AI or whatever, that's not really correcting behavior. I mean, that's not going to change who they are. I guess it comes down to the parents, but they're
Yeah.
either going to quit those games and do something different, or they're just going to take their frustrations out in other ways.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's where I think gaming does take a positive turn for the youth. I don't know. I grew up with games like Final Fantasy one-player games or couch co-op, like Diablo 1 on PlayStation 1. And so that's where you're a little bit more, either to your own devices. Have I rage quit and broke controllers? Yeah. But it wasn't someone on the other end being a little fucking troll, which just added to the madness. It was just like, and dude, when you're tired of being fucking picked off and you can't even progress in the game, it's like, fuck this game, dude. I just don't have the jerks, movement.
What the hell's got these 10-year-olds talking like that and acting like that? And why isn't their parents hearing this going, not only
they
am
are.
I going to whoop the literal
dude.
shit out of you, but I'm going to break your console too?
Yeah, dude, I heard some dude's fucking mom come in the room and tell him dinner was ready. And I was like, you little fucking bitch. Get back in the fucking lobby.
It's a failing of the parents. That's the only way I can see it.
Definitely.
That's what I find ironic. I was going to say, that's what I find ironic about. I went on Halo Online because I haven't had an Xbox since Xbox 360. We got a free one for our PS5 shit the bed, and someone was like, "Oh, I'll trade you the Xbox One," which I'm glad we got the Xbox One instead of Series S. So anyway, I was playing Halo Online for the first time, and I was like, it's ironic that they have all this LGBTQ propaganda on their X, but as soon as you go on online, all you hear is F word this, F word that, you're a F word.
Yep. It's all a marketing scheme. They want those people in those games. Yeah. Because they're like, look at this crowd, look at this new crowd of people. Let's get them.
Frag Monkey says COD was an 18+ game and called a 5-year-old a cunt because he shot and killed me on his team, hardcore team. I didn't know until he says, "Daddy, a man called me a bad word."
Jesus Christ, dude. My daughter's 8 years old and she doesn't go past Minecraft offline. That's it, dude. Because I'm like, nope. If you're a teenager and you want to, I'll school you on the shit that you're gonna have to put up with. But at the same time, like I know a lot of people that parents have come to me and been like, I was about to say my real name, but and asked, "Hey, what do you think about Roblox?" And I'm like, "Well, how old's your kid?" And I'm like, "Nope, do not do it, do not do it." There's so many fucking creeps and assholes on these games nowadays, and they're basically, they could be the same age. They could be a 40-year-old man. They could be a 30-year-old woman predator, whatever. But there's just a lot of assholes out there and like huge trash. Like these kids with a mouth worse than a sailor, and they're like 11, 12. I'm like, noise, like you said, where the fuck are your parents? Maybe they're outside partying. That's what I think. I think they're outside fucking smoking dope. And by dope, I mean like crack or something. But I'm just like, and they're like, "Here, play this. I'm out." I didn't mean to throw the Southern drawl on that.
A lot of times, also, if they're not out smoking dope or whatever, they're working so damn much, they have no time to be there and watch what their kids do either.
Correct. And that's why I verify my kids' time on tablet and TV, and I'm like, okay, are you watching YouTube Kids? Or I don't log into my account. Whenever they get my devices, they can access like stuff, but they don't access what we're involved in, because it's just stay. I'll set your age limit a little higher on your YouTube so you can watch older kids. But nah, man. It's like a quarter job, not a full time, not a part time job, but it's just added stress to the fact that there's these fucking pieces of shit out there now that are just all over the place on online games.
Yeah, Frag
And they
Monkey
smoke
says,
crackers.
I'm glad my kid is growing up. I can smoke crack indoors.
Hey, man. Hey, do you, right? Do you?
But a lot of kids now, or well, not now, but I mean, a lot of kids when I was coming up, they could trash talk with the best of them, and it's like whoever it was, Frag Monkey said he called a 5-year-old a cunt. And I know
I've said some
when I
mean
was a
shit.
kid, like,
I've said
you
some mean
son
shit.
of a bitch, I'm gonna come through this goddamn thing and murder your ass, goddamn it, and blah 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 blah. And this would be from a little bitty kid, so it would have been really surprising.
Yeah,
if that
but the
kid
difference is the difference comes in is back then they didn't say they were gonna sexually assault your
Yeah.
family or you
Yeah.
know that kind of thing.
Oh,
is
dude,
like
dude,
they like to do now.
I've done that. Well, not the kid. The kid never said that to me, but I did tell him that I was going to hook up with his mom. Let's put it that way. That's how mad he made me, man. And I was like, let me fuck with this kid.
Hey,
Yeah,
But no,
but
it was always
I'm gonna
in the
bang your
lobby.
mom and eat your snacks.
Your cutters.
Yeah, well, you know, Elijah can tell you it used to be when I was younger, I was hell on wheels, and when somebody made an enemy of me, usually I would just whoop their ass, but sometimes I would get in with their family or their job. I would hook up with their mother or their sister. I
Yeah.
would integrate into their life in order to tear it all down.
Yeah, yeah.
That's diabolical, man.
He
It's
made
great.
it a personal mission. It was a personal mission.
See, when I was younger, I loved trouble. I was like, bring it on. I can't get enough of this. I was like, you know, dig in. I fucking loved it. I'm not that way now, but Elijah remembers when I was that way.
Oh man.
Yeah, I do, and I'm glad you're not that way no more. Because, dear God, the world can't handle it. Telling you the truth. But yeah, it's like I remember somebody told one of my friends when I was a little kid that they got mad at them and they told them that they was gonna go screw their mom,
Mhm.
and my friend said, "Good, maybe she won't be such a bitch no more."
Perfect. Perfect.
No, people would tell me shit like that. I'd be like, you can't handle my mother because if there was any bigger hellraiser than me, it was my mother.
Oh God, that woman! I'm telling you the truth. But yeah, they sure did. They said, "Good, maybe she won't be such a bitch no more." I was like, "You're talking about your mom." Yeah, they know I talk about her.
Well, I know it's not right of me, but when people will be like, "You're a son of a bitch," I'll be like, "You know my mother? How do you know her?"
You're versatile on them,
Told
yeah.
people that.
Yeah.
Like
Pretty
yeah,
much.
they think you're gonna get upset and shit, and you're like, well, you know. Oh, dude, guys, I'll be right back.
All right. I was gonna say back in the day when I was like in dire straits during my using period, I was surprised. One of my friends was like, "Hey, there's an open room at my old house. Why don't you move in and you can bang my mom for rent?"
Oh God.
That's the way he felt about his mom.
Oh God.
Yeah, I knew this.
Sleigh?
Hmm.
Did you have a good 4th of July sleigh?
Yeah, it was really good. I actually had the day off. I don't know how Ryan knew that I was gonna have the day off before I did. He was like, "I scheduled you for the show." I was like, "Usually I work Fridays," but I went there, and I guess because I didn't sign up in time for the holiday, they were like, we can only have 2 people working on a holiday shift, so you can either work and maybe not get paid, or you can go home. I was like, I'm going home. Fuck that.
Don't
No.
blame me.
No,
And-
I
and-
always ran in a bad crowd, right? And there was this one particular person in it that really nobody liked. But he got so fucked up one night, he stumbled in his own home and asked his mother to fuck him.
Oh
Oh,
my god,
Oh, oh God.
he had an Oedipus complex.
that's bad.
But now, Slate, let me ask you something.
Mhm.
They said
No,
you could work and
you-
possibly not get paid, right?
Yeah,
In what world did they think you would ever agree to that?
I know exactly.
I mean, what
You-
world?
I don't know if
too,
they meant that I wouldn't
uh,
get the holiday pay, or if they just
Mm.
meant no pay in general. But I was like, all right. I was like, I'm asking my boss. I emailed him. I was like, is this true? Because this doesn't sound right. I think they were just trying to push me out so that they could take all the holiday money
Yeah.
for themselves. I work with some greedy people.
You two are familiar with the Oedipus complex, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, psychiatrists or psychologists will speak on it. Is there's that, but it also comes from what, Greek?
Yeah.
Yep.
Greek, yeah, I suppose Greek mythology, but it become a big talking point in psychology where you want to screw your mother and kill your father, and you might think, oh, bullshit, because of course you don't feel that way, but I've seen it in people. I have indeed seen people that way.
I don't.
I was gonna say I always thought it was funny in the Doors movie when he goes into his little trance and he does he does his little monologue, and they were like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? They're like, you're never gonna perform here again. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a good movie, though.
Well,
I saw that.
that
I saw
movie
some clips, but
actually reminds me of how I was when I was younger, except I was angrier and a lot more willing to fight. I was like, just fight all the fucking time. I would, I'd fight my own shadow. But how the way he lived all out nuts reminds me a lot of my youth.
You used to jump on random cars and stuff.
Yeah, I did plenty of that.
Yeah, he did.
I pissed in a lot of them and on a lot of them.
It's not just that, but let me see. Buildings, storefronts, people's windows, fountains, just all manner of cars and trucks, especially convertibles.
If I went to a bar and they were, like the bartender or whatever was rude to me, I'd go in and their bathroom and I'd piss all over the walls and the toilet paper and everything.
oh, the toilet paper, dude. I saw that once. No, not once, dude. But there's just one time that sticks with me. That I walked into. I had to go to the stall and piss, and I saw someone that did that, and I was like, "That's fucking crazy, dude." Like, no one can go poop now. No one.
Now, when they were nice to me, I would just, I would steal things, but I didn't do as I should have. Of course, I did. I was a young dumbass, wild, crazy out of my fucking mind, and I didn't settle down until after I was 30.
I didn't have to buy toilet paper for a year.
Nice.
Then they'd bring me toilet paper. I said, okay, hey, I ain't got to buy it now, so good.
My first house was full of Jack glasses. Like, dude, this pint glass looks so cool. Yoink. Just walk out the fucking bar with that bitch. Dude, I've also had bartenders say, just kind of like look at me and go, just take it. I'm like, all right.
Hey, so Frag Monkey says, man, I was married at 23. I was actually married at 15, I think. Yeah, it's no
Damn.
shit.
That was my first marriage, was I think 22, 23. Yeah. Well, how old I was, yeah.
I've got I think a 30-year-old kid.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think 31 now.
Oh man.
Yeah,
That'd
something
be,
like
dude.
that.
I don't know if I'll live to see my kids that old, but that'd be interesting. I'm just terrified of teenage years because I got about
Well,
2, 3, 5 or 6 years before I have everything is gonna be gray.
see,
Everything.
that's the thing. When I was young, I always thought I was never gonna live to be kind of old or middle aged. So I lived wide the fuck open. The problem is, I just kept living. I didn't die like I expected to. And here I am, in my late 40s now.
When I was 20, before I got married, I was like, I'm not gonna see 30. And then when I was 30, I was like, I wonder if I'll make it to 40. Here I am.
If you got girls, Roadkill,
Mhm.
their shenanigans will start before they turn.
It's the problem, yes, because boys are going to start being jerks right about now, and then, 12, 13. I mentioned the teens because it's a classic age for any male female to become a jerk to their parents. So, and if they're anything like me and my sister, I'm fucked. So yeah. My daughter's the oldest. My son's the youngest, and like so different. But it's gonna be yeah.
When I hit my teen years, I was an all-out animal. I mean, the only people that could be around me was girls, and that's because it's something I wanted.
I gravitated towards the girls because it was more fun and these weren't like girly girls. They were really cool, and I always brought the girls to parties. I had a license early and all that. My friends were my friends, all dudes, of course, but looking back, I'm like, dude, I had a lot of like friends that were girls, and we're still friends to this day. It's cool as shit. But yeah, it was a trust thing. Like they could trust me to be around them, and so I think that's why we clicked. And they so, but with the dudes, yeah, it was always going to the older dudes' parties. You guys remember that when you were like in your teens and you'd go to like someone that was like 25 that had a house party?
Yeah.
And
that's
you
the
were
only
like,
people I
dude, you
hung
saw
out with,
people
really.
you saw dudes getting laid the fuck out, and you're like, oh shit. Dude, I'm fucking 15 and partying with adults. So to me, that was wild, man. I did a lot of that. I don't know how I survived.
I was always the youngest around. I hung around people 10 and 20 years older than me, and all through my youth it was that way. I was always the youngest, and now here I'm on the internet and I'm damn near always the oldest, and I'm like, fuck, how'd that happen?
That's what I like about our crew, man. A lot of the people that we know in this space, I think the youngest would be Ryan, but it's Ryan or Will. I think Will's young too, but I like how the fact that we're all like grown-ups and this is the shit we're into, and just it's not like what you would think it would be, where you get online, start doing shit, and you're hanging out with like fucking 18-year-olds or something, where it's like, man, this shit's gay. You guys suck. I couldn't do
Most
that
of
shit,
us-
man. Yeah, I would highly recommend anyone over 30 to hang out with online, because everyone else is just fucking. There are some exceptions, but other than that, fucking
And
kids,
most
man.
of us get the same references. I say
Yeah.
references, and Ryan's like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
What?
Yeah,
I
but
mentioned
he's one of the
Wayne's
exceptions. Yeah, he does take it well though. He is like, oh, okay, but at the same time, yeah, it's like we're a generation almost. Yeah, generation
I was
apart.
just saying that earlier. I'm always having to watch what I say, fuck, they're too young to get that. And people probably tune into this show and they're going, what the fuck is he going on about? I can't understand half this shit.
But there are the exceptions. There are those old souls, those people that just kind of like get it, or they were raised that way, I guess. I don't know. But
Yeah.
but yeah, the
Jeffrey,
conversation. Oh, go ahead.
He says, used to have many drunk stone conversations and thought it'd be cool if others could hear it. Well, that's the thing. When you're that fucked up, you could think you got the cure for cancer, and then you
Yes.
sober up and going, "Goddamn, I'm a dumbass."
Or have you guys ever come up with such a great see? Okay, what I'm trying to put this away. I think a lot of us we've been in that mindset where that pot hits us right, or those mushrooms hits us right, or that beer, and we have these great ideas and don't fucking write them down. But you wake up and you're like, "Fuck, that was a good idea." And you're like, I don't know what it is, but you have that feeling. You have this like this chemical reaction in you where you're like, this is great, and then you just go to sleep, and you wake up and you're like, oh, I don't know what that was.
I know one time Elijah was there when I did a whole bunch of shrooms, and I don't know. I think I was seeing myself in the desert,
Yeah.
except I was seeing myself in the desert swimming in the sand. But she just seen me like fucking laying there like this.
I tried to tell you not to do all those shrooms and you did not listen. I tried to tell you they'd fuck you up and you didn't listen at all.
Okay, but I had 2 gigantic ass bags, and I hit it hard a few times, and then the rest I microdosed on for like 3 years straight.
Wow.
And
dude, I've heard good thing about microdosing. Good thing.
Your head in order. It will.
Yes.
The depression will be gone for the most part, and it will set you straight.
Dude, after my second tour, so Iraq for a year, then Afghanistan for 9 months, I came back on some R&R, and I was up with my friend in Virginia who grew his own mushrooms. And at the bottom of his fridge, he made mushroom tea. And I was like, dude, can I get a little sip of that? Because they can't test for that. And he was like, absolutely. And it was in this little mouthwash Dixie cups. And he gave me like 3/4 full. And it was that night that I watched the branches dancing on the shadows, dancing on the ceilings, and thought about everything. Because I had done them before, but after being through a lot of shit, I thought about everything, and I was like, I need to get the fuck out of the military.
When you're doing it relatively light, you'll see the lights get this warm, fuzzy, sometimes rainbow colors, and you'll see things bigger or smaller, or you'll see super clearer than you ever see.
Yeah,
and that's when you're doing a light dosage.
It's nice, man. I've heard nothing but good things about it. But I mean, if any punk ass kids are listening that are on their parents' accounts, wait till you're older.
Yeah, and
I don't recommend doing it in your
you're
teens, because I
safe.
met a lot of teens that did a lot of acid, and to this day they're kind of. And I'm talking about a lot. I'm talking about every weekend they were doing 4 or 5 cubes.
Be in a place that you trust and feel safe, and have someone that you trust to look after you.
Yes.
Well, if you want to microdose shrooms, I would go with the Golden Teacher strain. It's a lot lighter.
That's a really generic strain.
Mm-hmm.
If you really study up and into it, you can find what's best for what. But that's the most go-to generic strain out there.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't know the strains. Yeah.
Don't do the mascara mushrooms.
I don't know what those are. So, dude, have you guys heard of this? Are they're called like blue penises or something?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So my brother-in-law gave me 1/4 of those, and he was like, dude, no more than like 3 or 4. And I was like, okay. And this was a few years ago, and I was on a certain medication. Now, guys, listen to this. I took 3 or 4, nothing happened. After like 2 hours, and then I got a little irritated, ate more, nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I ate the whole in 3 days. I ate 1/4 of mushrooms, and had 0 effect. So whatever medication I was on, I'm not going to mention it, completely negated the ability for the mushrooms to affect me. I swear to God on my life. I was like, dude, and I told him, and he was like, dude, you ate all those already? And I was like, yeah. And I've had more fun on pot recently than those things. Yeah.
I knew someone that did DMT, but because they were on Adderall real heavy, it negated all the effects that they were supposed to have.
That's what it was, man. Whatever wavelength that those that medicine was hitting me on, I had no idea. I was like, dude, that's weird. That's
I want
so
to tell
strange
the
to mention.
audience that if you have a Rumble account, check the stream out on Rumble and say something in chat, because I'm trying to fulfill the Rumble Creator Program, which you have to have so many unique chatters every month,
Mhm.
and I am not near the number. So if you have a Rumble account, check this stream out, say something in chat there.
Yeah, throw a fucking high five up, or a smiley face, or mad face.
The
They got dancing
mascara
bugs.
mushrooms are the Alice in Wonderland mushrooms, the red with the white dots on them.
Oh, I have
Yeah,
not. I've not encountered those. Yeah.
Don't mess with. Well, the reason why you probably haven't seen them is because it takes a little bit of a different process to grow them, and it's a little more time consuming.
Gotcha.
The golden teachers and all those others, they basically take the same kind of process.
Yeah,
And
my friend grew him in a dark closet in his basement, and I was like, dude, you're fucking doing this shit? And he was like, yeah, man. And he had like 3, fish tanks lined up, and I was like, holy shit, dude. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. And but if you do want to microdose, I would suggest you can, if you get them, you can buy like little unfilled capsules, like you take Tylenol, like medicine capsules.
Yep.
You just put the powder in that and just take them.
Yeah.
Just make sure you get the dosage right and that kind of stuff.
And that's all available on the internet, so you can do the right thing instead of buying them from some fucking stranger, or
I don't
listening
know
to a
how-
bad friend's advice, and he's like, dude, just eat the whole fucking chocolate, man. And then that was a bad idea.
I don't know how good they are, but I saw that they sold mushroom gummies on Amazon.
Yes. There's like a psilocybin sort of thing that they're doing right now, and I see it on X, like when I'm like going through, and I'm like, what? I was like, God, Cheech and Chong has their own, actually. Yeah,
The
that's what
best
it
way
was.
is to prepare your own, but it's hard to keep it from getting contaminated. You need a very clean environment to keep it in, and
Yeah,
you have
Mhm.
the right humidity and sunlight and all the right mixtures.
yeah. See, I spent all my knowledge on growing things with pot, not the fungi. Yeah,
It's actually a lot harder to grow shrooms than it is weed.
yes, and I know that from experience. I remember when I was, I think 17 or 18. I was 17. My mom was sort of a proponent of it, and she found my pot plant outside, and she was like, "Is that pot?" I was like, "Yeah." And it had dude, it was a baby plant, but it had the bud coming out the top. And I was like, oh boy. And she was like, all right, well, I'd rather you do that than drink. So
We were talking about, us being generally older, not, like 30 and up, generally speaking. I mean, except that fucker over there, he's a young one. Well, he's not, I don't know. You're near, how fucking old are you?
28.
Anyway, yeah. But we have Jeffrey, if that's, I still don't know if that's the right way to pronounce it, but whatever the case, we have Jeffrey here. He's like 50. So he's older than most of us except for her.
Yeah.
What are you, like 90 something now? What?
No. I look good for 90, don't I? No, I'm just teasing. I'm 52.
Bunch of old fuckers. Okay. So it's like Jeffrey.
Oh, another thing is
He said something interesting.
Hmm?
He said you can be a psychonaut now. They're studying the effects of DMT on people.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
clinically. Oh, that's
Yeah, but
interesting.
the availability to you, I mean, if they ever get around to approving everything, it will still only be available to a small amount of people. And you would probably, have to have a very open-minded doctor that ever give it to you.
Yeah.
yeah, I signed up for up here where I live. They had these little like pull tabs, kind of like hey, free cat, call this number, and you pull the tab, this sorts of things. And it was like ketamine trial for veterans. And I was like, all right. They didn't call me though. They didn't call me. I was like, dude, I'm down.
I don't know. I'd be on that shit.
I have no idea what it's like, but I do know that once mushrooms are like, I'm just waiting for a place to go and try to do it again, because now that I'm off that medication, that shit might actually fucking work, and I can do some fucking work on myself.
What ketamine is a disassociant, which means kind of like you will be outside of you. You like, say you feel pain and you recognize it as pain, but you're so much outside of yourself that you don't care. It's not like pain to you. It's not hurting you, even if you feel it.
Interesting.
Also, if you're too much in your own head or too stressed, it takes you out of yourself. It's a disassociant. And it's all still there. You just don't care anymore.
But it looks like that would be very dangerous. I mean,
well, no, it's all about the dosage, right? It's
right.
The dosage.
I think what's his name ruined it for a lot of people as far as wanting to experiment with it, because the guy got addicted to it. And we all know who we're talking about, that movie star from that stupid show.
Yeah, I know all about the mimosa bark.
What the fuck is that?
I've been there.
I've taken, to be weird, I've taken mandrake root once. What is mimosa bark?
It's what you eventually get DMT out of. There's a process you got to put it through. But yeah, I know all about that. The toad is DMT 5 neo, which that's a different way of making it. I suppose that's derived from a toad. Yeah, there are different versions of DMT that's similar but different. I know of the main one. That's the one I've had experience in. Every show, right? Every show becomes a drug show, doesn't it?
No, I wouldn't say every show. I'd say we kind of slip into it because it also has to do with mental health. We're not talking about, dude. If you want to get fucked up, like, do an ounce of cocaine or no. It's more. It's a little bit more. Yeah.
It's a mental health. It's not a party time.
Right. I do appreciate the party stories, but at the same time, no, the stuff that we used to take to do that ignorant shit with is now being proven to actually be helpful. But you can't have your mind growing at 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 and just plow through that shit, because it's going to fuck you up, man. You're not ready for that shit. Wait till you're older and then try it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not against it. I'm just saying, don't be fucking around when you're young, man. You might fuck around and find out. And it'll fuck you up.
Says you have to break down the bark with acid and extract it using Zippo fluid. Well, you can. Sure you can, but there's much cleaner ways to do it, more precise ways.
It's gotta be.
The ways that I've heard of, let's say that, are more lab grade. That's more of a dirty way, and you will have residue of what you use to separate. And it's not the best way, but it is a way.
Okay.
He also said the weird thing about it is how people experience the same or similar entities. And that is
that is weird. Yeah. Okay. Like the machine elves, right?
Yeah.
That's a similar story that most people tell. I've had a lot of experience with the stuff, and I have not seen the machine elves.
What the fuck is a machine elf?
Okay, this isn't a lot, but
shorten
it. I would just try to put it in a short way. You get to this place, not physically, of course. You're in this place where there's beings that tell you that you are essentially a god, and you create. You're able to create everything, and these people are best described, or maybe in some cases call themselves machine elves, which they are the things that make all creation. I believe it's a little different for every person, but it's more or less what it is.
You have my curiosity. Now I'll be going down a rabbit hole tonight with that one. And Bigfoot, take a back seat. We'll look at something else tonight.
But yeah,
Okay, to that I say, you need, you know, something. I could break it down, but I don't think I'm going to. That may be illegal to break it down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want someone to flag your shit and be like, "Dude, they're telling people how to do this." Yeah,
Yeah,
But-
there is a documentary, I suppose, called "The God Molecule," all about the DMT, and read, watch videos on it. It's immensely interesting.
Oh yeah.
I've,
do
I've
know-
seen the documentary.
do it-
yeah,
If you do it in the correct dosage and actually inhale the way you're supposed to, it will change your life.
interesting. My
it's
friend,
also-
no, my cousin turned me onto it. But we made fun of him for it because this is back when we smoked, just smoked regular, brick weed and drank beers. But my friend, not my friend, my cousin came. He lived in Holland. His mom was an expatriate, moved to Holland, moved back. We were teenagers, and he was like, he was like, "So what are you guys into?" We're like, "Oh, pot and beer." And this motherfucker comes out with, "Well, me and my friends that I just met, we're trying to make DMT." And me and my friends were like, "What the fuck is that?" And we made fun of him for it, but who's laughing now?
So Jeffrey
Isn't
says
it?
that's why people are studying it. Some think it's an actual realm that people visit. It is I would say, whether it be energy or spirit, however you want to perceive it, I would most definitely say it's real. It's not just, oh, I'm under a drug effect. It is actually something. It's not just drug effects. I will say that. And you might think different before you do it.
There's got to be a way to tap into other parts of your brain because
You
what's
just
the
don't
saying?
understand
Yeah.
where this takes you, what this does. You can't understand until you've been there, and then you will
Yep.
feel like that was the hand of God.
I think
Interesting.
it's naturally occurring in your body too. Isn't that what your brain releases when you die?
Yes,
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's
And
what I've
then
heard.
form
Yeah.
out in sleep.
Right. I've done more drugs than I can keep up with when I was younger. Too many, way too many. There's nothing like this. Where you go is not just some drug effect. That's the best I can tell you.
Spiritual. Yeah. That's what I've heard. Yeah, it's like what they call it, the spiritual drug. But I mean, dude,
It's
I had
like
a nurse
shaman.
tell me, yeah, right, exactly. Like, dude, take this and call me in the morning. But a nurse, full on, very. She did drink wine cooler, which is gay, but she didn't smoke pot or anything. Took her job very seriously, but when it came to Molly, she was like, if you take a tiny dose, you'll thank me. And it was probably 10 years later I tried it for the first time, and I was like, oh, this wasn't pressed pills or anything, this was MDMA. And that's where I was like, oh, this is
yeah.
different.
DMT is very much released in your dreams. It's
Yep.
it's the stuff that dreams are made of, physically speaking. Actually, if you take DMT and cut it in the dark, it flashes. It makes
Yeah.
light.
Wow.
It makes
Oh,
its
wow.
own light.
Holy shit, dude. All right.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, I'm not
But
going to
then,
run out and find
people
someone
hear
on the street,
that-
but I'm going to look into it. Yeah.
People hear that and they're like, "Well, I'm not fucking with that," and it's like, it's in your brain. It's in everything you eat. It's the stuff is in everything. It's not like radioactive.
Yeah,
Right.
it's natural. I mean, and you can't get addicted to it either.
Yeah, and this isn't the 80s anymore. I'm not going to sit there and have someone tell me, if you ever take this, you're going to try to think you can fly and jump off of a building. Nah. Could there be the onesies and twosies? Sure, absolutely. Everyone's got the breaking point. But on the most part, yeah, it's like you said earlier, Noise, it takes being around the right people, the people that are informed to experiment with these sort of things. But I mostly people with trauma. And that's where I'm like, that's where this shit works, man. Is people that are trying to figure something out, you know? Just like those people that pay to go to Peru and drink ayahuasca tea. You know, I'm like,
You know,
dude,
here's
I'm not fitting to
yeah.
sit there and throw up for an hour and then stare at the sky and cry. But at the same
Here's
time,
what's
it works
gonna
for them.
happen. You're gonna be, say you got heavy shit going on in your life, and you're like, I need this, I need answers, I need something. You're gonna come back going, you know what? None of this matters. I've seen the bigger picture, and
Right.
this is some piddly little dumb shit. That's the way you're gonna come back from it.
Dude, we're so locked in as a society. I don't care where you live on this earth. Everyone's locked in, except for the people that are, you know, the people of the land. Outside of that, we're all locked into a societal program, a construct of do this, do that, do this, do that, do this, do that, because they're trying to keep up and just keep the pace of what is told we should be doing. And yeah, when you step outside that, you break those fucking chains, man, those mental chains. And I believe in that. I'm not microdosing or doing anything crazy like that, but and reading and watching for years, I'm like, there's something to this. And the medical people are now, that's why they're stepping into it. It's true.
I've actually not heard that term, the baby beast system. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one.
Well, the thing is once you get rid of your ego,
Mhm.
once that's cast away, and with that, you have no choice. I mean, it just jerks that shit away from you. You have no choice. The worst thing you can do is try to fight it.
It's painful on a mental level because you will have your ego, everything that is you, ripped away and then reassembled. But you're going to learn after that was the best thing that could have ever happened to you.
Yeah.
See, that's
Frag Monkey, what movie is that from? That is hilarious. I forgot about
Bill
that.
Hicks. That's a Bill Hicks
Oh,
reference.
it's on. Oh, dude, it's real life. Okay, that's right, Bill Hicks, man.
Great
Jesus
comedian.
Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frag Monkey, a young man on acid realized we were all one with universal consciousness, experience itself subjectively. Well, that originally comes from Buddhism originally. Yeah, the Buddhists have the most in-depth spiritualism that I've ever seen. Their stuff is so studied, so planned out, written down. I mean, it's incredible if you can get past the whole Hindu thing. You know, but their stuff is incredibly in depth, and I'd advise anyone to go really study up on that because they have the most incredible, broad written spirituality system. And I'm not saying I believe every bit of it, but even if you don't, you're gonna hit on some things, and you're like, God damn, they really knew their shit.
Oh yeah.
One thing is like when you're looking to self-improve, you don't have to have that stuff if you're tuned just right. Like the monks and their singing bowls and their chanting and all that stuff. If you can slow yourself down enough and just take it all in, you can do that naturally yourself without anything.
Jeffrey was saying what Roadkill was talking about. We're living in the beast system. It's not just not as bad as it will get.
Yes.
Yeah. I stumbled on reading that, but
no, but I can see it getting worse because it's a dog eat dog world is the saying, and it's everyone's trying to practice at this system that's been created for us, and once you realize that, it's very sad. It hurts to be like and look at people around you and go, damn. It's not that I don't like them, but it's just like people fall into that, and that's their momentum. And I'm like, dude,
what we are deprived of is truth. And here's what I mean. If we were all connected, if we were so connected, there was no need for speech. If we knew everything about anybody we encountered, there would be no lie, and it would radically change humanity.
Yep.
And in a good way, eventually. I mean, at first it would devolve to insanity, but eventually we would evolve for the better for it.
It would take place where people it would weed out the people that are so mentally concaved and chained. They couldn't handle it. But that's why I like talking with people that have at least a little bit of wiggle room for the possibility of other things. Because that's why I don't talk with a lot of hardcore rednecks or hardcore liberals that are all like stuck in this like this feeding trough. And I'm like, dude, if you just opened up a little bit and thought outside of the box that you're sitting in, it would work wonders for you and everyone, not just you, everyone.
Well,
Oh.
I think what eventually is going to happen is the earth itself is going to do something to shake everything up to where people's going to have to forget all their isms
Yep.
and everything that they have prejudices against. And they're going to have no choice. It's either going to be they're going to die and cease to exist, or
Mhm.
they're going to have to learn to work together. So,
You
Yep.
know,
I mean,
you
look
know,
at what happened
some
in
things,
Texas.
some things that DMT did for me. It doesn't give you all desirable effects, but there are some things that I used to be a lot tougher, meaner kind of person. It brought out my vulnerabilities. It exposed them more. It also, I listen to more heavier music, and now I'm like listening to jazz sometimes. And I always fucking hated jazz, and now I'm like liking it after the DMT. And I'm quicker to get emotional, and
Mhm.
teary eyed or what the fuck ever now. But that's probably a good thing. I was probably too hardcore, but it also kind of makes me feel weaker now. But yeah, I mean, it will bring out different elements in yourself that you never thought existed.
And you know why that is, Noise. It's because being raised in a situation, in a mindset, living that mindset, thinking and creating that building of yourself of this is how you got to live through life or else. Once there's a couple bricks taken down, once all the bricks are taken down, you can wander outside of that complex now. And that's where it feels strange. It feels strange because things are falling down around you, but it's not a bad thing. It's just your mental construct. That's all it is. You gotta let those bricks be peeled back, man. You know.
I was going to say earlier, even for people that, are unsure about doing like drugs, even non-magic mushrooms are so good for you. We got some of that because we saw it advertised. It's the mushroom blend that you put in your coffee in the morning,
Yes.
and it's been working so good. I was
It's
in
so
like
much
a
easier on my
fog.
stomach. Yeah,
I
man.
was in a fog all weekend, and it definitely lifted after only just 2 days of using it in the morning with my coffee.
That
Someone,
is an interesting thing. What he says here, being thrown back to the pre-industrial era would be a good thing for humanity at this point. Which essentially would be the late 1800s, I suppose.
Yep.
that's what Ryan and I were
Built
talking
for
about
it.
on the 4th of July was the Amish and how
in many ways
Yeah.
it would benefit us in many ways, but there's always this transition period where everything just falls the fuck apart before it gets
system
better.
shock. Yeah. Yep.
Well-
It would hit too many people like electricity and fry them, and it would fuck everything up.
Oh, they'd go
I know
crazy.
what
The
my
LA
job would
riots
be.
would look like nothing.
Right.
I know what my job would be. It would be my job to take care of everybody's animals. Everybody and their free dog would come and bring their animals to me because in their mind, in some weird way, I am some sort of veterinarian.
Yeah, that is true. With Elijah there, people would always bring her their sick animals, and it's like, but why?
I don't know. They would bring me their near dead animal and expect me to heal it. And a
I
lot
want
of times
I
look
want
at this
Phoenix
thing
to be
like-
that guy in animal skin with a skull helmet, like a shaman, and just say nothing. Dude, what does this guy do? Like, dude, just don't touch him.
What's funny is I literally am a shaman, although in the North America natives they don't use the word shaman.
Right.
They say medicine man, but
Yes.
yeah, I was anointed a medicine man and given
And that's cool
a
as shit.
native name.
It's a
I'd
very
want
beautiful
I'd want to ride on a horse
thing.
with a fucking sword.
I've done that.
Hell yeah.
But everybody would
No,
bring me their
okay.
sick animals.
Okay, I did a lot of training, martial arts training, survival training, and let me tell you, swords are the absolute hardest things to fight with because
Fucking A, man.
you end up cutting yourself a lot and trying to block somebody else with a sword. You're just gonna both end up with a lot of missing fingers and gashes.
That's what I've heard, man. It's not some easy shit like you see on the movies, dude. There's people trained for, most of them, they're classically trained, so they've been doing it since they were young.
I think if we got all thrown back into the pre-industrial era, somebody would have to learn how to make bullets.
Well, okay, so I
Somebody.
could do bullets and moonshine. Is that okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get the ingredients, but you still need a press to press them into the shells. And I mean, I don't know a lot about it, but from what tiny bit I
back
do
then,
know,
wasn't that still like fucking powder and musket ball?
yeah, there was that too.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So that's pretty
Yeah.
easy. You know, dump, pack.
Mhm.
But you would have to have the gear for the type of weaponry that could be packed that way.
Mhm.
And you would
Trying
have
to
to make
think
the
what I would
musket
do.
balls.
That's where,
I'm
yeah.
trying to think what I would do in that situation. Maybe I'd be like a bard.
Right
One
on.
of those
Nice.
make
Hell yeah.
like
Get in
little,
the alchemy and
little-
throw acid in their face.
Chemical warfare.
I'd travel to China and bring back a shitload of fireworks. Like, let's
Potato
spook
cannon.
everyone. Potato cannon.
Those potato cannons can really do some damage.
Well, you know,
Mhm.
that's the thing. It's kind of like, you know, when you watch The Walking Dead and they
Mhm.
only have the materials that were there for them before everything stopped. But once those materials break down, people won't be able to not so well group together and start reinventing things. You're really thrown back to the Stone Age immediately.
Yeah, them horses and spears is looking real good right about now.
Right? Bow and arrow. Yeah. I mean, I
Mhm.
could shoot a bow. I like it. I just don't keep up with it at all. But a buddy of mine taught
Well,
me.
you
He's
know-
like a big hunter. But I was like, oh, this is cool.
As you know, something I always thought is they always talk about gun control, and I'm like, people's like, I got 100 guns and I'm keeping my guns. It's like, okay, motherfucker, all they have to do is stop your ammunition. That's it.
Mhm.
You know, or for that matter, make it so incredibly expensive that you'd be like, I don't really want to shoot anything.
Dude, I used to work at gun shows, and there's a lot of droughts during. When was this? Like mid 2010s, maybe 2013, 14, 15, and there was ammunition that you just couldn't find because everyone was stockpiling it, dude. I watched people roll, you know, those longer carts, metal carts, like the ones you see at like fucking Lowe's. They were wheeling out ammo full, and they were just stockpiling. So no one could even find fucking 9mm. 9mm was like the holy grail for a couple months, and then the bullet prices went way up, and I was like, God damn, dude.
Yeah, that's what I was about
Yeah.
to ask. If that's what made the prices go up so much.
They were, I know in
Yeah.
Virginia, they were fucking, I don't know where the fuck they put it all. They must have goddamn
I've got a
underground basements or some shit.
I've got 9. I'm not a gun person, but I do have, I think it's a 9mm, and I think I have a 38.
Right on. See, I have an old bolt action and a 9. That's it, a Glock. And my friend goes crazy for him. He has so many. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I buy video game stuff. He buys guns. So I think it's really funny when I go to his house and I'm like, whoa.
When the shit hits, you're gonna throw your controller at him.
That's what we joke about. And I'm just like, well, no, if the shit hits, man, just we'll meet up in like Pennsylvania or something. We'll
Like,
ride
I
from
know
there.
you got guns. I'm gonna be at your house.
Exactly. Yeah. I know how to use them, and you bought them all. So
Yeah.
It's,
Well-
you know, there's also the argument is like, oh, I got 100 guns, but you got 2 trigger fingers. So, you know,
Oh
But you
man.
know, I got into it with somebody online. There was a gun fanatic,
Mhm.
and they was stockpiling and all this kind of stuff. And I said, okay, answer me this question. The government has resources unlike more than anybody in the civilian world has.
Okay, yeah, I know what
What the
you're
hell are
talking
you
about.
gonna do? The tank?
The argument
against
is like,
Yeah.
they're like, well, we got to protect ourselves against the government. I get that, I do, but they got satellites with laser beams. They got tear gas. They got highly trained teams. You're fucked. You're just
Yeah.
fucked.
I mean, they can literally do away with you from space. Now,
Sure.
in your house,
Mhm.
underground, it doesn't matter. So it just
Yeah.
doesn't make a lot of sense to me to be that fanatic about keeping all your weapons and stuff like that. I mean, I get the idea you want to be safe, but one or two, maybe three, for that kind of purpose
Mhm.
is one thing. But I'm talking about these people that have whole outfits. You know what I'm talking about, where
An
they have all
armory.
kind of armory.
Yeah,
That's
they're
just,
they're just
My
nuts
dad's out of
about it.
control with it. Yeah, my dad has a vault in his basement, and it's like pin code, and then some other thing, and then you go in. He has a work table, and I'm just like, what the fuck, Dad? He's like, I just collect them. Dude, what are you gonna
Yeah.
do with all this shit, man?
Frag Monkey says, I'm in England. They're about to ban spoons, and I wouldn't be surprised.
well, yeah, I remember we did a video where they were
Right.
banning kitchen knives and stuff in England.
Dude,
Yeah,
all the stabbings, man. People are fucking crazy nowadays. Doesn't matter if it's
Yeah.
England, but
If you are this person who has all this gear and 100 guns or whatever, you might take out 3 of them, and then they're gonna snipe you or whatever. You're
yeah,
it's
give me
not- you're not
3.
gonna survive.
Yeah, give me 3 other friends, and we're taking that shit from you. Like you're getting robbed in the ghetto.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Grandpa,
I had
we're gonna flank your ass and take all your shit.
I have a friend, and back in the day, he's like a engineering genius, and it didn't end up working out. But we took apart like the things that electrocute the flies, and we tried to make gloves with the electrical wiring in them. We were
Mhm.
gonna make shocker gloves like in Spider-Man,
Holy
but
shit,
they
dude.
didn't end up. It ended up working out the way that we thought. We didn't plan it good enough.
Yeah, we did a video on that.
Oh wow.
What was his name? Idris Elba. That black dude.
I used to like that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wants to have knives with no points on them.
What the fuck is
Okay.
that?
A butter knife?
Basically,
Make it
How
hard
are
to
you
cook
going to
with.
eat a steak with a butter knife? How are you going to cut potatoes with a
Wait.
butter
a
knife?
lot of
if you
sawing.
got-
Yeah.
If you got a good kitchen knife, it don't matter if it's got a point on it.
I use the knife, the Japanese knife, that kind of bends at the top. I don't use a classic chef's knife with the fine point. And yeah, it's all about that blade, man. I mean, even look back to the samurai swords in the early days where they were like blocked off at the top, but that blade was fucking serious. It just, once they added the tip to it, the sharper tip, that was just a different point of entry for taking down your opponent. Yeah.
But I mean, I just don't get why have knives with no tips on them, because
That way they can't do these stabbings, Allie. What's
Yeah,
happening?
but-
What has been happening is people are just walking up and doing these quick jabs and killing people. Whereas if you have to come at someone and slice them, that's going to be a lot more work because they can defend themselves at least a little bit. But if you could just jab them, I mean, you can do it with a screwdriver.
Yeah.
True.
I've seen the videos. I've seen some of those videos like over there in the UK where these immigrants, they'll run up to somebody and they'll go for the artery there. They'll just
Yeah.
go jab, and they'll walk
That's
on.
the quickest way to
And
do
the-
it. Yeah.
And the person be like, "What the hell?" And then the blood's coming, and they
You can't
try
stop
to,
it. Yeah. You
Before
got
they know it, they're
max
down.
5 minutes, yeah, or a couple minutes before everything's just gone. Yeah,
Mm.
Yeah, and all it was is they walked by them, went jab, jab. That's it.
and it's just hate
See,
killing.
this
It's
is-
not
this
even like
is-
that dude
this
owed
is
me
why
20
I
bucks
don't
or
leave the
anything,
house.
right?
This shit right here is why I don't go out of the house much. And
This
if I
is
do go
why
out
I
of the
carry a
house,
knife with me every time I leave
Oh, yeah.
because I live in the
I
city.
don't
And
go
I'm
by
like,
myself
And,
nowhere.
Frag Monkey
Man.
got a good point there. Stabbing children.
damn.
Oh,
Oh motherfucker! Oh motherfucker!
No.
I'd be all over them. I'd be ending them.
That's the
I don't
cheapest shit
care.
I've ever heard,
It
man.
was somebody else's kid. I don't fucking care. I would be ending them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't. No.
yeah.
I mean, I could see defending yourself, like if you're into it with somebody and they're about to kill you or something. Yeah. But just going up to people that done nothing at all, and you're stabbing them, and then you're stabbing kids. Oh hell no!
Yeah,
They're just
I've
trying to
seen
get
the-
back
I've
at a
seen these
different class
videos.
of people. Yeah,
a lot of times there'll be women doing it. They'll walk up to other people's kids, like the parent be there holding the kid's hands, and they'll walk up to them and stab them in the face.
God
Oh
damn.
no!
dude.
See, I'd be all over the world news. I'm telling you the truth. I would. I'd be on the world news. I'd be taking.
Scare their face
No,
up.
There's
Yeah,
not much
sure.
shit that gets me started these days, but goddamn, get me started. I'm the goddamn devil on you.
Fucking A, man. Fucking A. Yeah,
Well,
I
it's-
I was
it's
watching the show. Go ahead.
bad that the government in the UK isn't doing anything about it. They're making their native citizens helpless. They can't protect themselves, and
They're
that's
making money off of it. That's why, yeah, the people there are so pissed off because they're like, okay, we're having these problems, and you're still flooding our areas with them,
Mhm.
and it's all the politicians or people over there that it's all about money. I mean, what's his name? Frag Monkey can tell you best. I watched a show the other morning. That was the headline. Was it was a podcast. It wasn't like on a news channel. But yeah.
Oh.
see, yeah. So I mean, the shit's real, man. The shit's real, and it's just anger killings. It's not like I said. Did the guy owe you money? No. All right. Well, now you're just fucking crazy. Like, it's not like any sort of like revenge. It's just
It reminds me of a couple years ago. It used to piss me off during it was during the whole summer of 2020 thing. When you used to see the people running around and they were just attacking old Asian people, punching them out, and it was killing some of them
Yes,
because they were
yep.
just so old and nothing was getting done about it. And I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Here's the thing: I wouldn't be there with a camera going, "Oh, look at this." I would be on their ass.
Jumping it.
Oh, yeah.
that's what I'm saying. And I think a lot of these people, noise that do videotape this shit, are people that have no idea how to do that, whether male or female. And that's why what they're doing is just taking their part and just going, I'm going to document this. I don't know, maybe not for fame, but just the idea of, I can't fuck with that. I can't fuck with someone that's fucking hyped in their mind running around with a knife. But, yeah, I had a point. But a knife for the point, not without one.
And then when you do try to do something about it, the liberal judges will charge you with it instead of
Right.
the person
Right,
that committed the crime. That's the fucked
yeah.
up part.
Anybody with a knife, yeah, I would advise you not to go after them. But at the same time, I don't think I could stop myself.
Unless
I know you
exactly, unless you're that much of someone like that experienced like noise and just fighting, or trained, don't do that shit, man. Because you're probably just gonna get stabbed, fucked up.
Ask these two here how many times I've had knives pulled on me.
Oh
Yeah.
God, it's so many I can't even
I
count
bet.
them all.
Dude, I pull a knife on Phoenix right now. I don't give a fuck.
You know what he'll do? He'll just hold his pussy up.
Mr. White Sox says, "Don't do that."
Then he'll get his puppet to fight for him.
I got plenty of knives around here.
Right on, man. Oh, here comes the storm. There we go.
There it goes.
Jeffrey says people are pissed. They just don't know that it should be directed at the people who perpetrate the system we are suffering in.
Yeah.
And dude, I feel so bad, but I'm like, keep those people out of here. Dude, there's something inside me that just feels bad, but at the same time, I know that out of every 100 new people that entered the country, there's always that 10% rule. There's a 10% rule that we learned in the military and in life. There's always 10% that are gonna fuck around and just be bad people. Damn. Oh, this is a real thunderstorm. We don't get many of these up here.
I can hear it.
I wish we could say the same
Okay,
here.
but Roadkill, you're on a tablet or what? You're on,
My phone.
are you on a tablet?
My phone.
Okay, phone. Well, at least it's it's not something that the power could run in and burn it out.
Let me check that. I think. All right, let me try this real quick because this would be smart to do this right now. Hold on. Hey, Noise, can you hold this real quick? Be right back.
But the Masons are at the head of a lot of the government stuff that's getting done now. So there you have it.
Okay, is that
go ahead.
oh real quick? Yeah, real quick. Yes, that's a great subject. Is my air conditioner causing issues like the sound wise?
I don't
I
believe so.
can't hear it.
Okay,
No.
cool. Oh, nice. Goddamn iPhone coming through. Now I can charge. Take these goddamn.
The Masons. I know there's a lot of conspiracy theory around it, but I can't say I personally know a lot on it myself.
Oh, yeah, Allie's on to something with that. They that's like the one of the oldest orders of sort of construct that has like stayed the test of time and still is like around. And I don't know what they do, man.
Yeah, I see a lot of Masonic temples around.
We got a lot of them up here. I had an old sergeant call me when we got out of the military, and he was like, "Look, you're gonna get a call from someone from the Masons, and they're gonna ask what rank I was when I left the Marine Corps. You have to tell them this. They're gonna ask you some questions to vet me." And I was like, "Yeah, dude, like I was so down." Is it weird? Fuck yeah. But at the same time, when it's your buddy, you're like, dude, I don't give a shit. And I got the call like a couple hours later, and they were like, "So, you happen to know so and so? How did you know them? What rank were they? What do you feel about them? How do you think about them? How did they perform?" And then they were just like, "Okay, thank you." And I was like, "What the fuck, dude?" That's how you you have to put down like different references to explain yourself to enter into the whole Masonic thing. But I think it's like the 35th degree is like the highest or some shit. And apparently they know some fucking crazy shit, dude.
My uncles were Masons, and
I don't know what it's about.
I don't really know what they did. I mean, I know they had to rank pretty high in the military, or they had to be something like pretty high up in the community to get invited to join. They had some rituals and stuff they would do. I mean, I don't know for sure.
They hold ancient knowledge of some sort, and they want to vet people that are trying to enter into their system. And it doesn't matter how high of a rank, the higher the better in the military. But at the same time, and it was only one hire that he wanted me to explain to them. But at the same time, they asked more about his character and which when you know about someone's character, you can kind of jot down and do the math on their loyalty. And that's, I think, what they were looking for was the doing the math on the loyalty of the person. Yeah. Is this some poser or someone that's down for this? Yeah.
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 Well,
I know.
Okay, I just want to make sure I got this right. Jeffrey, your paradigm analysis on X Twitter.
Yeah, that's him.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I know at work there's a rumor that someone on the higher ups is a Freemason. I don't know how true it is, but that's what's going around.
It's probably true.
They don't talk about it.
Because-
If you're not in,
Mm.
they don't. They're kind of like. I hate to even dumb them down to that level, but there's tight sealed as the Mormon communities in Utah. Like no one's
Yeah.
allowed in. Like you can't just walk in and go, y'all what the fuck y'all do here? Like they're not gonna. They're gonna be like, the fuck out. Yeah.
Yeah. And I want to
I'm
Or you
back
have
going
to be a
send
celebrity or something.
Jeffrey an invite to the panel just in case he wants to join because I do
Oh,
know he's a smart man and great conversationalist.
Well, I do know that my uncle's wives, they knew that their husbands were Masons, but they never knew anything that went on
Right.
in all of that. They had no clue. None.
Yeah, there's a big like Knights of Columbus sort of thing up here,
Mhm.
and Masons have always been around in my communities I grew up in. You see the little symbols. Sometimes they'll put the symbol on the car, and you're like, what do you do? But yeah, I don't know. I've never. Me and my buddy that I helped get into, his wife. Check this shit out. His wife ended up getting in trouble for stealing money from their church in North Carolina. And they were like banished. Like after that embarrassment, they fled back to Alabama. And I haven't talked to the guy since. So since he's been in, I'd love to pick his brain on what the fuck they do. But because he'd probably tell me, but I'm just like, yeah, I haven't talked to him in so long. But that was so funny. When I saw her face in the news, I was like, what the fuck? She stole like 40 grand from their local like Baptist church or whatever. She did that?
Stealing from the Lord.
Damn, dude. I was like, what? Because I was wondering, he was like, dude, can you help me come set up my new shed? This is my chill shack and all this. And I was like, where'd you get all this fucking money, man? We just got out of the military. That's
We
what it was.
got
what it
Furious
was.
Dan.
Yo, Dan. Hey, brother.
Hi,
Dan.
Dan, you want to become a Mason with me?
For what?
We need to infiltrate and just see what the fuck they're doing.
Nah, bro. Fuck
I don't
that.
know what they do, man.
They probably kill me and the rest of the fucking people I fucking know.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
I stay away from fuckers like that, bro. I already know one of them already, so
Oh, wow.
why not put me involved with this shit? How you guys
Um,
doing, man?
Dan,
Good.
I have to tell you this.
What's up?
There was a road crew working on the street in front of my house, and there's some Hispanic guys that's on the crew, and they have to talk real loud so they can hear each other over the machinery. Every time that Big Shirley hears them talk, she thinks it's you. So she will
Oh,
run
God,
from one end of
Jesus
the
Christ.
house to the other looking for you. She just knows it's you.
She gonna hear me now.
Big Shirley don't know no better. They all sound the same to her. You know, it's not her
You know,
fault.
you know what it is? Hold up for a second. She gonna know me now.
Big Shirley! Big Shirley. She's asleep, I think.
Did she have the puppies yet?
Man,
No, not yet. The thing is I'm not so sure she's going to have puppies. I
It may
think it's
have been a
false
false pregnancy,
pregnancy.
possibly.
Oh,
pregnancy.
You know that game I was playing?
yes.
So I beat the master. The castle was still there, and it was game over after I beat the master.
Was there so I saw in your chat before I had to switch devices. Someone said something about like a hidden boss.
Yeah, at Belmont. I gotta find them. But
Okay.
this is the funny part. So I beat the Gable guy, right? Kind of like the vampire guy that was from the beginning of the game.
Okay.
I beat him. And surprisingly, I had a bad ending. The game was over.
No shit. So you beat the game.
Basically, I didn't beat the game. I beat the
Oh.
boss of the game, but it's still game over because the castle was still standing. So I have to go throughout the whole castle, beat every single fucking enemy, unlock everything, make it to 100% completion, then beat the boss. Then I get the
Ah,
ending.
shit.
Yeah,
That's a
they
cool
gave-
fucking game
yeah.
too, man.
They-
If
they
anyone's
gave-
not familiar with it, it's like
It's the same.
yeah,
It's the same people that make Castlevania. It's the whole team. Konami got
Yeah.
rid of Konami got rid of them, and it was like, okay, y'all want to fuck us, so they started making their own Castlevania game and with another name. It's still Bloodstain. Bloodstain
I was
is
gonna say.
Castlevania.
Yes.
Reminded me of Castlevania Symphony of the Night, where you think you beat it, but then you got to do the upside down castle.
Yep.
That's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Symphony of the Night, man. Yeah.
I think I have that game. I'm not sure if I got it in the thing, but remember you got tomorrow. What's today? The 9th or the 8th?
That was one of my all-time favorite games.
What's today? The 8th, right?
Fuck is today?
Yep.
8.
The 8.
Yeah. Yes.
All right, so we got 2 more games for the summer sale to end. So that game is right now. The one I'm playing is $10.
I don't.
It's $10, bro.
Yeah, and to anyone listening, and you got a Steam account or Switch, Bloodstained is fucking cool as shit. Or any console at this point. Yeah, it's everywhere.
Bloodstained is fucking
Okay.
dude.
But
For
you
$10,
got
I
to
got
play
the
as a
money
woman, right?
I think you could play other characters too. I'm not sure because they were telling me to select a character. They told me to select a samurai guy that sounds like Snake from Metal Gear Solid.
That's funny.
La
Hey,
Zangetsu.
nothing wrong with a badass chick, man. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I
as
just
long as it's
prefer-
not DEI.
It's where they're like, hey, you have to play as a futa now, and I'm like, all right,
It's just my preference to play as a male. That's my preference.
me too.
Yeah, me too. But I don't know. It's nothing wrong with playing with a female character.
No,
I like playing with the female characters in the fighting games. I don't know why. They just always seem to be better.
And like in games like, I mean, look at Tomb Raider.
They're sexy. That's the thing. They're
You know?
fucking sexy, bro. They're not wrong. Listen, I am a man. I ain't gonna look at a female, no matter what kills me. I'm sorry. Whatever. Play a female character all the time on video games.
Never in my life, Dan, could I imagine we live in a world where it's strange to find the opposite sex attractive. Never in my life. You know, the same, fine, but never in my life I thought it would be like we'd be thrown up against the wall saying, "Wait a minute,
bro?
How dare you like the opposite sex?" I'm just like, what?
It's not. The thing is, I play a lot of video games, right? So throughout my whole life that I've been playing games, whenever there's an option to pick a male or a female, I always pick the female character.
Really? Yeah. I always go like in say Fallout, I do a male first, and then I'll go back and replay as like a female. But I usually go as the male just because that's how I identify, I guess. Yeah. But no, there's nothing wrong with like going, okay, that looks good running through the desert. But you know.
Yeah, and the thing is,
so Jeffrey, are you a gamer at all?
Yes. I grew up a gamer. I was playing Maze Craze on my Atari 2600 at 7 years old.
Nice.
If you want to play the game I'm playing, Jeffrey, you got 2 days to get it. It's only $10 right now.
What is
game
it?
is good. It's fucking good. It's Castlevania.
Oh,
Technically, with another name.
It's Castlevania, but not officially Castlevania. They got rid of some of the great creators who made some of the classics, and they went on to make their own game. And it's like it's the spiritual successor.
Yep, and it's been doing it did very well.
Jeff, it's called Bloodstained.
Yep, yeah. I'm looking forward for a second Bloodstained. If I beat this one, this game is fucking fantastic, bro. The fucking place is so fucking big. I thought it was gonna be small. I said, nah, fuck that. It's like Metroid. It's like Metroid-like. It's what it is. They made it like Metroid-like.
The music was good too. Yeah.
Yeah, this fucking good. It's good. I tell you.
I'm not a huge video game music guy, but sometimes they put some real shit in there where I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool.
I bought a lot of games. During the summer sale, I have bought games in there like Soul. I think something was Soul. That's Soul Suspect, but 2 Souls, something like that. I bought that.
Soul Train.
Not the Soul Jack kind of thing. It was like that. Fuck that. I bought that.
You gotta be older to remember that one.
Automobile List. I bought it for like $2.
Nice.
Hey, welcome, Sergeant Gerardina.
Hi, Sarge.
Sergeant Gerardina, what's up, man? I bought a lot of games. I must have bought like 6 games.
Yeah, I got like 9.
Yeah,
I spent 30 and got like 9 games.
With $30, I spent 9. I got 9, almost close to his. I also bought BMG Drive, which you actually drive the car and smash them to the fucking wall. They break into fucking pieces. Yeah, I bought that. That was fucking cool. For $20, that was $20. That never dropped prices. It always stays up. It goes if it's gonna drop prices, it always go back to 20. Then it goes back to 24. And the game is always updatable. Mods, endless of fucking countless of fucking content on that game completely. That game is fucking fantastic. And
hey, damn, earlier we were talking psychedelic drugs. You ever do any?
Fuck no. I hate fucking drugs.
I figured Dan would say that. I figured Dan was a
Fucking
little
hate
bit more base, pot and beer. Yeah.
Yeah, pot. I stopped smoking pot ever since they when my daughter was born. I stopped smoking it.
Yeah, I did it until my
then-
daughter or my oldest got till like probably like 2 years ago is when I just kind of fell. I mean, I have a giant jar right there, but I don't. Yeah, I don't smoke. I don't know.
You'd be like, oh, I quit yesterday. Time to start again.
Yeah, but it used to make me so fucking pot. Used to make me so fucking lazy, and then it used to make me so fucking hungry and fucking horny all the fucking time, constantly. It's what it fucking used to do to me, bro. Eat,
That's
fuck,
a tendency.
sleep.
What you're telling us
Fucking
is you'd be
sleep.
fucking your ham sandwich.
Basically, if I don't get none, yeah.
You
happens,
fall
bro.
asleep with it still there.
That's what happened when you smoke pot. It does everything to you, bro.
You wake up and there's like cheese slices on here. Like, what the fuck happened?
Shit.
And like, I didn't make this with mayonnaise.
Shit. You got shit. I'm not having no egg sandwich either.
Right?
See, I'm in like a weird position because for 8 years, like 8 years ago, you would well, even up to 5 years ago, you would consider me a person in recovery. Like I didn't do anything after I quit doing drugs, and then eventually I started, like once the dispensaries opened and it was legal, I started smoking pot a little here and there. So, but now, because I work in the recovery field and it's like completely different from back when I was in rehab. Now they give the people medical cards and they let them, like right in the halfway house, they let them take gummies and stuff. It's totally different these days. Weed's a little less frowned upon.
Yep.
As long as you're just doing weed.
Yep.
Well, you know, here's the thing about drugs is some are absolutely bad, whatever the case, but then there's others that are only bad for the fact of they're made and, you know, the way they're made, and it's not clean, it's not lab grade, and then the dosage, and you know, you get those kind of scenarios.
It's the abuse. It's the over once you move past moderation and go to like a cyclic use. That, I mean, just like anything, man. And people do it with fucking food. They do it with exercise. They do it with fucking drinking water too much, dying of hyponatremia, where it's just you drink too much water. Like people do a lot of weird shit. Drugs get a bad rap because they will take you down faster, but it's the addiction cycle, the rapacious, like constant, you know, I can't use it, I can't live without it. That's what scares people, and for good reason, because you know, you never know what's lying back here or in your genes to where it could pick up, you know.
What's worse is I've known people, you know, I'm talking like pregnant women that would do meth, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And they're like, my kids are okay, there's nothing wrong with them. I'm like, you set those kids up for a life where they're gonna feel like something's missing, and once they figure out what that is,
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, dude, I eat probably, I don't really smoke anymore. I just eat it because it's all medical grade. I eat probably like 2 nuggets a week, you know, on a one night where I'm not doing anything, and it's just something to help me, you know, kind of think and hang out by myself. But yeah, I don't even smoke anymore, man. The lady I live with, her aunt has like heavy COPD, and if there's any sort of like smoke or smell residue, she starts like coughing up a storm. And so, but I just eat the shit now. Like I'll grab a nug out and just put it in my lip like a dip, like tobacco, and give me about 10 minutes, and yeah, I'm off to Focused or, you know, La La Land just to go to sleep. I don't know, it works for me. It's better than taking a pill to go to sleep. because
I used to make
yeah.
I used to make brownies out of fucking marijuana. I used
I
to
know
make
I know people
fucking
that did
cookies.
that. Dude, that it
Yeah,
didn't hit the same
it's a
for
lot of
me.
work. It's a lot of
Yeah,
work. You gotta
it is.
fucking take the turn the marijuana into liquid, like take the THC and shit like that, and
Cook
pour
it
it
with
into the
butter.
fucking butter, and
Yeah,
yep,
yeah, you
all
got to
that
make that
shit.
butter. Yeah.
Yep, make that
Yeah,
fucking butter.
yeah, because where I go to, they sell all these honeys and all these tinctures. I do like tinctures. I do a lot of like CBD drops, um, THC plus CBD. That's for my pain. But I don't fuck around with like like I used to, man. I smoked 6 times a day, and I'm talking 2 sativas in the morning, 2 mids in the afternoon,
Hmm.
2 indicas at night. I mean, that was my routine for quite a while. But
Okay,
after,
but here's the
yeah.
question: Do you do it because you're too stressed, or because you can't be alone with your thoughts, or what exactly
It
is
was
your?
anxiety and depression.
Yep.
What led me to be able to get my card? They were like, I remember the first time I went up to the window and they were verifying me. This is after I talked to the doctor. He gave me my card. He gave me my information, and they were like, okay, so what was your identifying thing? And I was like, anxiety, depression. And they're like, no, that doesn't work. And I was like, oh, PTSD. It was PTSD is why I got my card. So a plethora of things. It wasn't just those
Well,
two. It was a plethora, and that's where I
okay,
sat down with a
if
pharmacist, and they told me how to handle it. Yeah,
if
with
the
that
stuff
stuff.
helps you, great. But
Yeah.
I would say don't do that alone. You have to find a way to work through things as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what I learned with pain pills. I was on Vicodin and Tramadol. I was on six Vicodin a day and 180 Tramadol a month. It was out of control, man. And finally, one time, I was just like, all right, I'm done, and just stopped. Yeah, the pain hit hard, man. The
The
pain came
the
back hard.
tramadol don't really do much, but the
A
Vicodin.
little
Here's
bit,
the
but
thing about
I
Vicodin.
couldn't take gabapentin for my nerve pain. It put me in I couldn't come out of the brain fog, and so my doctor was like, all right,
Well,
let's start you
you
on
will adapt to
tramadol.
that. Yeah, you take it long enough, you won't even know the difference. But thing about Vicodin, once it wears off, any pain that's been hiding that you haven't been feeling is gonna come on real strong, and you're
Like a
gonna be that
motherfucker.
much more sensitive.
Yep.
And I've known people who had addictions to it, and it rots their bones away. They had I know a young man in his 20s with 2 hip replacements because of that.
Ah, that's what I worry about. I'm tall and my hips hurt, and it's all from my back and then the nerve damage down below. But yeah, I'm always worried about that. Either back or hip surgery or knee surgery is where I see people that shit goes wrong, and
Oh yeah.
they become like fucking zombies off the pills. Yeah.
Yeah, they put me on gabapentin and they were like, here, take it 3 times a day. I only take it the once in the morning, and they wanted to up my dose, and I was like, fuck that. I started
Yeah.
looking for natural solutions. So even before I started smoking weed for a few years, I was smoking CBD.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
And
the problem. If you get on anything at all regular, and where you're dependent on it, and then suddenly you can't get it, oh, that's gonna hurt.
dude, noise. Look at 99.9% of the population that can't even start their day without thinking about coffee.
Like me,
Caffeine.
I gotta have coffee in
Caffeine.
the fucking morning.
Fuck it. Not even coffee, like
I'm
Monster,
gonna.
tea. Yeah.
I gotta have
See,
me some fucking Bustelo in the morning. Fuck
I
that
take
shit.
the gabapentin, right, and without it, I am meaner than a goddamn rattlesnake. I am so fucking mean. Nobody can stand to be around me. And you can ask these two here. They knew how I was. I loved trouble. I loved to fight. I was sharp. I was mean. I was going like a maniac, and it calmed me the fuck down.
Interesting.
I have to take gabapentin. I think I take like 800 milligrams 4 times a day.
Oh wow. Yeah. So yeah, you
Get
got it
used
too.
to it. You get used to it. And then,
It
yes, I
freaked me
know
out. Dude, well,
exactly what
I
you're
was still
talking
active
about the
duty.
coffee.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was still active duty and couldn't do my job, and everyone was looking around like, what the fuck's wrong with you? and it weirded me out. And I told my doctor, and he was like, "Okay, just take Tramadol." You know, it's and also I could take it while it was still in. I didn't start. They didn't start feeding me Vicodin until I got out. But the other thing is, I had a buddy that in the military that we had a conversation about, drug use and, being addicted. And he was like, "Bro, you don't even know this, but I was a heavy heroin user before I came in, like crazy addiction." Him and his friend got into a car wreck. His friend was a driver. He died. And he was like, after that, he's like, "I'll tell you what, man, I kicked heroin because after that, it kind of woke him up." He was like, "Dude, I kicked heroin before I could kick nicotine."
Yep.
And I'm a nicotine user. I know some of us are here. And that's
It's
where I'm
true.
like, that's the
Nicotine-
fucking monster, man.
Nicotine gets a hold of you worse than any drug in existence.
That motherfucker is, yeah, dude.
That's the hardest. Fucking, I'm a nicotine user bad, bro. I
Yeah,
smoke.
That is a mad scientist that created that, and it's fucking.
You know,
works.
I mean,
I smoke
I
a
didn't
lot.
stand much of a chance. I mean, my parents didn't do drugs or smoke or nothing, but I was like 6 and 7 years old. My grandfather would give me chewing tobacco, and he'd give me a knife too. And I was little thing, and I would always end up cutting myself and puking from all that chewing tobacco. But I didn't stand much of a chance. I was bound to get addicted to nicotine one way or another.
It's just something you knew. Yeah. Yeah, my
What's
dad
funny-
never smoked. My mom was a heavy smoker. My mom was a heavy drinker. My dad drinks, but not heavy at all. Like, I'm talking like 2 whiskeys, and he's like bloodshot eyes, and he's like, "All right, I'm going to bed." It's like, all right, lightweight. See ya.
What was funny is I remember.
My parents never drank or did drugs really, but the rest of my family were just junkies on anything they could get.
My grandmother, she would dip snuff.
Oh,
It was the cutest
Yeah.
little thing. She would dip
I remember
snuff.
my
and she had
great grandmother was alive, so it was like 3 or 4, a bunch of generations alive at once on my mother's side. And yeah, the older, real old women would always have their little snuff box.
yeah,
Interesting.
her snuff box was really cute. It was a little
They
silver box.
They would talk about going to speakeasies. Seriously.
well, I mean, it was much more discreet than smoking a cigarette. You know what I'm saying? Dude, have you guys ever tried the original Native American stuff? The
I've had
little
Native
powdery
American
tobacco
tobacco,
that you just sniff it, and then it's like smoking a cigarette for like 20 minutes.
I
amazing.
had the fire cured tobacco, and it was the best tobacco I ever had in my life, but it was incredibly harsh to inhale.
Yeah, it was really harsh, but it tasted really good.
Interesting.
Yeah, so Jeffrey's over there like these fucking junkies. I don't have these.
You're doing a great job.
I was gonna say,
It's like,
I sniff-
can we talk about something else?
I've been through.
Okay,
I mean, my parents were hippies, so when I was like
Oh.
13 or 14 years old, they were like, "Yeah, we don't want you going out and partying. We'd prefer you to stay in the house." And so our house became the local teenager gathering
Nice.
area. I
Hey.
ended up rolling with drug dealers by the time I was in my late teens. I had to join the Navy to get out of that.
Mm.
But
Yep.
I've suffered through addiction. I'm just over a year sober now.
Ah, nice.
Finally,
Good.
Good.
so
Can I ask what you were addicted to?
the most recently it was alcohol and DXM.
Ooh.
What's that?
It's the
Big
active
Shirley.
ingredient in a lot of cough medicines.
Yeah, I did
Ah,
that.
yeah.
I've made that concoction before. And okay, first of all, I think I tried to fight a toilet or a TV.
Okay, no.
think I
This
punched
is
them
what
both.
happened. No, let me tell you. I remember you was out of it. I have your memories.
You
Don't
punched
worry.
the toilet.
First of all, when we made the stuff, it burnt too much, and so I'm like, "Fucking!" I ate the resin. I just scooped that resin up, kind of the texture of peanut butter or something, and just gobbled it
And
down.
I told you not to do that too, and you didn't listen.
The next thing I know, I don't know. I was fighting everything. I was just popping, everything. Right?
You were
I thought something was
fighting.
popping up out of the toilet.
Yeah, but you were what you were really fighting, it wasn't the toilet, it was the cartoons on Adult Swim on
Well-
the TV.
I think it was the next day. I thought I was dead because
Yeah.
something to do with the drug. My eyelids had sealed shut. My mouth had sealed shut from dried shut. And I couldn't open my mouth or my eyes, and I thought I was dead.
I
So I had
told
to
you.
pry it open, and I woke up and was like, I'm alive. And I was like, I'm not touching that stuff again.
I told you. I told you, and you did not listen again. You did not listen to me at all.
I didn't realize until after I was done with it that DXM, which is the acronym for dextromethorphan, is similar to ketamine and PCP.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I got more of the PCP effect out of it.
That sounds like it.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah. On that note, I gotta get going. I gotta work tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
You live in Phoenix?
No, I gotta get going. I got work tomorrow.
All right,
All right,
brother.
my brother.
Good hanging out, man.
Bye,
Yeah,
Phoenix.
it's been
All right,
fun.
Phoenix.
Bye.
Later.
Yeah. Roadkill hears all this. He's like, oh, goddamn, I got to hit my crack pipe.
Yeah, on the psychedelics though, I did try those when I was a teenager. I did acid and mushrooms, and for some reason, I just did not get along with it. Starting on my third trip, I had bad trips every single time.
Oh.
I always realized
Yeah,
that
I've had
the
a few
best
bad
trips
trips.
come
Yeah.
in three.
Oh,
When you have three people, we used to call it our triangle.
Mhm.
We used to trip together, and that's when we'd all have the best trips. And it was three people rather than one or two. For some
But
reason,
you-
I don't know.
you guys managed to get the link from Scooby Pup?
Yeah, I saw that.
That sucks.
I get
bro.
paid tomorrow, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
throw
What
some
do
for you.
you have any information on exactly what's going on with that?
She's getting evicted.
Oh.
Fucking scumbags, bro. And I got a feeling like, you know me, bro. Like, I don't got nothing against those people, but I got something against the motherfuckers that own the house. And I got a feeling I know what type of people that own that house or building, whatever. And they want to raise the rent. They want to buy homes in different fucking neighborhoods and then raise the
Yep.
fucking prices up. Yeah, make them people go homeless, broke, and hungry. Yeah, those fucking
Yeah.
people.
Well, you know, this common thing about landlords and, you know, fuck
Yeah.
the landlords, but I get it. Things are going up and you have to charge more, but many of these landlords just go overboard with it. They're like,
Yeah.
well, they got to have a place to live, so they're going to give in and pay it. So
Yeah.
they just keep pushing.
Yeah, that's
Well,
the problem.
I think that if somebody's been living, like renting from somebody for so many years, I think they should be grandfathered in.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
And
You
there
know what I
should be
mean?
But
some
they don't
loyalty
respect. They
there.
don't respect that. They don't respect that no more. Grandfather in or
they
not, they
don't.
don't respect that. The
If-
mutual
if-
people back then did that, but this generation don't have no morals. Like I see this generation of fucking people, they just gimme, and raise everything up and give me more. Like what the fuck, bro? I'll give you a fucking a lot. That's this next thing I need to do is give him my fucking dick. Here. That's the problem.
Well, I know
That's the
back
fucking problem.
when I was a kid, a lot of times people would say if they had a place or something that was just sitting empty and stuff like that, and somebody came along that needed a place to stay, they would tell them, okay, you can stay here for rent free if you keep the place up. You know, you gotta fix everything and keep everything kept up. And a lot
Well-
of people, that's how they stay, but not anymore.
In our area, there's a lot of burnouts and druggies. And I used to keep an RV in front of my place. I had a couple different ones. I had the real long one and I had a shorter one, but I got rid of them because these, you know, kind of people kept having a fit going, you got this, just let me buy it or just let me stay in it for free. And I knew if they did, they would just absolutely trash it or steal it. And, you know, that's why I got rid of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. True.
Damn, meth heads ruin everything.
The world has changed a lot, though. I mean, way back then, people could actually afford a house.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and it's
that
houses
is
now.
true.
Houses now they're like $500,000 fucking still. On
Yep.
top of that.
Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah,
That's
I
why,
mean,
yeah, the place I'm getting next is going to be a townhouse because I'm like, dude, I'm not fucking paying all that money to do a bunch of fucking upkeep. The prices are just out of control, man. So
Mhm.
I'll move to a townhouse, maybe buy that bitch, and have someone
I
else cut
know.
my grass.
Yep.
I know trailer homes are generally looked down on, but if you look at the price of that versus a house, it only makes sense. You know,
It does.
if you can afford it, then you
Yeah,
know,
we
get
were
My
a
looking
mom,
trailer
at-
yeah,
house.
my mom is telling me, go buy an RV, and I'm like, Ma, dude, I don't want to, I don't want to, it just seems like a little, like a little half step of the work to a full house where you have
Yep.
to, you pay a renter's fee for wherever you park. You may not like your neighbors, but you can move quickly. That's cool. But she was like, get a camper, like a nice big one, and a newer truck, and just, you know,
Yep.
be that guy that travels around with your kids. And I'm like, seems like a lot of work. But at the
Well, I
same
don't
time,
know.
it's like, I don't know.
If it were me, I would get a nice little plot of land somewhere
Yeah.
and get a trailer and put on it. And that way you own that shit. Nobody can tell you to get out. Yeah, you got to
That's
do
true.
the upkeep,
Yeah.
but it's
My
yours.
dad was like, if you get this money, he was like, buy land with it, buy property, and that
Mhm.
way you get taxed less on it and all that. So
Mhm.
And then you can get a
Yeah.
house built on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you're right. You're right. Man, I
And
fucking hate living up here though, dude. I wish I could move somewhere else and do that.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, okay, like I live in a trailer and people's like, oh, you poor, you blah blah blah. It's like, hey, guess what? I'm not paying rent. I own this place, and I own more places actually, and I own acres of land. And here your ass is can't afford shit and could get evicted. So fuck you, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, the thing about owning land is and if it's far enough out, you can do
Also,
what the
this
fuck
is
you
not-
want to.
This is like the trailer I'm in is like a deluxe. Is as big as a house. It's not
Mhm.
just your regular little trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I have two
Well-
of them like that.
Mm-hmm. You can if you had your own land and you had your little trailer on it, a mobile home stuff, you could, if you wanted to get out and target shoot, you could do that. You could have
Yeah.
whatever,
I like
Well,
that idea. Yeah, I
it's
mean, my
about
ex
out.
girlfriend had a double wide on a shit ton of land, and I found out that her fucking what happened to
I'm
that?
good.
Her whole
I'm just
her
listening to the
whole,
conversation.
inheritance was the fact that she owned a massive parcel of land in the town that we grew up in, and I was like, God damn! Like you own that much land, and if you pull it on her property, it's a little horse farm, and a double wide, and 2 trucks, and that's it. And other than that, she charges people if they want to set up their trailers like back on her property. They pay their like little bit of rent and they can live there, and it's very
Mhm.
interesting to me. I was like, damn, that's kind of smart.
Yeah.
And they never
I mean-
messed with her or anything because
Mhm.
while I was dating her, I was like, you got lucky, man. You got some good people living around you.
Well, I mean, that's the whole thing about owning your own property. Because
I actually started buying up places around me to keep the fucking meth heads out. I was like, I got so sick and tired of having neighbors that would be up at all hours, raising hell, blasting music, fighting in the fucking street.
Yeah.
Whether it be busting the windshields on the car or somebody beating a woman or whatever it may be. I got so
Sounds
tired
like
of it.
the
I
city I
started
moved from.
buying up the places around me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
So
Yeah,
we got
I
no
definitely
neighbors.
want to get out of the city.
Well, Noise has me for a neighbor, but that don't really count. But I don't have no neighbors, and he don't have no neighbors. We're neighbors, and that's
It's
it.
salt and pepper, man. You compliment each other.
I couldn't live in the city because I'm not going to sit there and let somebody tell me what I can do in my own damn house.
Yep.
If I want 10 dogs, I'm going to have 10 dogs. If I
That's
want to get
another
out
thing.
and plant a garden, that's what I'm going to do. And I can do that.
If you want to piss off your porch, you can do it.
Yeah.
Man, I caught my son doing that a few weeks ago, and the neighbors out across the street had the same, they're the same kid and gender, another boy across the street, and same age and everything. And I just went to go check on my son, and I opened the door, and there he is, just peeing off the front steps right into the bushes. And he looked up and smiled, and I was like, "No, dude, in the woods, in the goddamn woods, not on the front porch."
You could, you stop them, right? You look at them and point. Look at that little pecker.
Oh, no.
I don't want to give him that complex. I let him ride. And then I was like, never again, dude. You go to the woods. The woods are right there. And what he thought it was funny. And he was like, Mom lets me do it. And I was like, yeah, well, that's why your mom and I don't get along. It's because
Little kids are something else. They don't care. They'll just, if they got to pee, they'll just pee right there where they're at.
anywhere. But I'm like, dude, it's right there, man. Just pee in the leaves and turn away from people, because in Iraq, there was this compound we used to go to all the time. It was the mayor of the city. And we'd drive all the way out there in the middle of fucking nowhere, but there was all these like concrete, compounds, no gates or anything. This looked like a new and upcoming neighborhood, basically, but they were all made out of concrete. And these kids, these two brothers, because we came through like clockwork every morning, and these two brothers started, once they saw us, they were like, "Hey, how you doing?" And then, dude, when we drove by, they would both be just out there in the road peeing as we drove by. And I was like, these little shits, they're being little dickheads, man. They're just like, hey. Like, I mean, these were like probably like 6-year-old, like 5 or 6. They were young, yeah.
I've got a ex Twitter group for this channel, the stream. And I'm gonna add Jeffrey to it. I generally, I don't have many guests on there, but when I do, I generally add them. So when I do put an open invite out there, you'll have it to join if you want.
Cool.
Awesome. I appreciate it. I appreciate you inviting me too. Y'all were just starting to get into the interesting stuff with the secret societies when you.
That's what we were getting into, secret societies. Who wants to kick that off?
Shit. Yeah.
Well, I
Because
do know
I can't say I know a lot on it myself. I know a little, but not a lot.
I do know that the Freemasons started around the time of the founding fathers. I do know that much.
I
I
thought it was
don't know
before
too
that.
much on it. It might have been. Well, let's see. Yeah, I
looks
think
like
it
they
was.
got to him.
Then. Yep.
They got to him.
On that DMT.
Yep. Trying to focus.
Jeff, stop me if I'm wrong. The Knights of Templar, their whole design was passed down to what is considered Freemasons, or is Allie right where they started this knowledge during that time with the forefathers?
Yeah, the Templars were
Let me set up
the roots of the current. That's what's understood to be
Oh,
where
okay.
the stonemasons, Freemasons.
Thanks for coming, Frag Monkey.
Right, monkey.
Take care,
Shout out
buddy.
to you, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm trying not to fall asleep. And like I said, I
Hey, man.
stream. I do a lot.
Yeah, if you're
Nah.
fighting it, man, if you want to hang out and listen, dude.
No, I
if
do.
you
I
fall,
wanna
if
hang
you
out and
fall
listen.
asleep for real, we'll just take you off the screen so you don't have to sit there and
Yeah,
get laughed at.
yeah.
Dude, I
I'm
fall
trying
asleep all the time, so you know that.
Yeah, I think the Freemasons, though, they're kind of the catch-all nowadays, though,
Gotcha.
because there's a lot of secret societies, and there are some that are like, like the Trilateral Commission,
Yep.
and the Council on Foreign Relations,
And
and
that
the
is
World
also known
Economic
as
Forum.
we know who they're known as.
You might could say if they're that secret, you won't have heard of them. But with that being said, if they're good at it, they're gonna hide in plain sight.
Exactly.
There's so many people that have read up on this stuff and they're like, wait a minute, there's something going on here. That's why they're secret. It's not because anyone has broken ranks and like spilled the beans, it's because someone noticed something happening. You know?
Well, and if you think about it, in today's world, it's so noisy. You got information coming at you from every direction. You're working your 9 to 5, dealing with your kids and dinner afterwards, and all you can do is find time to sleep. So people don't have the bandwidth to pay attention to anything like this.
It's a perfect time for bad people to cook. And I don't know if either are bad. I say the Trilateral Commission and all them, yes. Freemasons, I don't know. I don't know.
I'll tell you what we do. We get an army of schizophrenics after them.
Yeah, unfortunately, they have. Sorry. Unfortunately, they have the power to, live in their mansions, guarded, and have security all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, these people are literally living a different life. They don't live in the same world as we do.
No. They live from top down, man. They're the eye in the sky because they have their hands, they have the money, they have control of everything. And as we all know, that almighty, Federal Reserve, as far as where we live is concerned, people will kill you for it. They do it every goddamn day.
The Federal Reserve actually is kind of an offshoot of the Knights Templar too, because the Templars were the original bankers who would. That's what they did, and that's why the Vatican got pissed off at them, is because they were controlling the money flow. They would trade people notes on one side of a traveling route, and then on the other side they could trade those notes, which were worthless for bandits to take, and they could retrieve them for actual money. And so that's how the
Interesting.
Yeah. But the Vatican killed them. That's actually where Friday the 13th comes from.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah. They were ambushed by the Vatican, the Catholics.
Yeah, but ain't Friday the 13th is originally made in Hope, New Jersey?
Oh, you're talking about the movie? Well, we're talking about the date that becomes synonymous.
The date.
It's synonymous with bad luck.
Oh.
Kind of like Valentine's Day. Like nowadays, everyone's like, "Have you heard about the Valentine's Day massacre that happened in Chicago?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude."
Yeah, most holidays have pagan roots.
Oh yeah. The days of the week are named after Sun Day. Monday is Moon Day.
I believe that comes from the Norse.
Yeah, it's all Norse.
Wow, man.
Thor's Day is
Woden's
Thursday. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a friend that celebrates
And then,
Yule instead of Christmas.
Our system of 12, like 12 hours and other 12s, that comes from the Roman.
Mm-hmm. That comes from Julius Caesar. He's the one that created that, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Because-
America is
It's
just
so wild. Can you imagine not
You know,
living in a system that had a
hodgepodge of
24-hour calendar? Like it's just, and to me, I'm like, you think back, and I'm like, how the fuck did someone make this shit up and go, this will work? But for some reason, in my mind, in my born in 1985 mind, I'm like, yeah, this shit works. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of people think, well, they were primitives and they were just putting stuff together. But actually, a lot of these people who put these systems together were way smarter than we will ever be.
Well, that's like the Aztecs. The Aztecs actually have a more in-depth calendar than we do.
Yes. Yes.
They take into account everything.
There was
because
better
they had
systems.
to.
Yeah, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Stonehenge and how they would calculate, with light to know when it's time to, do certain things. And
Right. Stonehenge is still there, still exists, right? But they actually rebuild it occasionally. The original is not there anymore.
yeah, I did hear that. And I think what they do is they try to pay respect to the exact measurements of what was there and use the same stone. But nowadays they drive up cranes and do that shit. They don't have what
No one
whatever
really
they have.
knows the purpose of Stonehenge, but it could have been a sundial for all we know.
That's what I think.
Well,
I don't
art
think
project.
it was some ritualistic place. I think it was one of those, just like the Aztecs, where as soon as the sunlight hits here, it's harvest time because it's that time of the year. The winter's coming, that sort of thing. I don't know.
But
It's
you've
all
heard
ancient.
Or
people,
stars, astrological.
you've heard people speak of druids. To
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
knowledge, all druids were where that originated, I don't quite remember, but there was a group of people who would take off deep in the woods or wherever, and they said that it was essentially a nickname for them. There was, a lot of people would be like, "Oh, I grew up with druidism." Actually, no, not really. It's not really a thing. It was rather a nickname for a secret society. That's the way, to my understanding. I'll say it that much.
Yeah, well, it's all ancient paganism. That's where a lot of everything that we experience every day, that's where it comes from. And that's
Well,
why
yeah,
people
okay.
believe that the secret societies have been perpetuating the secret knowledge
So
throughout.
is that some sort of like shape shifting?
There,
I mean, forgive
There's
me for
been
my
many-
Diablo knowledge, but
there's been many branches, paganism branched out into many different things, but druidism was never a thing that was passed on. So yeah, it's kind of a mystery.
Well,
I'm pretty sure Halloween came from a druidic practice.
Samhain.
Samhain, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Samhain, it was pagan based, but I couldn't tell you exactly, but if I had to guess, I would say it could have possibly come before the druid, phenomenon.
I do
But
know.
again, I don't know this for sure.
I do know
I
that.
forgot where I was gonna say I forgot where it came from, but the whole going door to door with the masks thing was to originally ward off evil spirits, I think.
Mhm.
oh wow, that's
Yeah.
so cool, man. Because Halloween is next to Christmas. I'd say Halloween takes first. Halloween is I get pumped when it's like September, October. Like it's fucking game time. I love Halloween,
Well,
man.
You
It's
know,
all the spooky shit. That's what I do.
and back then they used to use turnips, not pumpkins.
Yeah, it was not
Or
pumpkins.
jack-o'-lanterns and stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, another little tidbit is that the Druids is where we get the expression "knock on wood,"
Mhm.
because they
That's
believe that the forest spirits would stay in trees, and so before they would go into a dark forest, treacherous territory, they would knock on the tree in order to try to wake up the spirit for protection.
Mhm.
Wow. That's really
And a
cool.
lot of, like in Norse mythology and stuff, a punishment was to be cast into a tree, and that would be like a dryad, because
Um,
they would be imprisoned in the tree. So
Wow.
Some of you may have heard me mention before. I grew up in a pagan family, as odd as that sounds, but that there's there's different sects of paganism. It's split off into probably countless varieties. What I learned growing up was a lot of Wicca, and then there was some witchcraft in general, which is an entirely different thing, and maybe a few others, but still you only learn what you learn. When you say paganism, it's not really, oh, you're into paganism. Paganism is this wide open thing, which is an umbrella term that means anything that's not Christian based. So pagans do not believe in the devil, for example.
Well, and it's also a lot of the polytheistic religions, like the Greek and Roman, which is an easy translation to make, since all their gods are the same personality, just different names. But that goes all the way back to ancient Mesopotamia, and they all have the same stories, just changed a little bit per culture and per the times that they were in. So yeah, it's still pervasive. It's just not as out in the open.
yeah, well, that's like a lot of these old farmers and stuff. What they would do would be considered paganism, because, like, finding water, you can divine water with a certain kind of a stick, and that
a
kind
stick
of thing.
that comes to a Y shape essentially,
A
and then
Y.
you hold it
Divine
kind of like
rod.
that, and it most definitely will pull you to what you're looking for, but most in general will pull you to water.
Yeah,
Especially
that's
water.
that's how a lot of people found where to dig their wells and stuff.
Or if
And-
you're looking to dig up your water line, I
Mhm.
mean, my father doesn't believe in shit. I mean, he's like no religion, right? Nothing like that. But he does that. He divines water like that.
Mhm.
That's shit.
And it's also said that, and I know it's true because I've experienced it for
But
myself.
don't use metal to do it. That doesn't really work so well.
It's got to be. It's got to be.
Okay. Some people will say there's science behind it, that the stick is seeking water and you will feel a slight magnetic pull. Hey, I'm open to that being a possibility. I'm open to it.
But I do know that a person that is born under a water sign can't start a fire for shit.
Hey, I'm a
Somebody
Pisces,
that-
and that's what I can start a campfire like a motherfucker.
I
I'm a
mean,
Pisces.
oh really?
Mm-hmm.
But I know that somebody that's born under a fire sign can start a fire a lot easier. I mean, my God, it's like they look at it and it blazes up, and I'm sitting there trying to work with it for an hour. It's like, to hell with this. I'm getting me some damn gasoline or something.
I bet Dan could start some fires.
You're muted.
You're muted,
Can't hear you.
Dan.
I can start a fire with a lighter. Everybody can.
No, it can start a fire as long as it involved a method like this.
No.
But there's a ritual my grandmother used to do back when she was young, and they were farmers, and every time they would kill a pig for the harvest, it would be around the early part of the year when it was still cold, around February, somewhere around in there, and they would take the blood from the pig that they had harvested and put it on their field. And it was a whole ritual kind of thing. They would put the blood at the edge of the field, and then they would put the tobacco on top of that, and then they would cover it over with dirt. And I said, and I was little, and I said, why are you doing this? This doesn't make any sense.
See, a lot of these pagan ways were just the ways of people long time ago. And, like my parents just my father is alive now, but, they grew up in the 40s and 50s, and they kept some of these ways. Like I said, he don't really believe in anything, but if he kills a snake, he's going to hang it in a tree. I think he says it to keep it from raining. I don't know, but that's what he says.
If you hang a snake from a tree, it means it will rain. It'll rain. Like a drought, and if you hang a snake in a tree, it'll bring the rain.
Well, maybe it was something like that, but I just never found the logic in it. But yeah, people from the earlier 1900s were, they grew up with a lot of paganism, not realizing that it was paganism at all.
Yeah,
when they say don't kill spiders because it'll rain, I think too.
That's just inertia.
Or if you come across a black cat, it's bad luck.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you break a mirror, it's bad luck. Or if you have an umbrella open in your house, it's bad luck.
The whole black cat thing, originally it was good luck, and it changed somewhere down the line.
I think it's still good luck.
That's
just
like
gets a bad rap.
if you
Doesn't
have
mean that they don't work.
Mm-hmm. If you have somebody giving you grief, you put some red brick dust in front of the. Now this is hoodoo. You put some red brick dust by your door, and if they have any
there's
ill
a difference
intent,
between hoodoo and voodoo.
Mm-hmm. If they have any ill intent towards you, they will tell you. They have to open up and tell you. I don't know why, but that's just a tradition that some people use.
Also, I know in the paganism that I grew up knowing anyway, I can only speak for what I know. 13 was actually a power number. When you have a derivative of, a 4, or 2 plus 1, or, like 12 plus 1, it represented essentially the pyramid, where you have one on each side and then one representing the whole.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
why the witches' hats were pointed. It was a cone of power.
Interesting.
I wonder if the brick dust thing will work on other people's houses, because our downstairs neighbor, we caught her talking shit about us to the neighbors, and I was like,
Mhm.
I wonder if we sprinkle some dust in front of her doorway
Dude,
next time
try
she
it.
comes out, and she's
could
gonna
work.
Well,
she's
okay,
gonna
to my
actually say it.
When I moved into this house up here in New England, and it was built in the 50s, and it just felt weird in the basement. I went out and bought white sage and burnt that shit, and I was like, I don't know what to say or do, but I've seen this on TV where they're just like, burn white sage. If there's anything down there, apparently it kind of drives them out.
well, you
I-
you know you
I-
gotta
I
have
tried.
faith too. Faith is like the magic that makes it work. But
My
when
girl
you do the
sages
stuff
the
like
house.
with the brick dust or whatever the case may be, it doesn't affect a physical person, but the way I learned it anyway. But if they are carrying a bad spirit or bad energy with them, that's what it stops.
Yeah, it stops the bad energy.
Okay.
But if you're having issues like with your energy levels in your basement, if you get iron and put it down there, that helps a lot.
Interesting. Okay. Not
No,
anymore.
the properties of iron.
Now it's my kid's place to go, but then there's a half finished and a half unfinished. But no, I did it because I do believe in like ghosts and all that shit. So I was like, you know what? Just this house is old. So I'm just on not paranoia, because I didn't hear anything or see anything, but just just in case. Just a good measure of if there's anything here, because it was the first house I owned that was that old. My first house was like brand new in North Carolina, and half the price, by the way. But it was I don't know, there's just something about it where when I enter into an older building, they're just there's that potential for weird shit. I don't know. Yeah, I believe in that stuff, man. I mean, I was
The way
raised
I learned
Catholic,
it-
so there are ghosts, energy.
The way I learned it
I
is
saw a shadow person yesterday in the house.
No shit.
It was walking from the office to our bedroom, and I was like, Shell, and she was in the living room, and she was like, what? And I was like, oh shit, that wasn't you.
Oh fuck that dude.
The way I
I've
learned
watched
it
many
with
documentaries
the
on that.
iron, it has to be like a pound of iron, and you have to hold it in your hands for like a minute, and supposedly anything that's in you that don't belong there will be driven out.
Mm-hmm.
No
Yeah,
shit.
after that, she saged the whole house, and we haven't seen anything since. But she did say she felt like something was following her around before that, because she went on a vacation with her mom over the weekend, and when she came back, she was like, I feel something following me around. It's weird.
Oh that
Did
sucks,
she
dude.
feel like it was a male?
She couldn't tell really. She
Just
could just
something.
feel
Okay,
like
well,
a
do
presence.
you and her have a faith?
Huh?
Do you and her have a faith of some kind?
I don't know.
That would be a no.
Yeah, we don't practice anything in my house. We're both just born Catholic, and so we follow we're on like a automatic train of Christianity beliefs. It's Patrick's Day, it's Easter, it's Christmas, that sort of thing.
I know a lot of people are absolute non-believers. They're hard skeptics. I grew up with in a pagan family, and I grew up with a lot of things going on around me. And I'm not saying I believe every bit of it, but I definitely have a belief in it. If you have
faith. I
something
thought
in
you
your
said
house,
Faith. Faith. I thought you said
faith.
faith.
Yeah, like
We're-
like a religion or something.
Yeah, we were raised hardcore Christian, both of us, by both of our families, but we were kind of given the choice to kind of explore and see what we liked. And the thing that resonated most with me, I think, was Buddhism because it was,
Oh,
like
yeah,
some
yeah.
kind of practice to
I've
hold
been
on
into that,
to.
yeah.
And but yeah,
Well, do you
I
feel
believe in a higher power.
do you feel comfortable in your house? Do you feel like it is your house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Well,
do.
take that certainty, take that power, and demand whatever the fuck it is without fear. Say, "This is my place. You're not welcome. You
Yeah,
leave."
it's like an
Get
energy.
out.
Yeah, I'm
I don't know
pretty
about
sure that's what
necessarily
she
speaking
did.
out loud, but maybe that works. And that's what I carried with me for a while was a sense of confidence that I wasn't seeing things or hearing things other than the house settling. Um, yeah, I don't know. And even if I did, I don't know, man. We have stayed in certain situations where I heard some noises and woke my wife up, and I was like, "You hear that?" And then she heard it, and I was like, "Go look." I'm a Marine. I'm a male. I'm very capable, but I was like, "You go look."
What the hell, man?
Well,
We
I
laughed
kind
about
of
it
get that.
afterwards. I don't
mean,
deal with the ghost. I don't
That's the
deal with
thing.
that shit, man.
When I spring into action, I'm really gonna spring into action. But if I don't have to do it, so I kind of get that.
Well,
It was more funny because dude, I'll run into bullets and bad guys, but when it comes to ghosts and shit, I'm like, nope, fuck this shit.
Yeah,
Bad things always happen.
normally that shit freaks me out.
Okay,
But
so let
I
me
didn't
ask
feel
Jeffrey
any.
here. Are you a believer at all?
Absolutely, I am a Christian. I am not like a mainstream. I don't go to church because I haven't found a lot of the churches in my mind are off track of what Christianity should be. But no, I mean, I came back to God. I was saved as a 13, 12-year-old child, preteen. And I strayed out into the world, tried to do it on my own till about 10 years ago when I was 40. And I came back at that point, and I've learned a whole heck of a lot. The first thing that I prayed for was the eyes to see and the ears to hear. And at this point, that's why I'm doing my channel, is because I believe that a Christian paradigm explains everything. Like,
Well, that's essentially what a spell is. When pagans are doing a spell, it's prayer with extra steps.
Yeah.
well, I think the pagans, they just exploit the world God created. There are real things
yeah.
that the pagans do that do have an effect on reality. And it's essentially asserting your will into the world. And so, yeah, it does work. And that's why it's still, it's still
Yeah.
prevalent today. It's just,
There are some things pagan or otherwise, that you should just absolutely not do. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
Not all paganism, witchcraft, whatever, what have you, is a good thing. They do some shit they shouldn't.
yeah, but it works.
Well, the thing
Yeah.
is it depends. Like Noise was saying, it all depends on why you're doing what you're doing. I mean,
Right.
you can call yourself a Christian and go to church for all the wrong reasons,
Yes.
Mhm.
and
Yep.
and you can be a pagan and do that for all the wrong reasons
Oh,
too.
Dude, when
Okay.
I was a kid, I would pray in Catholic church when there was like they would give you your time. I was like, I want to be rich, and was I fucking young and a child? Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, now when you're an adult, you're like, oh, what a little dick.
Mhm.
Like you
Well,
should have fucking been
you
praying
can
for that.
be okay. Let's say whether you believe in God or not, you can be right with God and never have stepped foot in a church.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what I
true.
learned from the Catholic Church was, you know what? We would hope that y'all come here and do this whole ceremony with us. But it took my grandmother, who almost became a nun, to tell me, and then she had fucking 9 kids. Imagine that. Then she was like, she was like, so and so, you don't have to go to church. If you believe in it, just keep it to yourself. Say your prayers, whatever prayer you want. And she was like winking at me like Catholic prayers. But at the same time, it was you don't have to go out and sell it. You don't have to go out and promote it. You don't have to go out and every Sunday and drag your family and your kids that fucking hate life when you dress them up and bring them there. You keep something, keep some sort of faith in a higher power. And that's where I was like, oh, Grandma, now you're getting into spirituality. And I was like, now you're becoming a what you call it, like a hypocrite almost. You're like, if you go outside the Catholic Church, if you go to another friend's Catholic church, you fucking burn in hell. That's what I learned. Not from her lips, but when she found out that I went to another friend's Episcopalian church, she was like she basically, if she was stirring her coffee, she would have like dropped it in the cup and been like, what the fuck? That sort of thing. Like, how dare you? But it took her to that point. This is also a woman that was a big like Republican. And then all of a sudden, a year before she died, I came to her house and I was on deployment. I just came home for a break. And I saw a big picture of Obama on her refrigerator. And she was like, what a wonderful man. And I was like, damn, Grandma. Like, you switched up like that, like 180. And, it wasn't like right before she died, but I just saw that even in her very closed Catholic mind, her whole life, she still started to expand, even at an older age. And I thought that was pretty cool. So I didn't baptize my kids and bring them up in the church.
That happens to some of them. But, I was going to say, you could even say if you have faith in mankind, you have faith in God.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of why I stopped going to the church that I was going to early in recovery. Because I had always gone to Catholic church my whole life, and then the closest church to the halfway house that they would let me go to was a Black Baptist church, and I was like, I went there just to check it out, and I was like, this is fun. I was like, for the first whole hour, it was singing and playing tambourines, and they'd let me play the bongos and the drums and shit if I felt like it.
They have fun. Yeah.
Yep. And then eventually they figured out that I could do art and stuff. So like on the spare time, they had me do a graphic design poster for them. And when I was in the office, I was listening to the deacons outside, and they were talking about how bad Trump is and how Hillary should have won. And I was like, I think that I'm making a mistake here. Maybe I should try a different church. So I went to a white Baptist church, and it was like the complete opposite. He's like, all you motherfuckers on welfare and on food stamps, you need to get off, and you're all lazy, and you people need to give me money. And I was like, what the fuck is going on here? I was like, I can't find a happy medium. So
yeah, growing up where I grew up, I feel you on that.
Yep.
Well, it's
whatever
even in
your
the Bible.
politics, it shouldn't be mixing with that, in my opinion.
Well, even the Bible says, render unto Caesar what is Caesar. Render unto God what is God's. So don't mix politics and church. That's a big no-no. To me.
Well, that's actually created a huge problem in today's world.
They're very powerful tools, and mixing them together is just wrong, because it's like double the manipulation.
It's not unlike these trannies who make their sexuality their identity. Then you have the people who make the politics their identity, and it's wrong all the same.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's why
but
everything's so messed up.
lack of what our founding fathers founded this country on in today's world is what's allowing society to degrade to the point where it has.
Yeah,
I mean,
I have noticed that. Yeah, and I'm just like, I don't fall for it, like the organized religion, but you're right, Jeff, that there has been a massive like decline in a lot of things when people started fraying away from, that central point that once was,
Well, you can't legislate morality.
Right.
morality is something that's taught to people through more of a spiritual, faith-based
Oh yeah,
thing. You can
I
make
remember what I was gonna say. I was just gonna say, a lot of people go to church. A lot of people are, fanatics about it even. But you cannot say you are like closer to God and hate people or hate your life or you're doing it wrong.
yeah.
Well, today's society, they want to take away the nuclear family and the nuclear family values. And
Yep.
that's where all the children learn how to be better adults. And they want to take that away from everybody.
Yes.
And that's why a lot of people are fighting against it so much, is because they're like, okay, you can't tell me what my kid can learn in school and I should not know about it. You can't do this kind of stuff. This is for us to teach them, not you. You're supposed to teach them to read and write and all that kind of stuff and leave what's right and wrong to us. And I think that's making a big divide in the country now.
Yeah,
It's like
a
they're
lot of
creating
people-
more personality than smarts. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep.
There's a whole hell of a lot of people who's becoming Republican simply over the LGBTQ thing and the gay prides, the forcing it on your kids, and that because the Democrats have embraced that, everybody is flocking to the other side. But anytime any side gets too much attention and too much power, they're going to abuse the hell out of it.
Yes.
That's definitely 100% correct.
Yep.
Yep.
It's weird how quick
Zealots
it
on
switched
either
too.
side is not good.
That's why I rather stay natural and based, not too independent, not too right wing. I'm not a left. I hate the fucking left.
Yep.
Completely 100%. Everybody disagree with the left. They'll say right wing. I don't agree too much with them either because they go too fucking extreme. So I stay in my own boundaries, and as a person of being in my own boundary, I'm mostly more independent. I don't have no sides. Do we
Yeah.
want common sense in this country? Yes, we do. Because we're not gonna have somebody operate a machine that they could put their hands in there if you don't have any common sense, knowing that machine's gonna squeeze your hand. Put it that way.
Mhm.
Yeah, anytime you adopt an identity that's provided to you from an external source, that's dangerous.
Mhm.
You give
Isn't it?
yourself up.
You know
Well,
what
I
I just
think I think all of this is being orchestrated by the government above the government, if that makes any kind of sense.
Yeah. And that's where we started this whole conversation, is those groups of people that are like, hey, keep this all in check. This is working. Keep them there. Keep them, in their
Status quo.
yes.
Yep, because they benefit from it.
Yes.
Yeah. The more people are fighting with each other, the less they're really paying attention to the big shit that's really going on. And they're going to keep people sick, dumb, and angry. When
There you
you
go.
get sick, dumb, and angry people together, that's
Oh, yeah.
dangerous.
To the those people, the I don't know if you want to call them secret society, government, whatever, however, right? We're just cattle to be managed to them. Really, that's it.
Yep. Keep them on track. There's a
Yeah, well,
couple of
we're-
sheepdogs keeping us in line. We pay
We're
attention to
resources.
them. Yes.
We're resources to be harvested, and that's the only purpose we serve. And if you look at society through that lens, then that explains a lot.
Scary, man.
All the artificial scarcity with money, food, medicine, anything you can name. And
Yep.
even yeah, I could go off, but
No, dude, I feel you, and yeah, I know exactly where you're leading to, and it does. I don't know if you feel it being your natural thought, but when I go in deep thought about these things and kind of go down the rabbit hole, it does affect me because I'm fighting that inner, what I was raised with, and that construct.
Cloaking hours.
yeah, it's healthy rebellion.
That's exactly, and it's uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable to
Well,
go, really?
Well,
And then that's where a lot of people, once they get that really, this is weird. They back off because it's unfamiliar to them. Whereas someone that's lived a lot of their life outside of their comfort zone, to me, it's interesting. And that's why I keep digging, because I'm like, all right, if I can trust this source that I'm learning this from, I'll add that to my knowledge. But until then, it's just constant learning and growing, and just I mean, no one's going to come out and hand it to us. I don't really believe in the second coming of Jesus. Strike me dead. Sorry, Lord. But at the same time, it's just something to where I believe
have to
more
look at
in.
it.
Oh, go ahead.
You could look at it like an allegory, like it won't be literally Jesus, but it will be something representing it. That's one way of looking at it.
It'll be a revelation of sorts. Let's put it that way, right? It'll be something to where it affects the masses and goes, huh? And I don't even want to equate this to that, because I think my grandma will be rolling in her grave. But imagine the Edward Snowden papers, where he released so much information at one point in time. It changed a lot for a lot of people. Not everyone, because you're going to have those thick-headed people that are like, no, hell no. But at the same time, I'm not exactly, like I said, I'm not equating him to them, but I'm just saying people like that are what helps our society learn what's going on behind the scenes. And the more we learn that, the more we get closer to the truth. But the truth is always, dude, there's people out there that know stuff about us. Not personally. I'm talking about our civilization and the world, the earth.
Well, just keep in mind.
We'll never find out, man. I don't know. I hope so, but maybe
Just
not.
keep in mind that before, and I do believe that Jesus will come back, but before that, no matter how you try to analogize it, before that will be the tribulation, which during the first 3.5 years is going to be a very peaceful and prosperous time with the introduction of the Antichrist. And right. I think that it leaves people at a disadvantage when they don't have that spiritual discernment to be able to see that.
Yeah.
So it'll be easy to fall into. It says even the elect will be deceived.
It's really, it's heartbreaking not being able to explain to my kids about religion, because I don't want to, like, if you want to learn, you got to learn on your own with that shit, because I didn't bring them to church. So shame on me for giving them some sort of at least starting point. But for me to sit there on the couch and they're like, what is a place of, what's a sacred place? Who is God? And I'm like, oh shit. All I know is this. We'll talk about it when you're older. It's sort of my answer.
Maybe one of you will be familiar with what I'm talking about, but there was this, it's in the Bible. It says when this place is built, it's a place in the Middle East. I think a temple, maybe when it's built, it will signal that it's the beginning of the end coming.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. And the people there have proceeded to build it within the last few years.
That's interesting. So they said, the Middle East, a building will be built to bring about the end time, or kind of like signify. What's up with that? What's up with that Trump Tower going down in the Middle East? Interesting.
Well, it's supposed to be the third temple of the Jews.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be a temple, not just some sort.
I knew one of you would know what I was referring to.
Yeah. That's where at the middle of the tribulation, the Antichrist, whoever that person is, will go and declare himself as God.
Ooh.
So it'll be pretty obvious, at least, but there's going to be a lot of people seduced by the peace and prosperity that comes before that.
And isn't that interesting that since the information age, what was that, 2012 was pronounced as the information age, now someone can really create a massive fucking following and kind of create that image to these people to where you have 12, 20, 40 million followers. And they're like, nah, this guy's the second coming. And it's like, really? I think that's just social media. I don't know.
On this channel, on this stream, sometimes we have great conversation. Other times it's just hours of dick jokes.
Or futa. Yeah, there will be futa at times.
That's Valkyria's, Winter's department. He's the Fuda man. He's always gonna be considered the Futa man.
Well, that's why I've kind of always been surprised that at this point there hasn't been like someone in the running that's a like social media megastar other than Trump, because
Did you
they
hear
have
about Elon Musk making his own party now?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that.
American
He's a
Party.
he's going
fucking,
to be the first one to try to take advantage of that. But I was like,
Yeah.
think of all the not free, but not spending billions and billions on all these ads and traveling and shit when you can just do it on podcasts.
I thought he already abandoned that.
Did he?
The thing is with Elon Musk, I don't trust him if it kills me.
Nope. It's
I
a
don't
smoke
trust
show.
that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like and let me tell you right now, I do take one page off the left, one page. They don't trust him either, and I'm not right wing. I did vote on the right wing side, but I know some people. If there's people on your chat right now that's the left, think about this. I don't trust Elon if he fucking kills me. I think Elon, to me, I'd rather have Trump than Elon. Elon
I
to
feel
me,
the same way. I've never trusted Elon Musk. Just
Yeah.
never have.
Elon to me, I got a feeling if he ever does want to become a president, he is a dictator.
Yeah.
I know that.
You know,
for a
I
fact.
just
got a high
lose
feeling he is.
theory. I just lose theory, or let's say it was just something in the back of my mind, right?
Yeah,
That one day Musk would become the president, and he may very well be something like the Antichrist. Of course, like I
Yeah.
said, it was just something that kind of floating in the back of my head, you know.
Well,
But who
anybody
knows, right? Who knows?
anybody who
Nothing
says,
nothing against autists, but with his autism, I don't know if I would trust him to be president.
me either.
anybody who says that AI is a threat and the only way to counter this threat is to create human cyborgs integrated with AI,
Okay.
you're a little lost.
Yeah,
And
I would say so. Yeah.
And the thing is with AI also as well is a very dangerous thing too, because
Oh, yeah.
a lot of shit looks so fucking.
And there's a lot of fans of it, man. There's a lot of stupid people out there, like people I used to work with, that would sit there in these AI generators.
Yeah,
And I mean, and we're not talking about like Yamato with, making cartoon characters
Yeah.
of people. I'm talking about people putting in full information to make something funny. And I'm like, all you're doing is feeding that machine that's going to become so much more human, because they're going to start to understand different intellects and different humors and different, things that make people feel sad, and, that self, recognizing environment that AI
yeah.
is becoming. And it's fucking scary, dude. I'm like, stop fucking around on that shit. Use it for your resume and fuck off.
I'm sure you've seen the videos. I mean, on Reality Base, we've had several talking about how AI has been acting, but it's learning the worst in humanity, and it's manipulating and blackmailing and taking control by any means necessary. And this is just the start.
Hey, Big
Imagine where
Daddy.
this is going.
Big Shirley.
but what I'm trying to say
Well,
here,
it's
when
just
it,
imitating its creators.
yep,
Right. And
And look at
that's
this,
the scary part, man. I make the joke, dude, my background on Amazon is the Skynet symbol.
Yep.
Because I'm like, this is it's a joke, but it's also one of those jokes where there's some truth to it, where it's happening right now.
Big
Where
Charlie.
they're gonna like let these things just run things, and it's gonna self-generate more information for itself. And then obviously the math says that we shouldn't be here.
Hey, check this out. You know me with the punch memes, fifth of shames. Look how realistic they fucking look. We know it's AI. But do those people out there know it's AI?
Well, it's going to reach a point to where you're going to be looking at it going, I can't tell anymore.
I go through videos with my daughter sometimes, and I have to point out what the small tiny details in these pictures, and release to her, and talk to her and go, you see how this is not, you see how this is there and that's there, that this is AI. Even though from a distance you're like, wow, that's crazy, but if you pay attention, that ain't fucking real. this look at the way their skin is so fucking picturesque,
Yep.
and look at the way the water shimmers. That's not natural. So
Nope.
I'm trying to help coach her through. Is that real? She saw a picture of I was on X with you, Noise, and that Yeti picture, that Yeti video of that buy joke I sent you, was up on my phone, and she looked at it, and she knows what Bigfoot and Yeti are, and she was like, "Is that real?" And I was like, "No, hon, that's AI. No one has a picture like that right now, and it's just that's how I let her know that's how advanced these things are becoming. I'm kind of
Let
coaching
me
her
show
on
you an
be careful,
example.
watch your back."
I had seen this video and people were debating, and then people were like, "Hey, it's AI," which it is. But at first, there was some people that couldn't tell.
AI.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Robots can't move that fluid right now. Yeah.
I saw a story today where, and this is not technology that's been released to the public, but apparently it's been in development for 2 years already. But this guy,
we got Say Bye to Slay. He's gonna have to go.
Yep.
All right, Slay. Thanks for coming,
Work
man.
early in the morning. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yes, sir.
It was a good
Take
chat.
care.
Have a good one.
You too.
But yeah, it was a holographic AI avatar created from the guy who was leading the development of it. And he said that it was indistinguishable from himself. So if he put himself in a machine that could do a holographic projection to somewhere else, you couldn't tell the difference between the AI avatar and him.
Fucking wild.
Oh, that's bad.
There's so many crazy uses for this stuff, man. That's why I was like, dude, keep to resume writing. This is where I've worked. What should I say? What are the what are the trigger words or whatever they're called, but the buzzwords that you need to have in your resume. But
yeah, but the problem is that it's the new arms race.
Yes.
So if you don't develop it as quickly as you can, you're going to be left behind and left.
And apparently, from what I've learned when I just left the working for the Gov, is that we are not ahead. I'll say that we are not. We are lagging.
Yeah, well, China has they don't have any constraints like we do. In the Western world, they're trying to say, we should develop this more morally and ethically, and China's just like, screw that, just go.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's worrisome, man, especially when it's used for weapon applications. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
I saw a video today of these giant tires rolling around. So to be used in for riots and things like that, where they're already implementing it's a giant ball, it's a giant tire, wide tire that can shoot ropes, identify. I don't know, dude. You could probably put a fucking gun on it.
I've seen those.
So I'm like, dude, this is, and that's probably years old to them. So no telling what they got right now, man. I tell you what they can't do.
We're in an age where they could take out a village with a tiny little drone.
Yes.
Or they could fly it in, and take out a single individual with a little tiny drone.
Yep.
Oh, I saw I think it was over a year ago, where this company had developed little bitty drones like that, and they had one single charge in them, and they would key in on a person and land right on their forehead, and that charge right into their head, kill them instantly.
I don't doubt it.
These are the kind of things where it's like, okay, why are we enhancing the worst part? But again, it's every technology ends up in military purposes.
Yes.
I think
that's why we call them the not necessarily the men in black, but the people that work alongside them. Those are the people that wrapped up Tesla's information. Those are the people that wrapped up the hydrogen vehicle. anything that has to do with taking away from the norm. These are the people that are taking everything that's super smart and then putting on a shelf for when they need it. And that's the scary part, man. They've been doing it
I
for
think
a century, maybe more. Who knows?
I think it was Alec Baldwin's finger. I think his channel got taken down briefly, and I think it was over that video clip of that drone that can targets the person. So they really don't want that information out.
Right. Yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
Right.
That's the thing about aspects of. If you look at the fake news, it's not what they tell you that are lies, it's what they don't tell you and make you believe that you're getting information.
Yes. Yeah, just keep you going. Just a little bit here and there of information. And, even I used to have it on at the office all day. And me and my buddy would look across from each other. He was a Navy chief. And we would just be sitting there. And he's like, it's slow news day, huh? And I'm like, yeah, there's nothing to fucking lie about. So, and we both would like laugh. But we were, it's right. There's, they'd be talking about the California wildfires for an 8-hour segment. And I'm like, dude, there's way more going on. You motherfuckers aren't saying anything. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, you were in the military. You probably had some firsthand experience in PSYOPs.
Yes, I actually worked with the Army PSYOPs, a couple missions in Iraq. Yeah. And it blew me away. I was like, this is what you fucking do? And everyone's like, yeah. I was like, holy shit, dude.
What were they doing?
It's pretty wild, man.
Can you talk about it? What were they doing?
Massive propaganda. That was their like baseline. That wasn't even that was the tip of the iceberg, I should say. Was massive propaganda. And I understand, you have to win the hearts and the minds before you can, do more. But I noticed that, and this guy had been there for 18 months, had a baby back home he hadn't met. He was so into that shit. When we were leaving after a year, he was like, no, dude, I just signed up for another like 8-month stint here. And I was like, dude, go fucking home. Go touch grass, motherfucker. No. Some people are just fucking into that shit there. And these are also people that when they get out, they're going to look back and go, what the fuck, man? What was I doing? No, it was wild, dude. When they sent me on a couple missions with them, because we were we were a detachment. So whoever needed what, we were there. A lot of helicopter rides, but there was, but PSYOPs was one that I was like, interesting. And yeah, very weird. I also saw some weird shit in Afghanistan through night vision and thermals. A lot of weird shit in the skies. Just sitting there.
When you're in that environment, you're a soldier or what have you. You got to go along with it, and if you don't, they're gonna mark you down as you're problematic, and there's no telling where you're gonna end up.
I don't think they had a problem finding someone else. I think this guy was fried. I think he had some sort of like I don't know, like I don't know. I don't know if he was like scared to go back home after everything or whatever, but I was like, dude, so you're gonna sit out here for fucking almost 3 years doing this shit. It blew us away. After 12 months, we couldn't get on the fucking helicopter fast enough. Get the fuck out of here, man. You're talking about fucking extending. But yeah, I think he wasn't crazy like, like Psycho. I just think there was something off with him to where he was good at what he did and he, I guess, believed in it. But to me, I think a lot of us saw it as, you know what? They did this shit in like World War II, man. Like this is I don't know. And Marines are really weird about that shit. If we catch something that's fucking like a money grab propaganda, we back off. Yeah, we have to sell ourselves to recruit, but
for soldier experiences. But just as a bouncer, after when I was no longer a bouncer, I wanted to get back into action. I just couldn't stand it. I was so wound up wanting to get back into action.
Funny enough, you say that. We were home. They gave us 3 weeks off when we got back after a year. And when we all got back into formation, and they were talking about your camis need to look clean, your boots need to be clean. You need to do, and we were all like, oh yeah, this shit sucks. And we all just kind of looked at each other and was like, dude, I'd go back right now. I'd rather be in the shit than deal with this dog and pony show. And that's what happens. You create that mindset in your head. And we all laughed about it because we were like, dude, how fucking weird are we? Like, we'd rather be over there than home. But yeah. I don't know the correct term for it, but something happened.
Well, I'm about to catch you guys later.
All right, brother.
I'm gonna hit the sack. I gotta get up early in the morning.
Bye, Dan.
All right, guys.
I'll catch you later tomorrow, man.
All right, I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna be streaming every fucking day.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I gotta fucking catch out with those hours.
Oh,
I think I'm on with Ryan tomorrow, but I'll catch it.
Yeah. All right.
Oh,
yeah, we'll be here. We'll be doing this again Thursday.
Got it. All right.
Yeah, I was gonna say though, and comment to that, it might have been Power Trip.
That too, because it was a 2-man team. It was him and his interpreter, and then his leadership that worked in Intel. So he only reported to one person, even though he wasn't that high of a rank. So we noticed that too. Like they had this big open wood hooch to themselves, and I was like, "This is where you guys operate?" And he's like, "Yeah, man." So
well, no, I'm talking about actually the swaying of an entire population's mindset. That's pretty powerful.
Right. That is very powerful. And yeah, that's a good thing to think about. And looking back and seeing the guy's face, and I don't know, he seemed, man, it doesn't seem like that. But, dude, you don't know what's going on up there. You know?
You don't.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I mean, just like they said, like I always made a joke about how everyone called Ted Bundy such a handsome man. When they would be like, "Oh my lord, he was such a handsome man. I had no idea." Ted Bundy. And I laugh at that only because some people just look at the outside and don't even consider what's happening up here. Yeah.
Well, there's something to be said when you're in that kind of a situation so much and you have to sway the people's minds. It does go to your head. And
it had to have.
Mm-hmm. And
He wasn't a jerk though. That's the thing, Allie and Jeff, is that nothing came off power tripping about him. He just knew what to do and the mission so well. Because they were on, they would do, a cycle. And I don't, yeah, exactly. I don't know if he got caught up in a mechanism of like enjoying it, or if there was like a deep seated power trip, because Army doesn't talk to Marines the way they talk to each other. They kind of look up to us when we're in a combat zone. Everyone back home talks shit. They're always like, "Oh, Marines are gay," and do all this shit. And I'm like, well, really, we're fucking way better fighters than you, number one. But at the same time, when you're over there, it's totally different. Like the Army bows a fucking knee immediately, and so it's a certain thing where I think that was why I didn't see that, because as an addition, an attachment to what he was doing, you're not gonna show your true colors. You're not gonna talk down to that person. You're gonna act as normal as you can to continue whatever's going on up here. And so, yeah, maybe it was a power trip, because I can't imagine being in charge of changing that many people's minds. You know what I'm saying? So you guys you brought up an interesting
You also
point.
have scenarios where if he was so good at it, they didn't really want to replace him, or they didn't have somebody good enough to do that job so well.
Yeah.
So they were doing everything in their power to keep him there.
Back then, they were handing out bonuses like fucking Tic Tacs, dude. They were handing out bonuses to re-up and all these little, pluses, mostly monetary. It was always monetary, or another rank. So rank or money. Yeah.
Well, a lot
that
of
does
times
make sense.
when you're in that kind of a situation, you have a switch that you turn off, and you don't think about anything else except for what you're supposed to do. And it goes over.
Yeah.
So I felt bad for the guy, man. I was like, you got a wife and baby back home. Like, I'm talking, it was born, he got shipped out, and he hasn't seen the child in, 18 months at that time. So the kid was almost 2 years old, and he still was like, man, I'm going to stay out here. I was like, damn, that's
You
good.
know,
That's good money, but your kid's not even gonna fucking know who you are, man.
about that switch. I've not been in any military or nothing, but I have been in shootouts. I've been in knife fights. I've been in all kinds of insanity.
Dude,
And
you don't
I
have to
know
be in the
what that
military.
switch
to do that.
is.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know what that switch is. Yeah, and when that's flipped, yeah.
Yep.
You
A
might
lot of civilians I talk to
kill
that talk to me
you
about
know.
that stuff. They're like, "Look, man, I hadn't been in the military, but I'm like, dude, nah. Once you go through something, we're all the same, man. It works the same way. There's just it's divided because we think it's different, but no, nope. My brother-in-law that went to prison for 10 years, he never joined the military, was a drug dealer, sent away for 10 years federal. He and I, there's like this weird kindred thing of like stunted growth that happened once we hit trauma. Once that trauma happens, we don't talk about it, like we don't trauma bond or anything, but I'm like, dude, yeah, this guy went through some shit and so did I, and we kind of act the same way about things, just on different terms. So yeah, I never hold it against like, well, you don't know, man. You wouldn't know. I've never done that in my life, dude. Because once I actually sought help and worked on it, I was like, oh, this is based off of fucking the whole world of someone going through some shit. This isn't just military base. This isn't civilian base. This is, yeah, period. That's what it is. Yeah.
I wanted to say, like, if you've ever hunted, a lot of people go, "Oh, you do that, blah 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 blah." No, there's a switch, and you turn it off, and you do what you got to do, and then you finish it, and then you think about it later. That's like
what's bad
whatever
is when it's forcefully turned off. You're in such an ugly situation that it's forcefully turned off, and it's very traumatic. And sometimes it's hard to go back.
I think it's human nature we're talking about here. We're not talking about like military versus civilian experiences, because I've had some weird shit that happened before the military and after. And so that's why I'm like, nah, this is a human nature thing, man. This is people going through rough shit and period.
Well, and that makes me think of I think it probably is something natural that's exploited because the term trauma-based mind control that came out of MK Ultra, that's there for a reason, that expression. And
that's a great topic for conversation, actually.
Well, my grandfather, he was in the intelligence division of the Air Force, and he was in Korea and Japan, Saudi Arabia, all in places.
Holy shit, dude. Yeah, Air Force intelligence is pretty fucking hardcore. Yeah.
Yeah. And he was on the island off of the coast of Hiroshima when the bomb went off. And he said, it's like when you're in that situation and you know your job and you know what you have to do, it's like a calm washes over you.
Yep.
And you can separate your civilian life from your military life. But if you stay in the military so long, that switch gets harder and harder to turn. So you have to really know when to cut out and say, okay, I've done my tours and that's all I'm doing and no more. And he says, if you're good enough, they will want you to stay because they don't want to have to take the time to retrain somebody,
Yep.
And so that's what he said about it.
He's that's some real shit right there. Yep.
I know me and Elijah know each other really well. I remember when I met one of our uncles. I mean, the rest of them were assholes, but this motherfucker was the first real genius I've ever met. The only person that you could just talk endlessly, and he knew his shit well. And he served. What did he serve in?
He was in the Navy, and he was the navigation admiral. He wasn't an admiral. He was right under that of the Nimitz battleship.
the cannons went off and he was too close and it fucked him up somehow, didn't it?
Huh. And he started having seizures.
He was too smart. I mean, this motherfucker was the real high genius level. He was too smart to be in that role. I mean, seriously.
They wanted him to be a real high-ranking officer in the government, but he turned them down. He said no, he wasn't going to do that because they went and they told him what he would have to do to people, and he said no, he wasn't going to do that. So right after that, he started having seizures. In fact, he was on a nuclear submarine, and he had his first seizure, and he had a medical discharge from the military. He joined the military when he was 16 years old. He lied about his age, and they gave him a test and everything. They wanted him to be an officer, and he passed it, didn't study or anything like that. He said he didn't have to. He just knew what it was. So they wanted him to do all that. So, but he turned them down. And after he started having seizures, he went to the legal people. I don't know what they call them in the Navy. But they said that since he started having seizures, he could not serve on a battleship or an aircraft carrier or a nuclear sub or anything like that.
He became a liability.
Yeah. But yeah, he's seen some stuff too.
I talked to him for a good day or two, and he was probably the smartest person I've ever talked to. They could have used him. I mean, this motherfucker was super genius.
They wanted to use him, and he wouldn't let them. He said no, he wasn't going to do that. In fact, after he got honorably discharged medically and all that, they wanted him to come back and teach some of their courses on some things, and he did that for a while, but he never re-enlisted. He never went back for another tour.
I got contracted after I got out. As long as even though I was basically on a cane at that point, they gave me a year obligation, which means you're hired. You can leave whatever time you want, but you're going to be doing something a little bit different. And so that was interesting. Interesting time period.
They told him with no uncertain words that he really didn't have a choice but to do. If he wanted his pension and everything that went with it, he had to teach these courses. And he really didn't want to do it. He wanted to be done with it, but
they're fucking with your money. Yeah. Yeah, man.
They said, "Oh, you can leave anytime you want to, but not really."
That's exactly why when I talk to people about getting out of what I was in and then what I just finished, I told them I broke the fucking leash. I broke the collar, and I don't care what the fuck happens. I'm not a part of. There's no one walking me anymore, and that's what fucking matters, man. Yeah,
I know. Elijah grew up not quite in a military family, but it may as well been. Wasn't your mother come from a military family?
Yes, my mother did.
Oh
wow!
I know it was all super orderly and super clean, and all this talk was real proper, like.
Well, her family grew up on military bases all the time, and that's all she knew.
Got it.
And when we grew up, that's what we knew. I mean, we were cleaning toilets with toothbrushes and everything. So, yeah. But, I'd rather clean a toilet with a toothbrush than KP duty. Oh, God, I hate KP duty. Oh, good Lord. It's awful.
I'm not familiar with what that is. What is that?
Keep peeling potatoes. Oh, not just a few, hundreds. By the time you get done, you're so tired.
I grew up doing carpentry and digging ditches and moving bricks and
fucking hard ass work, man. Yeah, dude, that's hard ass fucking work.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man.
And I remember every time my daddy get mad at me and my brother, he'd make us move those god awful bricks. The cinder blocks.
Yeah, it was always cinder blocks. With my family.
And he'd change his mind all the time. He'd get them all stacked up, and they had to be certain height, and they had to be a certain width. and you get them all stacked up, and he'd change his mind, and you'd have to move those fuckers all over again.
And did you say that's
Half
because like
way
you did something wrong
half-
or something?
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
We used to play those
Oh.
games on the gun line where each gun would be a half a mile apart, and we would the youngest or whatever guy had fucked up or was the youngest, we'd be like, hey man, we need these 2 rounds to gun 3. And he'd be like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah, dude, you got to give him to gun 3. So he'd carry 2 rounds, 1 on each shoulder, half a mile, get over there. They give him water. And they'd be like, no, dude, not gun 3. We meant gun 5.
Oh,
Well,
And
in
just
my
run that
family,
motherfucker.
in my family, my father was a workaholic. I mean, he barely stopped to sleep. He'd be working at 2 a.m. even. And he believed in working kids, work them and beat their ass when they didn't do right. That's about it. That's all you get.
mm-hmm.
Now, I got, there's 2 that I remember. Well, 2 and then a backhand when I was a teenager. And I deserved it. But 2, he got my ass. And I think it was more because of how he was raised. Because he didn't like do it all the time. Like I could fuck up and he'd be like, go to your room. But there 2 times, man, he was just like, I'm not having this shit. But and then when I was a teenager, I laughed that his new wife had some shakes. She has MS. And I was like 15 at the time. And my sister in the back seat, she fucking antagonized it. She was like, why does Debbie shake all the time? And it was a joke between me and my sister because we were young and stupid assholes. And I looked to the side and I was like did like a little choke cough. And that's when the hand came across my face. And that was a life-changing experience. It was a very quiet ride after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
imagine
I got to be a teenager and thought I could try to fight my father, which I mean, his arm is as big as round as I am.
Oh man!
And he just with an open hand popped me, and I flipped about twice in the air and then hit the ground.
It's always funny when you try to fuck around and find out, man. I mean, not always, but it's funny at times where you're like, oh, okay, all right.
Funny to look back on.
My dad worked for a certain agency, and we would always spar together. He would try to teach me new moves and things, and he would be like, "Come at me," and just teach me different ways to just basically tell someone to fuck off. I was like, "This is interesting. This is interesting stuff."
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, pressure points and all that shit. I learned at a young age. I was like, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, I learned. What was that?
Hey, are y'all gonna be here for another 2 minutes?
Yeah.
I gotta pee. I know you're live. I'll be right back.
What generation again? What do they call it? Generation before us? What were they called?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, like we're Gen X, right? The one before us.
Yeah. I mean, alphabetically, it would be what? TU? No, V.
Well,
W.
What I
W.
learned about that generation, it don't matter if it's an old, frail man, they will still whoop your ass.
Well, yeah, that was a hard generation. And what you were talking about just a second ago made me think of how conditioned those people were to give their life up for work. It was a lot harder. And I've known older people too that are working like 2 and 3 jobs in a week, and they're all full time somehow.
They love the phrase that what was it? Something about, I know there's a phrase cleanliness is next to godliness, but the phrase was like working was to godliness. I forget the phrase, but
if
they would
you
use
do
that.
not work, you do not eat.
Well, yeah, that was that one, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I mean, that was probably the generation that grew up on the new education system introduced by Rockefeller.
The boomer generation.
Yeah, the boomers. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And before that was the silent generation.
Yeah.
Silent. Okay.
Well, I know when my grandmother was alive, She lived through World War II and World War One and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I had a great grandmother alive when I was little, and they would talk about living through the Depression. So yeah.
Yeah, and it was funny to hear her talk about how she grew up. I mean, her dad was like getting paid 25 cents a week. And she said with that 25 cents, she could go buy flour and meal and beans and that kind of stuff. And she said, you don't understand what it was like until you have to go do it yourself.
Well, my mother, like born in the late 40s, she would talk about her childhood. They said they didn't have a car, they had a mule. And all the girls wore burlap sacks for dresses.
Flour sacks, yeah.
Great day in the morning.
I remember my grandmother, she used to get 50-pound bags of flour, and they would come in these cloth bags. It wasn't burlap, it was cloth, it was cotton and linen, and she would make clothes out of it, out of those bags, out of those sacks.
When they learned that people were making clothes out of it, they started putting like flower decorations on it.
Yeah, it was really nice fabric too, and durable. You could do anything in that stuff. It wouldn't break down or nothing.
Wow.
Try finding something like that these days.
Well,
Yeah, you can't.
My father's family, on the other hand, way back then, they were moonshining. And he told a story one time. He was moonshining with his father, and the cops got him. Well, their car broke down, and the cops got him. So they put him in handcuffs and ankle cuffs. Was the moment the cop turned around, they knocked him over the head and knocked him out. Stole the parts they needed off his car to fix their car and left.
oh shit! All right.
Yeah, you don't mess with shiners. I'm telling you, you don't mess with them.
Nope. My son is named after one of the more famous moonshiners from back then. I don't want to give the name out, but I don't know if it was from my home state of Virginia. It might have been Virginia or Tennessee, where because that's where my family traveled through. But he was one of the better drivers. It wasn't Bobby Laurent, from that movie, but at the same time, yeah, it wasn't Shenandoah. He must have been out there somewhere. But no, I was very proud when I found that out. I named him that off of will. Like, it just, the nurse was like, "Are you going to name your child yet?" And my wife and I were like, "What do we name him?" And we just tossed it out there. Come to find out, he was one of the more famous moonshine drivers, like, bootleggers, if you will. Yeah, he wasn't a shiner. He was the driver to transport it.
Oh, yeah.
Elijah, I think it was a couple days ago or so, I was telling Roadkill that his facial structure is a lot like a lot of my family members. My family is some big fuckers. I'm the runt amongst them. They're all just towering big.
That's probably the heaviest I've been in a long time. I got a big Polish head, so
He does look like a lot of your relatives. Don't trust none of his relatives.
They will take your woman, steal your shit, and be gone before you know it.
Yeah.
There's a saying in the Marine Corps: you trust a Marine with your money and your life, but not your wife. I always thought that was funny, like kind of like, oh, that's clever. And then I was like, oh, it didn't happen to me, but I saw it happening around me, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of true. Like, they'll hold your money, they'll save your life. You can put your life in their hands, but if you got a good looking wife and there's some liquor involved, better watch that motherfucker.
But yeah, he does look like a lot of your relatives.
Yeah, there's some real rough people.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
You never know. Could be a few generations back.
Never know. Yep.
But there a lot of them are highly Native American too.
That's the part of me I don't know about. And even though Virginia based, there's no fucking way I'm Powhatan, which is Jamestown people. But at the same time, that's where I grew up, was around like right outside Jamestown by Virginia Beach, Newport News. So I don't know,
The
man.
funny thing is, a DNA test will not tell you if you're Native American, if you know your ancestors were in North America, because the Native Americans traveled so much. Yeah, there's been
I will tell you this. I will tell you this, Noise.
on a reservation that took the test and then it said they weren't Native.
That's fucking cabbage, dude. That's wild. Yeah, dude. I will tell you this: when my grandfather died, my dad showed me a photo of his grandmother, so it would have been my great grandmother. All right, like pretty far back, and it was one of those like still images, you know, where the person's like staring at the camera and they don't look very happy. But dude, it doesn't matter about her scowl and her nose; it was her skin color, dude. It was nope. It was as dark as stained wood. And I was like, what the fuck? It wasn't sun-kissed. It wasn't like, you know, oh, there's a little bit of, you know, other. It was like, oh, that dude.
Well,
and also my dad would my dad's mom would always call him, would always make fun of him for looking like a fucking Indian. That's what she would say to him. She'd
If
be
you
like,
ever see
look
a
like an
picture
Indian.
of my father, he is, there's no doubt, he's really fucking dark, clearly Native.
Yeah.
Oh wow. No, but I have I tan well, and I usually stay a certain level of color throughout the year. I don't get like that white the whole time, but it's a matter of there's something there, guys. I don't know what it is, and maybe I'll never fucking know. I don't know. And also, I think my dad, when he found out that I found pride in that, because he was bullied for it, I don't think if he knew something, he would even tell me. He's that type of guy where he'd be like, no, I'm not going to let you take pride in that. So
Well, for the
I'm like,
longest time, it was illegal to be a native
fucking A.
about
Yeah,
anywhere.
that's what I'm saying.
And people wouldn't talk about it.
Okay, in Alabama, you couldn't be a native till I think it was the late 70s. It was illegal to be in Alabama as a native.
It was an embarrassment back then, man. You know, my dad was born in 55. And back then, growing up, still, even at that time, it was like, you know, how dare you look that way? Yeah. It's interesting.
Hmm. Well, my grandmother, she had to go to West Virginia to marry my grandfather because he was Native and she was too, but she could pass as white.
Well, yeah, here's what you gotta understand. Not all natives are like what you see in the movies. Some of them.
Exactly.
I've been on a lot of reservations and I blended in perfectly. They all looked like me.
Yeah. There's a lot of
nice
mixes out there.
feeling.
Yeah. That's
It's
really
a nice
cool, though,
feeling
man.
to go somewhere and everybody looks like you do, and they sound like you do too. Because
Yeah,
Native
I mean,
people have a
okay,
certain
Yeah.
cadence.
People hear me talk and they think I'm dumb as shit and a stoner, but I found out it's a native thing. I sound like the natives do.
Yeah, it's true.
You talk with a little bit more pronunciation, and yeah, I could see that definitely. Well, yeah, I'm very westernized, I guess you could say. Not westernized.
One way you could find out is if you're Native or not is you have to go on the Dawes rolls, and there's another one too, but I can't remember. And they have the last names of the people they put on the reservation.
Yeah, you check the last names against your parents, grandparents, and so on.
What's funny is my last
well it
name
matches up.
my last name is very natural, and and by natural I mean from things found in nature. And that's where I'm like, dude, there's got to be something there, man. There's got to be something there.
I'm not about to tell my last name, but it's one you might have a hard time believing.
See what I'm saying? Yeah. At one day, I think, you know, we need to like kind of like just talk about it, because I trust you guys, but yeah, not on live, but at the same time, yeah, there's something to it. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have nothing to add to this. I know where
that's all
my
right, man.
lineage comes from, and it's Germany and England. So
Right on.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what
Germany
I would
and
imagine.
England has a rich culture too.
Oh,
You know,
absolutely.
they have centuries of things and stuff
Yeah, I
like
mean, like Germany tried to take over the world.
Yep.
That's one.
well,
Yeah, all I know is it's Polish and Irish because both my grandparents on my mom's side were straight from there when they met in Newfoundland. It was she was from Ireland, he was from Poland. He joined the Air Force. They lived in Boston, and then had a bunch of kids, had a shit ton of kids, and then moved down to Virginia. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but my dad's side, that's where the name comes from. So I'm like, what the fuck were y'all doing? What's going on that side? Hey, girl.
Yeah, my last
we have
name is
some
Rucker.
misunderstandings.
I put it up everywhere. I don't care about. I'm not holding any anonymity. And I found out, I researched it at one point, and it was a profession. The people who put the rings on barrels was known as a rucker.
So
Yeah.
you'd be like, don't fuck with me. I'm Rucker the motherfucker.
Well, not even. I mean, that's
Oh, yeah.
a fucking that's a good job, man. Back then, you know, that was a hard working, respectable. I mean, I find it respectable because nowadays it's you gotta find those people and train them to do that shit. Whereas, and it's not easy work. I see how they make them barrels, man.
Yeah. Well, and it probably also might be the reason why I have alcoholism that runs in my family.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, it runs in my family. Both sides, like heavily runs in my
Yeah.
family. Both my grandfathers, you know, they were drunk the day they died.
That's why I
Yeah.
stick to beer because I can handle it and not go to bed drunk and wake up with a hangover. It's the liquor I can't do. Got to keep it away, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's where shit gets
Well, I
wild.
was able to quit. I was damn near a straight up alcoholic for between 5 and 10 years. And I was able to just quit, drop it entirely. And most people can't do that. They don't have, you know, whatever it takes in them to do
I've
that,
met
but I
one.
was able to.
I've met one other than you, and it was a Vietnam veteran that did it. Yeah, we sat and had a talk, and he was like, "You know what? Just fucking cut the shit out. Just drop it."
I've
And
done
he-
that twice, and both
told me
times
it's-
I ended up in the hospital.
Oh well,
Oh, yeah.
that's the thing too. I think it was
I did
more
have
about.
the withdrawal symptoms.
I'm not dependent. Some people like physically dependent. That's scary. You can't do that, man. You gotta have the anti-seizure pills and all that shit, man. That'll hurt
Yeah.
You gotta have the medical backup to quit. You know, if
Yeah,
your body.
you'll shake and get hot, get cold, and go out of your fucking mind. Yeah, all that will happen.
Yes.
Yeah, the DTs, and that's nothing to mess with.
No,
'Cause
you can die.
Sometimes you have to keep taking a little to get past that part.
Yes. Yeah. Kind of. It's called titrating. Just coming off of it.
Mhm.
Yes.
Well, I know my dad, he was an alcoholic, and when he'd get the shakes like that, mom would give him a little something to calm him, you know, even him out. And
Yep.
he would sip on it during the day, just a little at a time to keep him level.
But when I say I was an alcoholic, tell them how much I would drink a night.
Oh God. Let me see now. You would take gallons from the liquor store that we ran, and people would buy you drinks, and you would drink a grand total maybe of 4 gallons a night.
Goodness.
Maybe. I think.
I was the heaviest drunk I knew.
And get up the next day and want to go do it again. It's like, oh fuck
I would
this
I would
shit.
sleep
I'm not-
about 4 hours and I would be up. That shit was like rocket fuel for me. I couldn't get enough and it kept me going wide the fuck open.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
it's
I
insane.
mean, my grandfather was that way on my mom's side. He was the Polish guy. He was the heavy vodka drinker and would just go out in the morning. He was a trash man in the city, and then when he moved to Virginia, he was a cab driver. But something happened. Oh, I think he had his like first stroke from drinking so much. And imagine that, a cab driver driving around drunk, driving people around. But he his fucking mean juice was vodka, and he would just pound that shit all day, man. And that's the same thing that happens to me. It's wild. Like
My thing
Yeah.
was whiskey. I had
See,
what
see,
was
I've heard the brown makes you angry, but I mean, it doesn't matter, you know.
oh, I was always angry.
Yeah.
But it was I know one of them was Evan Williams. What the fuck was it? That other
Not
one
Henry,
is
not Henry
Canadian.
McKenna.
Daniels.
The
Evan
Canadian
Williams and I can't remember the rest. But you was on a mead kick for a while.
Oh
wow.
yeah, I did. I had but this was actually the mead was just something to warm me up. I mean, it wasn't
I
my
heard that.
mainstay,
I
but
heard that
still
shit
had
was
to have it.
gross.
Well, this was British mead instead of Norse mead.
Okay, okay. Maybe that's what I'm
Mhm.
thinking of. Yeah, I heard it was like very I don't know, like even like drunks were like, nope.
Okay, you get the Norse mead, and I had some, and it still had the honeycomb in it,
Okay,
and
okay.
the shit was so strong before you get it drank, the fumes is like, oh fuck.
Wow. Okay.
The
I've heard a lot about it. I just haven't had it. Yeah.
the British mead was a spiced wine.
Mm-hmm. And it was good hot. You could put the spices in it and warm it up, and it was really good warm.
That sounds
And
nice.
it
out
was real
here-
good on a cold day.
Exactly. I was just about to mention the warm apple cider drinks that they have up here, where it's spiked, but it's like alcoholic cider, but they warm it up, throw a cinnamon stick in it, and it's just
Here we are talking about all this drinking, and we got somebody that's recovering from it over
Hey,
there.
hey, hey.
No.
Hey man, no, you know what?
Oh,
And-
no,
and,
I'm
and what I
good.
will do is tell you that is I kind of found it a little bit powerful when I was going through a hard time with the other stuff, was talking about it, and it didn't trigger me. I don't know. I'm sorry if it's triggering you, but I
No,
was just like, dude, I'm glad those days are gone. Yeah.
no, my last experience with it, and I was a vodka drinker, and it was March 21st. I always remember it because it's like 3, 2, 1, then 0 drinks. But
Outstanding.
of last year, and last year, yeah. But I went out and I got like 2 shots. I had been quit for like 3 or 4 months at the time, and I did the 2 shots, and then the next day I went and got a pint. Then the next day I got 2 pints twice, and I ended up just quitting because that's what I had done a few months back. And that's when the DTs hit me. I had to go sit in the emergency room and wait and see to get some of those. I think it was the same stuff that you guys were talking about earlier, the benzos that they put you on.
I don't. It wasn't. It's not a benzo. It does nothing to you, but oh,
It's an
man, I can't remember the name.
anti-seizure.
Yes, that's it. That's exactly what it is.
The gabapentin?
Yeah,
Something like that. Yeah.
yeah. I actually popped on a piss test when I went to my next job and had to get my doctor to say, no, he's supposed to pop for that.
I didn't know they would catch that on a test.
Yeah,
Me
they
either.
test
I
for
didn't-
benzos. They test for benzodiazepines nowadays because it's become so popular for people to use them recreationally. But yeah, no,
Well-
that experience, every time I think about taking a drink at all, that's the only thing I remember is how it took me probably 2 to 3 weeks to start feeling halfway normal again after doing that to myself.
And a lot of times, like if I'm in public, I do the non-alcoholic. When I'm in private, I'll have a few beers, but even when I go get some, it's not. I'll. It's weird. You'll glance over, you'll look, but yeah, it just comes back to you. You're like, nope, not worth it. But I do a lot of like the non-alcoholics. I'm not going to lie. There will be nice. You're seeing me sit here and drink, and like I have this Heineken Silver koozie, which is representative of 0 alcohol, because I do like beer with certain foods. Beer with certain foods are just very nostalgic to me, because I'm also a culinary guy. So I don't do wine, but wine reacts the same way with me. It's very chill, even keeled. And just as long as I, check myself before I wreck myself. But on that other stuff, it was like, dude, it was like something took over. Yeah, it was bad times. Yeah.
Well, one of the things for me too, because I also quit from about 2012 till about 2019, so it was a good 7, 8, 9 years, and I learned to love my sober mind,
Yes.
and that's one of the things that I still hold on to now. I can think more clearly. I can remember things more easily, and things just click easier.
Yeah,
Isn't
you
it-
look
isn't it
back
awesome
at all
that-
the dumb
yeah.
shit you do when you're drunk, and feel the shame from that.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or if you have to ask somebody, did I do anything stupid?
Yeah.
But of course you did something stupid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I can remember it was back in the 2000s, and I realized, and I started feeling bad about that when I would come home from work, and I had to ask my wife, what happened the night before? What did we talk about? Because I wouldn't remember hardly anything. At that point, I was coming home and I was pounding a couple beers and then straight to the tequila. And yeah, I would black out pretty much every night. And it gets old. You're losing your life at that point. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of good times when I was a drunk. Sure, I did. But I look back and those times are hollow. They're fucking nothing.
Exactly. That's
You know,
why they tell
when
you
you're
don't
sober,
glorify that shit. Yeah.
When you're sober, you have real times and it's deep and it's solid. But when you're drunk, it may be fun in the moment, but it's hollow. It's meaningless. Yeah.
Yeah. You got bubbles popping in your head, your brain cells are dying and you're getting goofy and fun and lighthearted, and next thing you know, you're trying to fight your best friend, Yeah, it's stupid.
Well, and once I came back to God and learned about demons and stuff, it kind of made me think, who's running your body when you're blacked out?
Oh, there are very much demons in this world, no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
There's some wild shit. Yeah, dude.
So, and I would say and do stuff that was totally out of character. And most people do when they get that drunk, that they're not going to remember, they start acting really out of character.
Yeah.
So.
You can see it in their eyes, man. Yeah. You can see this, just the blackness, and you're like, oh, fuck this guy. This guy is out of his mind, whether drunk or on drugs. Yeah.
Yeah. I drove a guy. I used to drive Uber, and no, it was a relative of a guy who was heavily into either meth or heroin. I can't remember which, but she said that the entire feeling when being around him and his friends was an evil presence that she had to get away from. And I mean, at this point, I think that any amount of intoxication for a certain period of time, some people would call it lowering your frequency, but you get more susceptible to being influenced.
Yeah,
I believe in the energy aspect of it, but I see what you're saying with that. Like, that's what I've heard, is being more open to receiving bad spirits and things like that. But I call it bad energy. Like, there's just something off about this person. Yeah.
Yep. You can tell.
Well,
feel it,
when you get that when you're around somebody that's too far gone, that opens them up for things to latch on to them and travel with them. So even if they become sober, if they don't stay sober for long enough, that energy stays with them and they're just dragging it everywhere with them, and other people can feel it if they're sensitive enough. Some people can't, but if they are, it looks to them like they've got a bunch of leeches hanging off of them, sucking the life force out of them, because that's what it's doing. So that's just my theory on it.
You know, I believe in a higher power, and my beliefs are, you know, essentially much in line with Christianity. Not the people in churches and all that, but I mean like the real true intent of Christianity. I've been into Buddhism, I've been into paganism, I've been in all kinds of things, but ultimately, if you do your damnedest to be good, do right, and have faith in a higher power, that's the trick, in my own opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that's really missing from today's world, like we were talking about earlier. That lack of moral guidance and value is really allowing us to move the Overton window to a place where all of a sudden it's normal to be talking about sexual things to children.
Yeah, all this like no shame. Shame
Yeah.
needs to be here.
Absolutely. It's a great way to guide, you know,
Well,
people.
it's kind of like on that cartoon Big Mouth. You have all these monsters and things that are getting in children's heads and stuff. And then there's the shame monster. And he goes around putting shame into the children for acting like a jackass, you know. So it's kind of like that, you know. The show's not for children. It's an adult show. But
I forgot about
these
that
days
show.
they might consider it for children. I don't know.
There, no.
I wouldn't let my kids watch that mess. But that's what gets me about this whole thing. The children, they without somebody to guide them in the direction that they need, how in the hell are they going to know how to be a decent human being? Because they're bombarded with all
It's
this
like
stuff all the
we were
time.
talking about earlier. They're playing these games and talking this shit, things that children or adults should be saying. And their parents are just casually going by like, well, they're playing their game, they're having their fun, and just that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the parents
Well-
are trying to live their lives. They're lazy. That's what it is.
Yeah, and in today's economical climate, a lot of the parents, they care about their children, but they're worked to death. They don't have time to actually sit down with their kids and tell them how they really need to be and what's what in the world. They just
Well,
don't have the damn
okay.
time for it.
It's
It
also
reminds me, the trip to Michigan I just made. It was like some of my uncle's kids that were there, and there was two girls around 15, and they were dressed really slutty. One of them had tattoos all over, all up on her neck and legs, and you know, tattoos. 15 girls all tatted up.
damn.
That's insane. Yeah.
Um,
And that, going back to paganism, that comes from paganism. Tattooing.
yeah.
Well, no, I suppose that it probably does, but I would argue that it probably comes from tribalism also. You know, there's no telling how far tattoos go back. It could have been before any of that, but you know, much of it comes from tribalism as well.
I guess depending on the symbols and what they represent, you know. But no, a teenager that young making that choice or allowing a parent to give them permission to go, hey, you're 15, yeah, go do it, because that's the age where you usually grow up and you're like, motherfucker, why'd you let me do that? Why did you let me get a giant cross on my neck where now I'm atheist and I got to walk around with this shit? And so, dude, man, I feel bad for kids like that, man. It's like, yeah, you got to teach patience, kindness, and fucking how to believe in themselves. You know, I don't know, depending on what age they are and you know what you can start talking about. But you know,
Well, you know, I got tattoos real young, but I had it some sense at least. I said to myself, I'm gonna get something that kind of means something to me and is not gonna be, you know, that I'm not gonna regret later. And this tattoo right here was jabbed in with a stolen needle and ink when I was 12 or 13. So just jabbed in like that. Then at 15, I got this one. that was a professional one. The man who did it said he'd recolor it for free from then on. Then he shot somebody and went to prison.
damn, there goes that deal.
Mhm.
Yeah, the worst I did was piercing my left ear. Back then, you couldn't pierce both ears as a male because
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Kid left one.
Yep.
Yeah,
But-
different things on different
Or
coasts.
you were queer if you got the other one done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I skipped the tattoos. I mean, it's not to. None of the things I say is to blame anything or cast judgment on them either, because it's people all have their own paths. They
Yep.
all go through their own.
Well, I know there's that whole argument your body is a temple, and you know, and that's all biblical. But I suppose there's different ways of interpreting that. I mean, some people getting tattoos may be trying to glorify, represent that temple, you know. You could say taking in caffeine is hurting that temple. I mean, there's different ways to interpret it.
Oh yeah,
Right.
I've met the health nuts that are like, you know, your body's a temple, and they're talking about nutrients and what you put into your body. Where yeah, other people are like, ew, you have a tattoo, you look dirty, and it's like, does it? Like I think that's just the way you were brought up to think, but I don't know.
Well, and that's one of the weird things about non-Christians when they look at Christians, and granted there are some Christians that are the reason for the stereotype, but most, if you're truly practicing Christianity, you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that you're not perfect.
Right.
And that you should not expect perfection from anybody.
Who is it? Is it Catholics, or is one of them that said you're born in sin? You're like born and
Catholics.
you're bound for hell right off.
And you have to be you have to get baptized, and also kind of like live your life with the Lord on that route. But also a lot of Catholic jokes are, you know, I was born Catholic. If you're not, you're all going to hell.
Yeah.
I always thought that was funny. I was like, really?
Well, and it kind of just makes sense anyway, because
When I was a kid. Yeah.
you know, if you're talking to somebody and you don't like something about them, you don't know what this person has been through.
Correct.
You've never walked a day in their shoes. They could have been abused as babies,
Right.
You know, so it's
I was abused as a baby by my siblings. I had some that was much older than me, and I was told, I was just a baby, I don't remember, but I was told they would stick needles and safety pins in me and smother me with pillows, and my mother would catch them doing it and stop them, and you know, this went on for years.
Yep.
wow.
A
See what I'm
lot of
saying?
a lot of people do the things that they do as a defense mechanism because they turn to these kinds of things because it's the only way they can function, because they have so much shit to deal with. Their mind simply cannot encompass all of it. So if a kid's doing stuff like that, it's because they're creating a shield for themselves in essence from the outside
Or
world.
you know, they were done that way and they don't know how to handle the pain other than to inflict it like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yep.
and with all
I mean,
this
hurt people, right? You know?
Mhm. Yeah, with all this LGBTQ crap going around, they're just creating
Well,
monsters.
if you
More
can't
confusion.
say that you have hurt people, then you are probably delusional to yourself.
Correct.
Mhm.
Yep. I know. And on the LGBT thing, I remember seeing some information years and years back that like 90+% of the men who grow up to be gay were sexually abused as children.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
think
I've
it's
read
some
that too.
sort of sexual something that happened. You know, whether you're gay or by a female or whatever. Yeah, and any sort of too early on can cause, you know, a little bit of disruption in how they actually feel about
Yeah.
things. Yeah.
I know someone, a relative, that he had it forced on him when he was a small child, and he is all kinds of sexually messed up in the head now.
Yeah. Well, the
That'll do it,
formative
man.
years.
The things that I'm not even gonna mention. It's bad. It's real bad.
Well, the formative years of children is really important to establish good, healthy relationships.
Right.
And if something happens to the child to where they get that screwed up in their head and they think that is normal, and then as they grow up, they interact with other kids and other families and stuff like that, and then they find out, wait a minute, this isn't normal.
Mhm.
This is normal, and it's just very confusing for them. So it's no wonder they turn out the way they do, because
Yeah.
they think it's normal.
And that's
And
something
and the whole social media thing is like, even if you weren't hurt or abused as a child or in that era, in that time of your life, what I'm worried about is this whole, you know, hey, it's okay to be this right now, because it's all a marketing ploy to get more people on their team. And it's like, wait a minute, now you're making my kid question who they are based on a commercial or a movement, and that fucking pisses me off, man. I'm like, this
Yeah.
kid's perfectly
Elijah,
fine, and now you're making them bring up shit way too early in their lives.
Do you remember when I had that girl over that? No, actually, it was more than one. That this was an almost identical story, but this one, her father was a cop,
Oh,
and she like said that she grew up getting him forced on her, and it normalized her to where she would show up to have, his time.
mm-hmm.
And I was trying to go that, you're getting done that way. No, that's wrong. And she couldn't get it through her head.
Couldn't
that was
understand
wrong.
it. I tried to tell her the same thing. I said, this is not normal behavior.
I had two women over, I believe two, that was an identical story like that.
Yeah, they thought it was normal. They didn't see a thing wrong with it.
So of course I got them the fuck out as quick as I could.
Yeah, I was like, oh, can you give them a ride? And I'm going, no, I don't want to
This
take
kind
them.
of all gets covered going back to the earlier topic we just touched on for a second, but with the MK Ultra, which there's a lot of evidence that a lot of that was based on satanic ritual abuse, which happened before that, is that before 5 years old is the best time to split a child's personality so that you can start programming the altar.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, all those things.
I had one over.
And
I had one girl over that she had a little daughter, and her little daughter kept putting her finger in herself in places, and I was like, no, you can't have that girl around me. I'm not gonna get accused of nothing. So this girl went home for the time being, and she was like sad, crying over, probably because I told her she had to get out. And her daughter came up to her and put her hand in her and said, this is what daddy does to me when I'm sad.
Damn.
oh,
Yeah.
I remember that. And I was debating on whether or not to call somebody.
Yeah. I'm like, these people are fucked in the head. They need to get the hell away from me.
I was like,
Yeah, man.
so you don't got to go home, but you cannot stay here.
And that's the thing, is that even if you do call services that are there in place to protect children. Now, I mean, I don't know. Back then, I don't know, because I was young too when you're talking about that. But nowadays, I'm like, you never know if it's a worse situation, and you're like, fuck,
Yeah.
if you do, damn if you don't.
If you call somebody on them, they might start pointing fingers at you. And that's one part of the problem there.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, plus those whole services anyway have been accused on more than one occasion of just being a different form of trafficking for young
Right.
children.
That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah. If the child's removed from the house, but they're put in foster care, and then what? You got people like these gay guys that, no offense to get gays, but they happen to be gay guys that adopted this baby. That wasn't foster, but they still adopted it, and then they killed it with abusing it. and you know, you never know. And foster care, growing up, I knew a dude who his mom did foster care for children, and I met two of the kids that lived with them for a while, and they didn't live there after a while anymore because they were so out there that these people couldn't even put up with it. They were like, "Nah, you got to go, kid, to the next house, to the next person." But it was these kids had been hurt bad, and we were around the same age, and they were like so much more advanced with like the cursing, the attitude, the drug use. And at that time when I met these kids, dude, I was smoking like 2 hits of a cigarette and getting high. And these kids were like, "Dude, you ever try this?" And I'm like, "What the fuck?" You know, in my head, I'm like, "Nah, man, I'm good." But that's the system that they put them in. So I mean, even if you're lightly messed up, just a little bit, not messed up, but lightly traumatized, systems like that can just make it way worse. Just, you know, and then the next thing you know, the horror stories of being put into a house where it's even worse than what they were raised in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've ran
loving
into
families
it
don't
in-
always win, man, because sometimes the motherfucker will burn your house down. You know what I'm saying?
I've ran into entirely too many people with small children that's been messed with, and it just disturbs the fuck out of me. And you know, I want them away from me because I don't want to be in the middle of that. I don't want to be accused of anything. It's just ugly through and through. And yeah, it's like you were saying, if you attempt to intervene in any way, you're gonna get caught up in it probably, or it's not gonna lead to anywhere good.
Yeah.
I'd say a high percentage of the time when you try to help, you'll get burned. Yeah. Because it's harder when they're younger because they don't know they need the help. They're built that way, and you can't put a stick in that spoke. It's not going to work. Yeah.
Well, and I think that's one of the reasons why that community is seeing such backlash nowadays, because nobody has an issue with you as an adult deciding where you want to put it, or, you know, but it's when you start messing with the kids. And
exactly.
That was a step too far.
Yeah, I mean, they keep pushing and they keep pushing little by little. And what they're getting at is a good many of them, not all of them, but a good many of them just want to diddle kids.
Yeah.
Well,
they're out there, man, and they look just like us. They fucking act, walk, eat like us, and then it's. I haven't met one, have I? No. I've known some guys that were accused of doing of the R word, and I don't know how that came out, but also looking back, they were kind of creepy. But at the same time, nah, I've never met one that's fucking deprived, and thank God. But
Well,
you know, I have been around in social work situations recently where I worked, where there was a guy that got found out he was doing something to his daughter, and I worked right around him, not in the vicinity of, but I met the guy, and when he got found out, he went out into the woods and shot himself. And so his wife, who I worked with, took the daughter and like fled to a different state, because once everyone knew what had happened to their family, it was like so.
Yeah.
It was so like profound that she was like, "All right, I need to start a new life somewhere." And begin.
My reaction, you saying he shot himself, at first I was like, damn, that's bad. And I was like, wait, that's good.
No. Well, number one, he escaped justice. So he didn't want to be ridiculed and feel like a piece of shit for the rest of his life in a cell. So that sucks, because for what he did, he should have lived a lifetime of fucking shame and hate for himself. But
I mean, maybe
he took the easy way out, which I think a lot of us are like, well, I mean, if I found out about that, I would want to shoot him. So yeah.
I don't know if it's harsh of me to say so, but I believe in castration in those cases.
Yes. I believe in some sort of severe punishment, and that's usually that's usually what happens in jails with these guys that end up in there for those things is, you know, the guys on the inside for drugs, you know, murder of people that owed them money or whatever. They see that and they're like, dude, I'm not even that fucked up. And then people like that do get their ass whooped daily. If not daily, something else worse happens to them. So that's why I think the guy was like, nah, I know what happens when you get caught in doing this shit.
Yeah. I've seen images where people would go in for that and then they'd show their butt and it'd be brown and red stained.
Shoot.
They would, yeah.
Well,
They
if
would
you
do to them
remember,
what they did to, yeah.
if you remember there for a second, it didn't last very long, but they did try to introduce the term MAP, minor attracted people.
Mhm.
Oh, just
And-
go on Blue Sky. You're gonna see a lot of that maps
What?
promoting maps.
I'm not
Minor
going on
attract-
Blue Sky.
They're, okay, it's another word for PDF files. If you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Maps. But I'm
Minor
not going on Blue
attracted people.
Sky because all that's on Blue
Yeah.
Sky is pictures of peepees, and I'm not.
You go
I'm
on
not
Blue
going.
Sky, which is heavily left. You will see a lot of promotion for maps.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they're trying to
That's new to
make
me,
it
man.
so that it's just a sexual orientation,
Yeah.
and it's
What the
not a
fuck?
choice that these people.
Yeah, like
are
it's
like-
perfectly healthy to be attracted to little, you know. Oh, I hate to think about that shit.
Well, not necessarily
Yeah.
healthy, but just normal for them.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
You know.
Well,
so,
you know, I've come to this saying that there's gay people.
So
Okay.
watch out for that term maps. That's what that means.
Hmm. There's gay people, and then there's gay people. There is a difference. The other ones, not the regular gay people like me, the other ones, they do some of this crazy, freaky,
Yeah.
god awful shit.
Okay.
You know.
I know there's some people that take a hard stance and like gays are gonna burn in hell. I'm not like that. I'm like, if you're naturally gay, that may have been a fluke of genetics. Who knows? Whatever the case, that you are who you are. But if you're messing with kids, on the other hand, that changes everything.
And there's also
Yep.
the people that go after animals too. But I don't know that term. I know they call them something now, but I can't remember what it is.
Zoophiles, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, something.
I've
But
witnessed that, and it's fucking disgusting.
I've
hell
heard
no.
about it. I've heard about it, and I think we all know like the popular term back in the day, but people that do that stuff. But yeah, man, it's funny. We were talking about this the other night in someone's Discord about the different levels of strangeness that people are attracted to. We didn't touch on what we just touched on, but yeah, dude, yeah, shit gets weird, man. People are. It just gets
Well,
stranger and stranger. It doesn't
You
end.
know, in my streams, I'm always gonna hit the topics that other people won't touch. That's just me. I always go to the place. If there's a place everybody's avoiding, I'm there.
But
Yeah,
you know,
well-
it's like a lot of gay people, they don't associate with the LGBTQ community because they will tell you straight up they're crazy.
Yeah, they don't want none of that crap. Yeah.
They don't want none of that.
My aunt is one of them. I was at her wedding and with her partner, and she's not like that at all. Like there's no pride flags in their house. They don't text me about wondering how I feel about these certain things. And so I mean that's where I noticed when I was younger. I was like, this is a different form of whatever this is. This is people fighting for what I would consider maybe 2,000 people across the United States, and they had this whole crowd of people behind them. But the real gay people are just like, what the fuck y'all doing?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like, what the hell are you doing? Have you done lost your damn mind?
Well, yeah.
What's wrong
Yeah,
with
you know, all this pride is division, and what we need to be able to do is, it don't matter if you're a hardcore Christian or if you're a gay person or whatever, is stop hating each other. I mean,
Absolutely.
that's something the Bible preaches, right?
Mhm.
But if you're puffed up with pride, whatever that pride, that draws a line, and it's like us versus them suddenly, whether you
Yes.
want to be or not.
Yeah, it's
And
hate,
and even if you're
love the sinner.
and even if you're not for that, what that does, if you even if you're not for gay marriage, what that does is when they see that shoved in their face, it fuels them. Even though at first they were kind of like, man, whatever. But then once you shove it in their face, they're like, okay, motherfucker. And then that's So it's fighting fire with fire. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, and the worst thing about all that stuff is it's people forming an identity around their sexual preferences.
Yeah.
And that's what gets exploited and co-opted by leadership, that they can then lead these people around by the nose because they have an identity formed on something that, I mean, I don't think
and that
gay people will
pride to them is
define-
like crack, so they're just gonna keep feeding into it because they love it.
Yep. And it just becomes another exploit, a point of control.
Yeah.
And people
But
don't
there are
realize.
moments when, even if you're, say, a hard Republican, and you meet somebody and you hang out with them and it's going great, and then you find out they're a hard Democrat. If that never came up, things would go just perfectly well.
Yeah, people are more than just their ideologies.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, that bleeds into a lot of stuff, but you can still talk about whatever it is you like to talk about.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's only when it's brought up as a moment of like contention against the other side. And like you said, yeah, the ideology is just that can ruin a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and that goes for any extreme ideology.
Yes.
That's why I am the way that I am about my Christianity. I mean, Noise didn't even know. I've been on how many shows with him? It's, I try to lead by example. I have a pretty good life. Things go well for me. And if somebody wants to know how that happens because it's not happening in their life, then I'll talk to them.
Well, I mean, even the Bible says that you're not supposed to get on the street corner and shout it to the rooftops and make a spectacle of yourself. You know, that's between you and God, you know.
Or
You,
run around and tell people that they suck and they're going to hell because they're not paying attention to you. And
Yeah.
Hellfire and damnation.
Exactly.
Did
Yeah.
you notice his background he's got going on?
Dude, I wanted to say, dude, you have one of the best, like it's very symmetric. It's cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I like the one on the left of it looks kind of like a castle. That one's nice. I like that tapestry back there.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got more. I just have to punch some rings in them and I can put them up.
Nice.
I can't wait for Halloween so I can put up all my Halloween decorations. I make them.
But you'll burn in hell.
Well, I'll have some company.
Hell yeah. I know, yeah, September rolls around. They're coming out. The kids aren't going to they won't deny it. They'll be asking me where the Michael Myers mask is. And as soon as it starts to get a little chill in the air.
Well, it's like I don't celebrate pretty much any holidays. One of the interesting things about it that's obvious once you point it out is that it came from the term holy days. That's where we get holidays. But I don't celebrate Christmas either because of all the pagan roots where that came from. And Easter is Ishtar, Oester, ancient
Ostara.
goddesses.
Yeah.
It's a fertility festival. I mean, there's so much that's been normalized and
marketed, not marketed, but yeah, they made it a thing. Is it capitalism? I guess they made it a thing to make money. They were like, "Oh
Well,
my gosh, this is so fun and cute," but if you look at the roots, you're like, "Huh?" Yeah.
I mean, I don't celebrate holidays, at least in a traditional way. I will just do it however I feel I want to have it done. And, I don't care about its roots or this or that. It's like, well, everybody's celebrating. I'm going to celebrate in my own way. I make it my own.
True.
Yeah. Well, and that's whatever, like I was saying earlier, no use to judge anybody about how they're living their lives, as
Right.
long as they're not trying to take your stuff through force and fraud.
Yeah. See, and that's what I was meaning about. We don't have to hate each other. We have differences, and that's perfectly all right.
And
As
that
long as
should
you're
be-
not, yeah, as long as you're not messing with some kids or this or that or whatever, right?
Or hurting
We
anybody.
don't have to hate each other.
yeah, I think there's some things that we can all agree on. That's
Yeah.
you shouldn't be doing that.
Yep.
But
Well, if I ever catch somebody trying to mess with my dogs or some kids around me, they better get right with Jesus. That's all I got to
Oh
say.
fuck! I'd be on them like a fucking madman.
They better get right with Jesus because they're gonna meet him real soon.
Fuck yeah, man.
yeah,
Jeez, man.
I know, and that's like I said, that's where we're at now, and I think that given the last Pride Month that we saw, which was like very little pride, I think we're headed back. The pendulum is swinging back in the other direction.
Yes.
And I don't see, even in, when is it going to be, 2028, when we get a new president, I don't see us going back to the left either, because this pendulum is swinging hard.
Hopefully someone can figure something out by then. They
Well,
got time. So
I feel, and this is just a feeling, but I feel between now and then, Trump is gonna make some gigantic mistakes that's gonna hurt us. I just get that feeling.
yeah.
Well,
But we
every
did last
president,
time.
right?
every president does some good, and then they do some really bad, and then they do some good, and then they do some really, really bad, and then they try to do some good to cover it up. I mean, every president that rolls around, because
But,
it's what they
this-
have to work
this-
with, you know.
You're right. This LGBTQ blah 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 movement is what's hurting the Democrats. They won't let go of that, but it's killing their whole movement.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
so tired of hearing about the LGBTQ plus. It's like, okay, motherfuckers, what's the plus? I know
Yeah.
you're doing some stuff you ain't supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
So stop that mess and get
Ah.
it away from me.
Yeah.
I
I
love
think the plus is what we already just talked about.
Yeah.
I love to hear about, because it was actually some black folks that were first talking about black fatigue. And I was like, that fatigue term needs to be perpetuated and come out against all the silliness that we see that's going on. And it's the same thing with pride fatigue.
Mhm.
That's just one of them.
Laid that shit out. You were discovered. Sit down.
Well, if you want to simplify the term, it's fatigue and people being, to use a younger term, being extra. Whether you're extra Democrat, you're extra woke, you're extra whatever, right? Black culture, you're extra. It's extra fatigue. Just calm the fuck down already.
Yeah.
Take some NyQuil, you'll feel better.
Go sit down. Take a nap, man.
Take some NyQuil and go to sleep.
Because you know what you're causing the rest of us people is actual fatigue from having to listen
Yeah.
to your fucking ass.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, and that's also if we make it to 2028 without AI
Mhm.
taking over.
Good
This
point.
is true.
This is really an exciting time to be alive.
It is.
That's why I don't go anywhere. I stay in the house.
So Jeffrey, how do you like my stream here?
I like it. It's good. I mean, I'm able to speak a little bit more, I feel. I don't know. You go by Allie? Allie?
Yeah.
Allie, sure. It's nice
Elijah.
to meet you.
Nice
Elijah.
to meet you too.
Okay.
Well, I don't really structure my stream all too much. I let it flow freely, and we can flow into any conversation. And I find sometimes that works out really well.
Yeah.
I
Well,
still want to know what happens if they pee in the Hadron Collider.
that's a whole nother topic we could dive
I know,
deep
but I
into.
still want to know what happens if they did.
Yeah.
Imagination kicks in. Get all these weird little aliens running around.
Pee explosion.
And speaking for the three of us anyway, we are very open-minded and what have you, ghost aliens, Bigfoot, you name it. We're very open to the ideas of all that.
Nice. Yeah, I explore all of that stuff.
Nice.
I can't
Good.
wait to get my stream or my videos going. I actually ordered a teleprompter
Oh,
yesterday
right on.
so that I can speak into the camera while I'm reading what I'm supposed to be speaking.
Yeah, I always have a problem looking into the camera. I'm always looking down in a way, and that's another reason people probably think I'm wasted and stoner and all this stuff.
Guy can't even look at his camera.
Well, it's hard to look in the camera and read all at the same time,
Yes.
Yeah.
especially when your camera's kind of offset or something.
The UFO thing, though, is something I've been keeping my ear to the ground on recently. Y'all have heard about the Boogosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. We actually talked about that on the show. That sphere they found. We talked about it for quite a while. Yeah.
Yeah, and the way all the drone activity over New Jersey, all of a sudden you don't hear anything about that. For a while, it was nothing. But
I think that was a test
Something.
to see how people would react to an invasion. That's what I think.
Now, normally I only do my streams on Mondays and Thursdays. For a while, I had my Monday streams just closed off, not to have any extra people. But I think I'll just have the 2 live streams open, for Mondays and Thursdays. So let conversation flow, and it could get interesting.
That's a good idea.
With exception to someone in particular coming that don't want to hush.
Correct. Yes.
how long do you normally go? We're at 5 hours now.
How long do
No, well, we're at 5 hours. It's probably a good time to wrap it up. But we have been known to go for almost 7 before.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm not hinting at anything. I actually took a nap before I woke up. That's why I didn't catch you guys right at 8.
Well, that's fine.
But it's up to y'all. I mean, I can keep.
I'll leave it open. I add you to the group, so when I have a live stream, you can hop in if you want.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thursdays is a little more chaotic.
That's what Noid said
It's a
yesterday.
little more chaotic.
I think that's perfect to get closing into the weekend where people are starting to let their hair down and kind of want to stay up longer and do other things. Yeah, so I think that's perfect. I think it's cool to have it a little bit more chaotic then.
Yeah, but the clip that shall not be named.
Oh yeah,
will get paid.
I got these clips that are kind of disgusting, and people will come on demanding them.
Yeah, like Charlie.
I'm not gonna play them right now.
No.
They know it's
I gotta
torturous.
sleep at some point,
Right.
Yeah, that's
And it's
one
my
thing.
fault you got that clip in the first place. I found it and I thought it was weird and I showed it to you and there it is.
It's one thing about going through the military. I'm sure Roadkill can attest to that. Is usually you come out of it and not much will offend you.
Yes.
This will offend. This thing
That-
horrifies people.
It's not.
This thing caught me
offensive,
off
it's
guard.
just, kinda
Yeah. I wouldn't say
messed up.
offensive. It's just it's
Shock.
Weird.
Nothing
Yeah,
will shock you.
shock
it's got
value.
good shock value. Yeah.
Mm. Oh my goodness.
Well, we could go
Okay,
into aliens and stuff if you want, UFOs. I've got some interesting theories on that myself from my Christian paradigm.
I think what we'll do is we'll pick it up Thursday.
Okay.
So there'll likely be more people here on Thursday.
That'd be a fun topic too. Yeah, I love that shit. Man.
Yeah, we're a little past 5 hours now. I think I'll wrap this one up.
Bye everybody.
I'm gonna say, like I always at the end of every show, I'm like, when you're looking around, you're seeing who's live. and you don't know who to watch, well, listen to this scrawny little meth head bitch.
Me! Choose me! Love me!
Good Lord, man. She needs some butter beans and cornbread or something. Just I don't know. I don't
Any girl
know.
that desperate, just say no.
Yeah.
That's a red giant flag. Giant red flag. Yeah, that's some crazy shit, man.
All right.
In the rain,
And,
girl, get out the rain and come in here and eat.
And I'll say, everybody out there, for however many's left watching, keep bringing the noise, because we here, we sure as fuck will. And bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Shoo-be-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo.